Do not ever like touch your setup right before you go live. I was literally saying this yesterday. Do I learn my lesson? No, I don't. So let's go. We're gonna go react to her take with Pisco. Let me join his thing.
To make it right. I don't know. Is that
Why are you always singing?
I don't, what the fuck? Hey, whoa. Who let you in here?
You gave me perms last time.
Who the fuck let you in here? This is like when your mom walks in on you when you're playing with your action figures.
How?
What do you mean how?
Explain the statement you just made.
How. So you know when you're playing with your action figures?
Okay. Where's this going?
Don't you?
I'm saying okay, like I accept the premise of the hypothetical you're trying to lay out.
But do you know? I don't want you to accept the premise. I want you to give your sincere thing.
What about?
Hang on a second. I'm gonna switch the camera 1 sec, so that you can be seen. Don't answer anything yet. Okay, I'm gonna transition. So you know when you're playing with your action figures? Mm-hmm. It's like that.
That was embarrassing to you? To like for your parents to see you using the things that they bought for you?
Hang on, I'm gonna put your volume up a little bit. Otherwise people are gonna lose their minds. All right, now talk.
Talking. How does it sound?
Horrible. 1 sec. Now try talking.
Testing. Can you hear me?
Okay, now you're good.
Hollybot says she's in my chat and she says, "Come on, you know what he means. You caught him singing in the shower." I think that's a more apt than well, no, I guess you're ashamed of playing with your dolls or whatever.
Yeah, who wants to be seen by their parents playing with their dolls or their toys?
I have toys right behind me. Clearly, you're talking to like the wrong person.
I know, but you're not.
I'm literally like in my 20s and I have like walls of stuffed animals.
I know, but stuffed animals, you're not playing with them.
It doesn't matter. That's like saying, that's like if you had a wall of like Funko Pops and you're like, I'm not playing with them, it would still be embarrassing. It doesn't matter.
Why is it embarrassing to have Funko Pops? Not that I have them. I don't have Funko Pops.
That was very defensive for somebody who is saying that there's no issue with it.
There's nothing defensive about it at all. It's very low stakes. This entire conversation is low stakes. I don't have them. Now, do I have a collection of Batman action figures from childhood that I haven't thrown out? I do have those. I like Batman.
Have they accrued in value, or are you gonna like flip them or sell them or something?
I don't think that they have much. They have sentimental value. You know, I think that's what it's about. Hang on, I have some super chats. Is it okay if I read them, or is that like bad form?
I'll allow it.
Okay, so before we get started, and guys, seriously, I love the money, but don't expect me to read them all at the beginning. Like, we have a flow thing that we're going on here. It's really disruptive when you actually, it's not.
Yeah, actually, don't donate any money to him. It's really fucking annoying. It's an inconvenience. It's a headache. Don't do it. You're a piece of shit for doing it. Please stop. Donate to at Straighterade _ instead. Like on, you can go to my YouTube. My links are in my description, or on Twitch. It's pinned in chat. There you go. Fixed it for you. Perfect. Now you'll have no more interruptions. You're welcome.
Sorry, Josiah says historian Heather Cox Richardson says Trump versus United States is the worst SCO decision in modern history at a minimum. I agree with that.
I think this the birthright ruling one?
No, this is the criminal immunity stuff. And then there's
tomato.
Lana Palmer. I don't know who. Isn't Laura Palmer? I know who Laura Palmer is.
From Twin Peaks.
Tara Palmieri sent me Jank's media contact. Should I try for 1v1 or Jank on Live and Learn? Do we collectively pull enough live to make that appetizing? And will you commit to behaving? I will absolutely commit to behaving, and it should absolutely be Live and Learn, because then he can try to like fuck with us. Holy shit! Yeah, we should do that. Sorry. Okay, you can still donate. You can. I take back what I said. It doesn't have to be to Straighterade. It can also be to me. It can be.
But it doesn't have to be to Pisco. It could also be to me.
It could be to you, but should it?
Yes.
Okay,
I appreciate it. I have no problem stopping you, interrupting you, telling you to shut up so I can read the messages from the lovely people that send me money.
Okay.
I actually appreciate the people that support me. Unlike you, that verbally abuses them and tells them to shut up. No such behavior occurs on my stream.
You want to talk about abusive? Did you know that the only abuse that occurred on Epstein Island was from Epstein. Did you know that?
Did you learn this from the FBI report?
That's the official story. That's what we're being told. That's the
Well,
the
if the
story
government puts out a report saying a thing is true, then that thing is true. That's how it works.
Yeah, it must be. It must be true. Tell Erin I said hi and ask her to give my love to our boyfriend.
Was that your girlfriend?
Lycan. No, this is Josiah. Or Lycan and
Oh yeah, we're in a throuple. It's a whole thing.
What?
You didn't know?
You've opened up for Josiah? And
Of
Josiah's
course, of
opened
course.
up for Lycan?
Yep. The things I do for my man.
So you're saying Lycan was going after Josiah?
Lycan and Josiah just have a connection that cannot be denied. Who am I to be the person to stand in the way of their love? So
this on
the more the merrier. Mm-hmm.
When's
it's
the
more
last
off
time they
stream.
collabed, though? Oh yeah, it's more off stream. I guess. Yeah.
First See, what they have is special. Everybody. They don't just like flaunt it, you know, in public or whatever. That would be kind of, you know, too much, right?
Yeah, that would be horrible. I mean, Lycan is kind of too lefty for Josiah's, but Josiah has this kind of streak where he.
Why would you say that?
I don't know why I said it.
What is he more left on Josiah than, like, in some significant way? Name one thing.
The means of production.
Do you think Lycan is a socialist? Have you actually drunken the Kool-Aid?
Someone told
you know, if he's a socialist, you're a socialist, right? Because the whole thing is that I like mind controlled both of you. It doesn't work that like I only did it to Lycan but not you.
Well, I'm better at resisting.
Are you ready to seize them? Are you ready to seize the means?
The different rings, the elves were better at resisting than the humans when in the Lord of the Rings. So the elves were able to doff their rings.
We did an action figures metaphor, and now we're doing Lord of the Rings reference.
You're supposedly the biggest fan of Lord of the Rings. You watch it every day.
That's Lycan. That's not me. But I will watch it with him.
Started with some weird energy here. What's going on with you?
You have been this way since the start because I caught you singing. You're completely fine with like singing to hundreds of people, but one more person joins, and all of a sudden it's like, whoa, you know.
It's because this is different. Like it's more intimate when it's me and my chat and we're singing, but when it's me and like someone here, just like who came unannounced, who came late.
Yeah, Pisco didn't know that I was coming on. That's true. He had no idea. It's not like he DM'd me asking, "Are we ready?" I'm so excited for this episode. That didn't happen, you guys.
I feel like you're very avoidant.
Okay, how do I open myself up more?
Pause. But also, I do think that there's something like you're trying to pull away, and I'm just trying to have a real conversation. I think we should restart. Okay. Mr. Jones, super chat. Why have this shady, dishonest woman who sells her friends out? Mr. Jones, true. Fuck you. I stand behind Erin. I think Erin is fun, and thank you for the $20 though. And also, this is
$20 to say that. $20 to say that, dude.
You've been fed some stories, you know, and also, by the way, fuck you. I can do whatever I want. But thank you so much for the money. I do appreciate that. And you should give the money to me. Since you already don't like Erin, you can just give it to me instead and talk shit about Erin.
Mm-hmm.
But I appreciate the $20. That said, Erin and we have great chemistry. I think that the show speaks for itself. We don't need to justify the show every episode. Unlike her take, which
you're justifying it right now by going on about this. And also, I'm having a sale on Pisco, like hate comments or whatever. My going rate for me to read it out, only $10, 50% off. For him, $20. Okay, because I'm worth that. I'm worth that. Pisco,
I'm sorry, I probably
$10.
Shouldn't have read it. I probably shouldn't have read it. But you know what?
I just scolded you for not reading it. The man paid $20 to have his comment that would have gotten your attention probably if he had just sent it for free. Like, let's be real. You would have said it. Yeah, so
I'm looking at my chat right now when it's coming down. Would I have said it though? I'm not sure. I don't know if I would have. Do you know that song, Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Jones. You know that song?
No. Sing more of it. Sing the whole song.
No. Mr. Jones strikes up a conversation, and there's like another line after that. I think.
Okay.
Counting Crows. You know.
I know Counting Crows, but I don't know any of their music.
That doesn't make any sense.
There's no bands on this earth that you've heard of, but also haven't listened to any of their songs.
Read. With thumbs wide open under the sunlight. That, but I don't know.
Is this supposed to be helping me open up to you?
Yeah, this is
like singing at me. Not even like serenading, just like singing at me.
Women don't like it when you sing for them. Have you noticed that?
I have seen the Barbie movie. Yes, it does make that social commentary.
The Barbie movie?
Yes, you don't remember that scene?
I thought it was mid. I thought that movie was mid.
Sure, but I'm just saying that that's what they're saying in that scene when they're like all singing at them, the fucking Matchbox 20 song or whatever.
I don't know I don't know.
I wanna push 20. You around. Oh, I will. Oh, I will. That song's in Barbie, where they're all singing it. Thank you.
Ask Erin if she's partial to Goo Goo Dolls or Matchbox. Oh, yeah. She answered that.
Matchbox 20. Yes.
You couldn't have known that Josiah was giving me more money. It's actually crazy. Josiah is one of my biggest Oilers.
Of course.
And so the transfer of money, like we should track this. We should track this. I want to know like how much of his income is going to me. How much am I stealing from him so he can have these little
See,
moments?
Unlike the Big Beautiful Bill, which was this huge transfer of wealth, just like completely upwards, what's happening here is that Josiah is redistributing his wealth to the lowly prole that is Pisco.
That is me in my nice apartment.
He's so benevolent.
In my garage with my Lamborghini. Remember that guy?
Yeah, what percentage of your rent is paid by Josiah's patronage, do you think?
I don't worry about rent. It's not a concept. It is a concept. You guys should pay me money, all right? I very much am not telling you that I'm rich. This is not something. I don't know why I keep trying to give that impression. You should continue to donate. Use your Amazon Prime. What was your question?
We were opening up to each other.
Right.
No, you were uncomfortable with the fact that Josiah is like subsidizing your career. Your existence on this platform.
Yeah, I know, because Josiah's already does so much for me, right? He's already is like, he's older than me, not by significantly. I'm not saying that he's like an old guy. And
how old are you?
Take that way.
32.
I don't talk about that. No, I'm in my 20s. I'm a young buck.
Is this the 3rd anniversary of your 29th birthday or something? Why are you doing this?
Why are you doing this? Tell Erin I dono to her, but she doesn't have donos on YouTube. Whoa.
I don't have what?
You don't have donos on YouTube, it says.
That's why it says it's a pinned comment in my chat that says you can check out my description box for 2 different donation sites. You can go on Ko-fi and buy me a coffee, or you can donate through the Streamlabs tip link.
No one likes to use those weird. Oh, they like to use the Streamlabs because I have that. But
as
Ko-fi
opposed,
is like,
do you have a Patreon?
Let's not get into the Patreon.
Okay, so like you have room to talk about this and judge me, like where?
I'm not judging you. I think that you're a great person. I think you've done great things.
Okay. Yeah, start this podcast. That was a fantastic idea. Great idea. Remarkable achievement.
It's going so well. Before we get into her take, I did want to talk to you about the Epstein stuff for a second.
Okay. Do you know something?
I don't know anything, but I do find it funny, and I wanted to get your take before we got her take.
Right.
On some of the narratives that are being spun. So first of all, the narrative that, oh, this is just Trump's subordinates failing him over and over again. And then the second narrative now being put out by Trump, and he's like, you guys are still talking about Epstein? What gives? So I wanted to get your general reaction to the different shades of copium that we're seeing from the right.
Well, the response to what was found in the report was that, oh, okay, if there's no client list, then who did they traffic to? Have you seen that?
Yeah, but like the conviction was trafficking for Epstein, right?
Right.
That's the theory, right? I think.
So it's like, it's totally compatible with the conclusions of this report that he was still engaging in like illegal trafficking of like young women, young girls even, but there still was not like a client list or whatever. And like the evidence that we're pointing to or whatever is like, evidence is completely circumstantial. It's just conjecture based off of like photos of high profile celebrities, politicians, sure. But the cope is like, I saw I read, do you know that website Mediaite?
I've heard of it.
It was like Benny Johnson turns on MAGA, like criticizes Trump, because all of these people have spent literally years telling their base that like, and their viewers, like, oh, Donald Trump is going to take out the deep state. He's going to finish what he couldn't start in the first term, right? He's going to blow the whole lid open on this fucking thing. There's going to be total transparency. There's been none of that. We knew that that was not going to happen because he said the same thing was going to happen with the JFK files. What came of that? Historians said nothing notable came of that. The only thing that they did was unredact like a bunch of social security numbers for some reason.
For no reason. Whenever they do transparency, it's like some horrible fucking doxing of some agent who doesn't matter or some shit like that.
So my hypothesis as to why they do that is because they know that most people don't read past the headlines. So they want a headline that says 80% of materials unredacted by Trump administration. And they hope that you don't actually read the contents of what was redacted. And it's like, oh, it was 80% of like nonsense, like literally stuff that is completely
identified information. And
yeah, like that is not like necessary to like, it's not going to get like further your understanding of like the JFK assassination or any conspiracy theories surrounding that. So I think that's why they do that. But then in this instance, like, I mean, again, all of these people have told their audiences like this is going to come to bear.
Absolutely
now it's not,
this is
and then
true.
Like his cabinet right on top of it's like he handpicks that cabinet, but these are all toadies. These are all people that were selected specifically because they're loyal to Donald J. Trump. Kristi Noem, Tulsi Gabbard, RFK Jr., Kash Patel, Steve Witkoff, all of them. These are people that just show absolute and complete 100% fealty to Donald Trump. So to me, there is no divorcing any of their decisions from each other. You know, you can't say that like Trump is being like manipulated by how he picked these people, and these people were QAnon influencers. So they flipped now.
That's what I was going to say.
So how does that work?
These people specifically, not just loyal, but loyal and also pushing this narrative, this specific narrative on Epstein. And so they were already saying the same things that the MAGA influencer class is saying now before they were put in office as literal deep state operatives. That's the funniest part about this entire thing is these people are used to throwing stones at the government because that's what they do, right? Like they're when they don't have power, they're just throwing stones at the government, but now they're literal government shills by the literal definition of the term government shill,
right?
And they're literal deep state operatives by the literal definitions of those terms. So yeah, no, it's such delicious. I don't know if irony is the right word. It's more Schadenfreude. It's more I'm getting a lot of pleasure. It's the opposite of compersion. I'm getting a lot of pleasure in the destruction of that narrative and the destruction of that class and seeing them all soy out.
Did you see Alex Jones shed a tear?
I heard he puked. I put it on when I was in the shower, like just because I wanted to hear what he was saying.
I thought it was dire. It was definitely, it's a recession indicator that he was doing. No, not diarrhea. I said dire.
He was diarrhea in response to that.
He was shitting, coming, pissing, throwing up, all of it.
Your supplements, bro. I think it's unrelated. Trump blackmailing the deep state with Epstein files, new talking point, guaranteed Pam Bondi's scapegoat. I totally also agree that Pam Bondi's a scapegoat, but Pam Bondi doesn't even work for this, right? Bondi doesn't work at all for this narrative because number one, Bondi is doing everything that Trump wants in every other respect. Like Pam Bondi, to the extent that being the attorney general in Trump's mind, the job of that is basically doing everything Trump wants all the time. Pam Bondi is doing her job, and firing Pam Bondi. If you're Trump and you're firing Pam Bondi because she's not anti-Epstein enough, then the next person you hire, the first question that's going to be asked is, what are they doing with Epstein? And that's just going to re-raise the issue. That is not going to be resolved, and it's not resolvable, and so that's why I think the Pam Bondi thing. Yes, I agree, she's a scapegoat, but it's not resolvable by the administration, and it actually doesn't really work to throw her under the bus unless she resigns herself or they find some other pretext.
Why did she make the claim that there's a client list coming out and then completely walk that back?
You guys are all going to yell at me, but she did say that. She 100% said that.
Okay, so that's why when you say like scapegoat, that makes it sound like she has like. Almost she bears like no responsibility in propagating this narrative, but she absolutely does. And so
you're right about that.
She fucking dug her own grave, as far as I'm concerned.
100%. And I wrote about this in my article.
Is that a Starbucks drink?
Restarted.
Is that a pink drink?
I've already said there's a genocide. What do you want me to do?
What the fuck?
Do you want me to do?
That's not what my angle was. I just wanted to know what flavor you got. Jesus fucking Christ.
I was being
A
bad.
little Java chip, little Java chip.
I usually get cold brew because
Okay.
of the calories. You know, I'm also doing now that I'm doing this. I have more
Keto.
opportunities. I've been going on walks and all
Oh,
that
I
stuff.
thought you were gonna say keto.
Today I did get a mocha, and that is a little naughty, but I figured, you know, I needed a little energy boost for my little show that
You
I
need
do
a little
with this
treat,
little special
little
person.
special treat
so
for the treat boy.
I got a little treat, a sweet treat. I was saying something. You fucking interrupted me.
You were saying that
yeah.
Pam Bondi is. I said that she dug her own grave, and I don't feel bad for these people. I don't care if they're scapegoated.
I don't care either. I mean, it couldn't have happened to a nice person.
Or to the extent that I care that she's scapegoated, it's annoying because there's blame. There's plenty of blame to share for all of these people. So there's not one person that you could pin it on.
So much blame to share. And as I wrote about in my article on that Substack, that's now restarted, and you should definitely follow it for sure. And it's free.
Oh yeah, that's what you're doing. You were shilling the what is it that you say? The weekly Patriot, the more like the annual Patriot. The annual Patriot. You're not going to. Don't expect a fucking newsletter every week.
Expect it. It's coming. Expect us. We're coming. Expect us. Anyway, what was I saying? As I wrote about, it is not just the fact that they don't want to throw Trump under the bus because they're all beholden to him. Pam Bondi also made a fucking huge target on her back. One, by issuing that statement. Now, I'm going to be a little bit contrarian here, and I can actually understand how people could interpret that statement. And I think there's a plausible case that Pam Bondi might have been misspeaking there. I think there's a plausible case because she refers to the MLK files generally, and she refers to generally like the JFK files. And so I can imagine a scenario in which she actually misspoke. Now, I'm not going to give her the benefit of the doubt, and absolutely MAGA is not going to give her the benefit of the doubt. I'm just saying that there is a plausible case for sorry, I just saw a funny Andy. Sorry.
Wait, what? What did you just see?
I'm sorry. Andy put one of my chatters. It says the decadal patriot, implying that I'm only going to release an article every 10 years. It's so silly. That's so silly.
Come on, it's going to be at least every 5 years. You guys, don't be stupid.
They're coming. It's weekly. All right. It's weekly. All right. We've now the hiatus is over. Anyway,
the defunct patriot.
Kill me.
I'll give you my hot take about a misspeak that I think that Trump actually had. So what did he say about Mexicans? He said they're bringing
rapists.
Yes. Well, he said
they're bringing drugs.
They're bringing drugs. He said they're rapists, and some I assume are good people. People assume that he said they are rapists. But I always thought at first that he meant they're bringing their rapists, like sex offenders in their country are being like sent here.
They're rapists?
Yeah, like they're sending their criminals is effectively what he's saying. Oh. That's how I thought what he was saying. And then drugs, the media said, rapists. Yeah, they're all rapists or whatever.
Oh.
But I thought he was saying they're sending drugs and they're sending criminals. And also some are good people. It's still like not a good statement, obviously, but I mean, it does significantly change the context if that's what he meant.
I don't think that's what he meant because he said they're rapists and some I assume are good people. The semantic
they're sending their criminals. Some I assume are good people. You could it's the same sentence practically.
They're sending good people?
No. They're sending their criminals, and then you could follow it up with and some I assume are good people. And I don't think you'd say that he's making a distinction between the criminal population of Mexico and then like regular people that they send.
All right, this is ultimate charity. That is ultimate charity. I agree. It's ultimate charity. I don't think it's the best reading of what he said, but
no. I think it was my initial reading, and then when I saw the reporting, I was like, oh, he meant it like that, or like that's how it's being interpreted. And I found it plausible. I've repeated it before that like I've cited that as an example of him being like overtly racist. Mm-hmm. And then you don't even need that though, because like the statements that he made about that judge in his first term. Do you remember this? He was like, this Mexican judge will be like biased. Fairly. Yeah, because he's Mexican or something like that. That was way more fucking racist and a better example.
That was a better example. That was crazy.
So
we like forget about that. People forget.
I know, but they don't forget about the other one, even though I think there's a stronger example. And there's like some room for ambiguity, but I've never actually encountered a MAGA person that tries to say that he didn't say that or like makes the argument that I just made. That's plausible. I don't think it's I don't think it's possible. I just think it's like there's a chance that that's what he meant.
They do that kind of parsing for like the fine people
On both sides,
and
yes.
Some of the other quotes, yeah, on both sides.
Tim Pool pulled it up in that Adam Conover thing, even though that same Snopes article, if you scroll down, it was like, we're just fact checking and putting into context what he said. We weren't saying that it was true. And just a note, every single news article that reported on this said that there were like no good people on that side.
People on the other side.
It was like exclusively made of like white nationalists and neo-Nazis and shit.
My take on the fine people thing is he gave this statement. And he does the self-serving thing after to clean it up. And so and also he's wrong about that. And so he's either lying and assuming that Nazis and the alt-right people are fine people, or what is he actually looking at, right? Like what would give him the impression that there are other people who are not alt-right scumbags who were fine people? And so I just kind of think that the later condemnation, these are all self-serving statements. It's kind of the same thing as like go peacefully. It's a self-serving statement to try to.
We love you. You're very special. Intention. Please go home.
You're very special. Please go home now. After the people have been like fucking. Anyway, yeah, no,
well, that's on Pelosi.
What do you think? That is on Pelosi. What do you think the next step is here? Because Trump is basically saying, shut the fuck up about this. Why are you asking me questions about Jeffrey Epstein? Well, the reason we're asking questions is because you just released a memo yesterday or the day before where you're basically saying that this entire, like, to act as Trump did there must have infuriated the loyalists Trump who have made it a pillar of their mythology.
No.
This whole Epstein thing.
No.
You don't think
why do you think that there's going to be a thing that makes them all wake up and realize, like, oh, dear leader is actually wrong. He's a fraud. He's exposed. You ever read this book? Have you ever heard of the book called When Prophecy Fails?
No. Have you ever read the book, The Coddling of the American Mind?
Unfortunately, yes. I know the three mistruths or whatever that are pervasive throughout society. Why you can't just say the three big lies or whatever? We must do mistruths. I don't understand. There's lies and distortions in that, but whatever. I can't. Jonathan Haidt has written some good books. That is not one of them, but I digress. Anyway, we're not getting into that. Okay, this is not a conversation with Talibots. It's a conversation with Straighterade.
I saw Talibots in my chat. I'm just saying I saw her there.
I know. I saw her. She was.
What you say?
She was in my chat. Okay. She's.
I seen Tali.
We see you, Tali. Right? We see you. Navigating these waters. We see what you're
doing. We see what you're doing, and frankly,
like always, she's playing both sides. That's what she does. Typical.
What is that supposed to mean? Is that some kind of trope of some kind? Or let's examine that. If I said that, you would be like harping on it. All right, tell me about this book.
That was a really good attempt at like a gotcha on me. Swing and a miss, but we're going to let that slide. Anyway, When Prophecy Fails came out decades ago, a journalist followed this cult that believed that like Jesus Christ or like I don't know if it was Jesus or like a god was going to come down one day and like march on a hill and declare themselves the Messiah has returned to Earth. And the day was rapidly approaching. All of these people were completely bought into the idea that this was definitely going to happen. It was obviously not going to happen. So he's like, well, they're all going to wake up and see that like it was fake. It was a lie, that they were misled. And it's just like, cult thinking.
Didn't have that effect.
It had the opposite effect. It made their beliefs even more entrenched after it failed. They were not phased whatsoever. They just shifted the goalpost and said, they kicked the can down the road and said, it's going to happen on some other day, but it's still going to happen.
But some of their influencers are doing this whole little like grumble. I agree. It's nothing where I think they're going to like turn on Trump or anything, but they are doing grumble.
No, they're not.
They're grumbling.
It's never enough to make them actually see Trump for what he is, which is a fraud.
Bro,
so anything short of that is just you're pissing in the wind. It's not. Doesn't mean anything to me. Like until it's a difference that actually makes them like the one time I've seen the cult buck Trump, he promoted vaccines. Yeah. And they booed him. That's the only time I've ever seen that behavior from any MAGA audience towards Donald Trump. Anything short of that, anything short of like active condemnation of him, because I still see people again, they're talking shit about Bondi, Kash Patel, but not Trump, not your leader. So until I see that, or I see them like, no, this is so significant that like I need to go to Elon Musk's party, or I'm not voting for Trump, I've been duped. Disregard. Who cares? You know, they're
You're
licking
probably
their
right.
wounds, but they'll be fine.
But Trump has lost to Rob Norris. Rob Norris said he wouldn't vote for Trump again because of what's going on with Epstein. Can you believe that? He's lost one of his faithful servants.
Can I believe that Rob Noor is a dumbass? No way.
Whoa, don't say that, because then he'll want to have you come on the stream, and then he'll ban you if you don't come on the stream.
Oh no, banned from Rob. Speaking to Rob Noor, how will I live, dude? He's so brave, dude. You know why he's so brave? Every day he wakes up and he's so committed to MAGA that he boycotts Ozempic. And I, for one, applaud him for that.
I don't want to go there. I don't support Rob.
I do.
I don't support that.
On an episode of like Keep or Kick, he was like, "Do you make that argument with like the same mouth that used to suck dick?" He literally like said that to me. So fuck you, Rob Noor. Yeah.
All right. I'm not gonna get in there. That's.
What the hell is this fence sitting for Rob Noor? Why are you doing this? Are you scared that he's not gonna come around and then talk to you?
It's my liberal surrender hands. I whenever I need to surrender, I just put up the hands and I'm, hey, Aaron's gonna say what she's gonna say. You know, you gotta let a couple go.
It's like you have a little like dog that you use for like illegal dog fighting, and I'm like trying to like let him go to like get him away, and you're like, no, don't. I love him.
You're comparing Rob Noor to an illegal dog fighting situation.
No, I'm saying that's how you exploit him, because you have to be nice to him so he can come onto your stream. Feel safe enough to come onto your stream and be embarrassed by you. You just want to farm him. Yes.
Well, I do farm Rob sometimes. But he also farms you? Me.
Yeah? What did he farm you? What stupid thing that you say this time?
Now it feels very sexual when you say that. Did you farm each other? Like, wait, I don't like that anymore. It's just the way you're...
Get your mind out of the gutter. Okay, that was such a self-report.
You get your mind out of the gutter. There's nothing sexual here at all.
There wasn't until you said that there was, so please explain. No, you said.
You said it. You meant it. Perv. What do we have on the docket for today, Aaron?
Her take.
Wait, we're watching the same show again?
What else is it gonna be? I figured season 1 of this fucking podcast would be like the her take until they cancel it.
Someone had another recommendation in my subreddit r/Pisco on another title for this for the podcast. Now,
taking the piss.
This title will never. No, not that. That
one was good.
I'm not going to lean into. I'm not going to lean into that. Or I'm not going to lean into that. But there was a suggestion that the show be called "His and Her Take."
The campfire song. CAMPFIRESOND song.
Campfire and sing our campfire song.
Do you call it like? Have you ever played billiards?
You mean pool?
Yeah, same thing. You ever played it?
Play pool. I don't. If you tell me billiards,
is it a cue ball or is it a cue ball? That's pretty much the same type of like gimmick going on with that. Yeah, isn't cue ball one word? It's a cue ball, right?
No, I'm not like an expert. I've been watching poker stuff recently, though.
Why?
Do you ever
watch having trouble sleeping?
No.
Who even watches poker? It just seems boring.
Just this guy, Daniel Negreanu, and this other guy, Phil Hellmuth, and this other guy, Tony G. And I think Tony G's funny. And yeah, I don't know. I just like, some people get into true crime. I don't really have a poker background, but I just started watching poker and it was like funny. It was like interesting.
I do not know where the sentences go. Funny? Poker is funny.
I think that girls find poker very ick.
Well, I just don't know about it. No, it's just boring to watch. I mean, like, I don't find bowling ick. I just don't want to watch it.
I love all my birthday parties growing up were at bowling alleys. I loved going to a bowling alley.
Of course you do.
Why? Why do you say of course?
Because it's just that it just fits with you. Okay.
It fits with me to bowl.
So like that for like a little birthday party. You having several birthday parties in a row every year annually at your local like bowling alley. Of course you did.
It kind of tapered off as I was a teenager, just to be clear. But as a child, yeah, 2, 3, 4 years in a row at a bowling alley, There's nothing
years in a row. I never said anything was wrong with it. I was just saying that like it fits,
I think generally girls find it ick any kind of like group activity involving just the boys. Like when you're like, oh, I'm going to go play some poker with the boys. Instantly women are like repelled by that notion. Like, oh, you're going to go hang out with the boys and, play poker with the boys. Like,
as opposed to men who famously love to participate in in majority like female activities or watch them. That's true.
I almost just said shopping, but would you consider shopping a female activity?
No.
That
Yes, women be shopping, but men also be shopping. They just do it in different ways. They just online shop. And certain things they don't want to have to shop for. They shop for different things.
there are a lot of things I don't want to have to shop for.
Like underwear.
Like, I don't want to have to shop for. No, underwear is fine.
Men hate replacing their underwear. No, that's not true. Men hate replacing. They will do anything.
Men love
No, they don't. Men will keep their underwear until they absolutely fucking fall apart and they disintegrate.
Recently, I've been very different on socks, though. Socks, I've been just throwing them out. Throwing out any hole in a sock, throw out the sock. I didn't used to be like that. I would be like, oh, but I love these socks. I'm like, nope. Now, when I see a hole in a sock, instant throw it away. Just, but I don't want to shop for curtains, all right? I don't want to shop for a credenza. What is a credenza? I don't even know what that is.
Stop pretending like you don't flip through the fucking IKEA catalog like every other day, dude. You brought up credenza and then tried to, and you were like, oh shit, I just exposed myself. What's a credenza?
I don't know what a credenza is. I don't know what that is. I don't know what a credenza. I don't know.
How do you know the word?
I don't know because there was this
because you shop
movie called Cat.
Because you shop.
There was a movie called Cat in the Hat. Used to be a book, and
dude, I hate that movie. I don't even understand like the cult appeal of it. It is so uncomfortable to watch.
Hat. In French, Jean Chapeau. In Spanish, El Gato en el Sombrero. It's a great movie.
Did you know that his Dr. Seuss's daughter literally forbid any movie company from making like live action motion picture films of his books after that? That movie literally.
Like Cat in the Hat?
Yeah, she fucking hated it.
He's a cat in a hat. He's a da-da-da-da-da. He also is a gato en el sombrero. It's a great movie. It's a nice MV.
It's a great book. It's not a great movie. It's a disturbing movie. It's practically a horror film.
You can't even describe what's wrong with it. We know what's disturbing in a horror film is the
whole thing is just very Uncanny Valley.
Mike Myers version. The Mike Myers is Uncanny Valley. You see Cat in the Hat with Mike Myers? That shit's the frickin'
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, I'm not talking about it. I'm talking about the animated version.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought you were talking about the movie. The live action one.
Fake fan.
Fake fan? I actually knew a detail that you didn't know. And I have a Dr. Seuss tattoo. I have one tattoo. It's literally a Dr. Seuss tattoo.
Where's the tattoo?
It's on my thigh.
Okay, don't show that. You can't.
Okay.
What's on the docket for this week, Aaron?
Like I said, her take, and you were saying like, oh, we're doing that again? More feigning, like pretending like you didn't know we were going to do that. Why are you doing this?
Okay, just put it on then. Put it on. Show me. Show the class what you brought.
Well, first we gotta go.
You gathered this.
We have to go back.
We have to go back?
We have to go back. We're not finishing that other one, but we missed like a key moment.
Erase alert.
Erase alert? What do you mean?
Erase. It's like a CNN.
Oh, right. No, I fucking know what you're talking about. Chill. I forget that, like, that's your Super Bowl, right?
It's also your Super Bowl.
I think your Super Bowl is actually going to be
the midterms?
No, you debating Jenk on fucking
Oh, that is my Super Bowl.
And it's a Super Bowl for unemployed people as well. Huge day for unemployed people.
It's a humongous day for the unemployed.
The hell is it?
Watch, live, and learn. Don't make fun of the audience, though.
Is Economy a socialist now? I haven't read like his new.
He said he's a socialist.
Okay, we'd love to see it.
But I will. Maybe we should review that. Maybe we can review his Substack as well. Maybe
you save that for Live and Learn, where he's obviously going to talk about it. Okay, don't get your wires crossed, Jill.
So funny.
Okay. Yeah. There was something that happened last week because I continued to watch it after.
Because I was like too tired.
You bitched out, yeah. And
I had been streaming for 11 hours. Let's just provide that context.
What is that supposed to change my mind about, or what?
Context. It's not changing minds. It's context. For anyone who's watching.
I just want to thank Josiah, aka Pondering Politics, for the $10 that he donated to me. No, not even like a snarky message to you attached. He just gave that to me out of the
For free. It was free.
Yeah. Usually, again,
the self-sustained economy we've been talking about. All right. So now you're going to show us.
Okay. There was a point in this where Lindy is like shamelessly reading off of like an iPad, clearly. Off of an iPad or off of a phone, and just like scrolling, reading talking points. She's laughing herself. And Anna is like, can see it, and no one's saying anything. They're all just like putting up with it for some reason.
Of her like laughing at memes while they're doing
No,
the show?
she's not laughing at memes. She's like clearly reading talking points that she didn't bother to memorize. She mispronounces intifada about Zoran Mamdani. And she's just like scrolling off a document. She's like practically holding back laughter. Like she knows that she looks stupid and no one's saying anything.
Whatever. We could debate this whole thing later, but I'm happy to talk about the New York City.
Say different things.
She has financial incentives to take the positions that she does. Because she's always like, I don't take a check from anyone. And it's like, it's not how corruption works in the fucking 21st century. No, you're not directly paid by somebody to say the shit that you do. But if you hadn't done this grift, you wouldn't be on her take in the first place.
Yeah, true. Good point, Aaron.
City mayor race. I actually find that very.
Why don't you stop stalling and show us the fucking thing?
I already have it pulled up. That's why I didn't get why you were talking over it. I shared my screen with you already.
Oh, wait a second. Let me fix this. Just 1 second, folks. Let me just fix this real quick. I'm just gonna fix this. Wait, how? One sec. I'm gonna fix this. Okay, 1 sec. Can you go back to the relevant portion? I'm gonna share this.
No, you haven't missed anything.
Okay, cool.
Whatever. We could debate this whole thing later, but I'm happy to talk about the New York City mayor race. I actually find that very interesting.
I know, because I realize that each one with this group, each one of these topics could have been a show unto itself, and that is something that we're gonna work out in the third quarter of going forward when we have incredible guests like Dave. But Lindy, just jump right into it because our time is limited. So break down for us what is happening. What is the latest?
Lindy could not be bothered to memorize this, apparently.
The mayoral race in New York City.
Okay, and because we're short on time, I probably should omit the clips. Okay, so basically, you guys have probably all have heard what has happened. Mamdani has won the New York City primary, which is now pitting him against Eric Adams, the current mayor, who's running as an independent because he didn't think that he could make it, rightly didn't think that he could make it through the Democratic primary. And we just heard a few hours ago that Andrew Cuomo has decided to remain in the race. There's been some talk that he would drop out of the race because they were afraid that they would divide up the opposition to Mamdani. But it sounds like it's going to be essentially a three-way in addition to the Republican candidates. But given the voter registration landslide advantage that
are you seeing this? She's like smiling. She's not taking it seriously at all.
It's highly unlikely that a Republican will win. I'm just going to get right into it, and I might say something.
You think she's reading from something?
She is. Watch,
folks, but
she's laughing.
Go ahead.
She will keep looking down, and she's like you can see her hand moving.
Do it, girl.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for the nod.
Sink your teeth in.
I am absolutely stunned that the city that is famous for being terrorized by Islamic terrorists is on the cusp of electing Islamic extremists who was chanting globalized.
Look, she keeps trying to regain composure and she can't do it.
My God. Chanting globalize the intifada.
On the cusp of electing Islamic extremists who was chanting globalized intifada.
Oh my God.
Do you remember when he said nationalized frittata? That was crazy when he wouldn't disavow that statement.
That's
crazy he said that.
That for me is just jaw-dropping. This is 24 years after 9/11.
She's stunned.
And it just completely blows my mind.
This is Charlie Kirk's talking point. This is the whole I can't believe that 20 years after 9/11 they elected a Muslim guy.
Nancy Mace tweeted this as well. It's insanely racist.
This is a crazy statement to make. Crazy fucking thing. So I'm going to give a hot take here. Why are these New Yorkers electing these Muslims after 9/11?
Don't they know it's been 20 years? It's only 20 years since 9/11. Think of the victims. Remember 9/11.
Putting that aside, I also want to address his Marxist agenda and all the things that he's laying out as
do you see this?
Posturing himself, portraying himself as a man of the working people. But my view is that it's basically a Trojan horse for government takeovers of many different programs. For example, he promises free buses, city-run grocery stores, a rent freeze, a 30 minimum wage. But who is paying for that? Because as we all know, there's no such thing as a free lunch in American society. Someone is paying for that, and it's working class families. families in New York
These
City.
are tier one
we've
talking
seen the
points.
same thing.
And she
This is
can't
like
even be
ChatGPT.
bothered to memorize
This
them.
might actually be ChatGPT. Like she might actually be so incompetent that she's not even being sent the talking points. She's just ChatGPTing what to say.
Jillian does that, but she's a little bit better at hiding it than this.
Oh wow.
Out in cities like
But like this was clearly a planned segment because Jillian was like, "Hey, do you want to take it away and do your thing on Mamdani or whatever?" And she was like, "Yeah, I'd love to."
We were
So
preparing for this.
Francisco,
Very
and it's been
interesting.
an absolute disaster there.
this is why they should not do them live.
And
Yeah, they should not
New
do
York
them
City is
live.
a home of
Maybe
Wall
they shouldn't
Street
do them at
and real
all.
estate
Have you ever thought
empires.
about that?
His policies would devastate the economy there and
Maybe we shouldn't do this at all.
drive a lot of big money out of the city. The same money that drives the economic engine of arguably the greatest city on earth. And I'm from
Arguably.
Philadelphia, and I still
Arguably.
concede that.
Fuck you.
I believe
She just
You
said,
concede that?
"I'm from
You
Philadelphia and I
concede it?
concede that."
You fucking fake fan?
She's a fake Philly resident because people who are from Philly never shut the fuck up about Philly and how much they fucking love
And
Philly.
they would never like stoop to be like, oh yeah, New York is
superior. Got to
obviously
give it its
better than
props.
Dude.
that his Marxist playbook will crush.
Pisco is like holding himself back from saying, "Go back to China." Like he doesn't want to go that far, you know. But he's dying to say it. Why will you do that with Amy, but you won't do it with Lindy?
I never said go back to
You said
Australia.
Amy should be deported back to Australia. You literally said that on this show.
You can't find the clip. You can't prove it.
Yes, I fucking can. Do we want to do this?
Wait. Okay, let's everyone calm down, all right? Let's put our guns down. We all
Okay, just
say
calmly
things-
tell Lindy Li to go back to China.
Lindy, I don't want to. I really feel like this would be bad for my reputation if I said this thing.
I think it would be really good, actually. Quite the opposite. I think it would be like a stunning PR move from you to make that comment. So go ahead.
I don't want to say this.
But you want to be consistent and principled. And you've already told the white Australian woman to go back to her country. So
You know what? I'll change that. I'll say, Amy, you stay right where you are. Everyone's welcome.
bitch move. You're absolutely fucking
Everyone's welcome.
pathetic. You are not.
You say it then.
You-
You say it then.
What?
You won't say it.
Lindy, like, bitch, go back to China. I'll fucking say it. She should. She fucking hates this country. She doesn't believe anything that she says that we stand for.
You know what? Props to you. Everyone should donate to Erin. Go to Erin's channel to donate. She had the balls to say it. I didn't have the balls to say that. I really didn't. Because I don't want to be on camera saying that, but you did. And you know what? Kudos to you. You told this woman to go back to China.
Anna Kasparian has all but said that. She literally said when she was like making a bunch of like anti-immigration arguments, Anna was like, "Girl, you're from China. I don't want to hear it." Practically. Don't you remember that? Maybe you didn't watch that with me.
No, I didn't see that part.
Crush the economic engine.
It's like it's very simple to me because if these people are gonna take this hard line on it, it's like, oh, you think you think this way? Okay, then like go and if you think that this country is being torn apart at the seams by Muslims like Zoran Mamdani, right? Because he's globalizing the frittata or whatever the fuck she said, then have fun with Xi Jinping at the CCP. Bye. That's how it should work, right?
Crazy based alert. Crazy based alert.
Beyond that, he continually uses the inflammatory slogan "globalize intifada," which I think raises.
He doesn't
huge
use it,
red
by the way.
flags.
He doesn't
He
use
does
it.
it. He was literally asked to disavow a slogan he'd never said.
He never said it, and he said, I don't use it. He says he doesn't use it. He did say that he doesn't think it's necessarily anti-Semitic, and I happen to agree with that.
Yeah, and and like honestly, the people that were saying, "Oh, he should have condemned it" or whatever, one, I think they're asking for a virtue signal because he could have done that, and I still think that the same people that were making an issue out of it would have either
They'll find something else.
they'd find something
Yeah.
else, or they'd say that's not enough that you condemned it because you've enabled it and you've done this other thing or whatever. So there's no point in trying to appease any of those critics.
By the way, we have Tom Foolery in the chat who says, yeah, he, meaning Mamdani, is not wrong. And so Tom is fair. And so we have the word
Well, if
from
Tom Foolery says something's not anti-Semitic, then that's
All the
that.
Tom heads in the chat.
Case
You know what to do.
closed. Zionists absolutely on a fucking stretcher right now. Tom Foolery has said not anti-Semitic.
He has spoken.
He claims it's about Palestinian rights. But from what people hear, I hear is Jew-hating extremism. And given the heavy Jewish
What?
population in New York City, I think his incendiary rhetoric, it undermines the fabric.
She would definitely know. Lindy is famously a Jewish woman.
Famously a Jewish woman.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, you're being a.
Because she she's saying, she was like,
Oh,
she
she's
almost
Jewish?
said it's offensive to me, and then she was like, well, to like friends of mine that are Jewish, it's offensive.
Have you
the
asked them?
essence of the city, and
Which
it's-
friends?
Dave Smith literally tears into her, and he's like, "You're talking to a Jew right now. I'm telling you, it's not. We're fine." And she's like,
Wait, this is
well,
this is peak.
"This was. I can't. You missed it."
just a tremendous show of
peak.
disrespect. Democrats, on the other hand, they praise his identity politics, they praise his diversity, but they conveniently ignore the words that he chooses to use.
What do you mean on the
which
other
I think is
hand?
extremely loaded.
Like
And
this entire thing has been shitting on Mamdani. So for her to say, on the other hand, Democrats are fucking losers.
Democrats
who
are fucking
lying to
suck.
you.
They're terrible. But on the other hand, they're fucking terrible and they suck.
He also portrays himself as a struggling immigrant, but let's not fool around here. He is a
Which you fucking do, bitch.
Which
You
you're
do every
definitely
episode. I fled communism. My
Miami
grandparents
skyline.
fled communism or whatever, and then I also left China
I've even
at age 3 to go to England because my parents are like, my dad's like a fucking Harvard doctor or whatever. Like she also LARPs as like a poor person.
activists rather than a genuine activist on behalf of working class Americans. And Democrats prop him up as a champion of diversity, but a lot of Black and Latino leaders said, "Hey, we don't want this guy. He's going to take away our influence. He's going to undermine the working class." And that's why a lot of them went for Andrew
So
Cuomo.
literally,
Many
she's
people
playing
are saying
identity
this.
politics. She's literally pitting minority against minority. Is like black people. Am I right? Like they hate. Like they will always do this. By the way, the right wing always does this. They'll play identity politics the minute it's convenient. Like obviously for white identity politics, they do it like as a reflexive. Just everything they do is white identity politics. But
Right.
even beyond that, they will play Mexicans against black people against Muslims. I keep putting black. There's a lot of black people like using and convincing black people, but I just think that it is so cynical for you to say on the one hand Democrats are playing into this identity politics, but then you're basically saying and affirming the notion that, well, Mamdani, he's not good for black people, he's not good for other minorities in the city, and so you're basically doing the same thing. And
then she gets paid extra on top of it because she gets to say that and tack as a Chinese immigrant that was that became a naturalized U.S. citizen whose grandparents fled communism at the beginning of every single attack.
Says,
yep.
Every single thing she says, she like starts with that little line.
Like she and Mamdani unironically have a very similar background. He is not from a poor background. Like his mom was like a Hollywood director. His father is like an academic. He was born in Uganda. He was raised in Cape Town till he was 7, and then he came to New York, or he came to the United States. So for like this person of all people, not that anybody really like knows her background or whatever, why would they, is incredibly rich because she has the exact same thing. The only difference is that she just has a different like set of demographic characteristics.
He isn't a Muslim trying to take office in a city that was attacked by Muslims in 2001.
From my point of view, this isn't so much as an endorsement of Mamdani as a rejection of Cuomo, whom a lot of people see as corrupt and a vestige.
This is the right wing talking point is like, don't worry, people don't. Socialism is not afoot. These ideas are not popular. They're very unpopular. The only reason why he won is because it was a referendum on Cuomo, who was unpopular.
With universal name recognition, by the way, I should say, like Cuomo.
Backed by the billionaire class.
Effect. Yeah.
$8.3 million from Bloomberg alone. Hundreds of thousands of dollars, like $200,000 from like the Walton family, like the former
major
CEO of Netflix. Major endorsements from like who's the guy that like I did Pelosi endorse? I don't think Pelosi endorsed him, but he got like maybe
they might not have.
Schumer, Jeffrey, so like there were notable Democrats that did. Clyburn, that's what I'm thinking of. Clyburn endorsed him.
And also
Bill Clinton endorsed him.
I think Richie Torres, I think, endorsed. Bill Clinton endorsed. So major endorsements.
Bill Clinton, that was sexual harasser solidarity, obviously.
Yeah.
A dying political dynasty.
But point being that you can say that that's a factor. Yes, his record made it difficult, or like probably dampened enthusiasm, and it made it difficult the way that he could go about like even campaigning, because his strategy was basically to lay low. Because every single time he was in front of the press, they would bring up his record. Not even that aggressively, but they would bring it up. So he just avoided press.
And also, I respect Mamdani. That's why I respect him even more, because Mamdani was going and taking tough questions, right? Tough questions from a press who fucking was not open. Like the New York Times hates Mamdani. The New York Times, right, in a field that's surrounded with Eric Adams, with Cuomo, with like all these bad people. The one person that the New York Times said shouldn't win is Mamdani, and so the press was no friend to Mamdani, really not. And
that's after they said they wouldn't endorse anybody. But what they did is say he's unfit for office, or he would be like uniquely unqualified. And then they went on to print that fucking story.
A corrupt mayor, a provably corrupt mayor, and a disgraced former governor. But the person who's not competent is the person who doesn't have that track record of failure and corruption and misery.
And then they fucking published that story about what he marked on his like college admission thing, like fucking 10 years ago or whatever. He's African and he's Asian.
He's Asian and African, and he put both, and he specified what fucking country. I hate this. I hate these people. They're so bad faith, man. I'm gonna lose it, Aaron. I'm gonna lose it. The attacks are not working. People are seeing past them, and it's still a race. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. But certainly, everyone should be falling in line behind Mamdani. Everyone should be supporting him in the general.
The other thing is that like people think that the New York Times is this like really, really like left wing or super liberal institution. It's not.
Nope.
It's old guard. Like there's no reason for people to think that. I'm not saying the news is like unreliable or whatever, but it has like a bias and a perspective that it comes from the same way like the Wall Street Journal does.
Sure. Yeah.
Lastly, one quick thing. I think this is another manifestation.
Someone said this is me in middle school when I have to present a book report. That would actually be better than this is like a kid that fell asleep in class and got called on.
You read the Spark Notes, yeah.
Of the extreme leftward lurch of the Democratic Party, and one reason I was forced to leave. I can't get on board with federal, state funding of gender.
You just know that she would love to say I was forced to leave the Democratic plantation, but she knows that she can't go that far with it.
Yeah, she can't go that far. Wait. She was forced to do what? Can you go back 5 seconds?
She was forced to grift.
Manifestation of extreme leftward lurch of the Democratic Party, and one reason I was forced.
I think she's trying to say leftward lurch, but it says leopard lurch, and it sounds like what she said was leopard lurch.
She like can't enunciate very well. I'm not saying that it's her fault, but it just causes a lot of these.
She's unfamiliar with what she's reading. It's clear that it's the first time that she's read it. Either somebody else assembled it to her, or she was just copy pasting everything that she saw. Told ChatGPT make this like legible, and she's reading it for the first time.
I can't get on board with federal, state funding of gender affirming care. I can't get on board with the Marxist policies, the government-run groceries, and just today he came out with another proposal.
The government-run groceries thing, dude. He wants to try it with five groceries in all of New York City.
And it's the lowest kind of analysis. Like the government has DMVs, the government sells stuff in other contexts. They have museums, right?
We have this.
Literally,
guess what we have in 17 states?
In Kansas. Go ahead. Sorry.
The liquor stores are publicly owned and regulated by 17 different states in the United States.
So to pretend it's a Marxist for the government to sell things in a competitive environment where they're not like, especially in New York, where there's a great deal of competition, and it's kind of like billed as a pilot program. To call that Marxism, it is the lowest tier analysis. It's so beneath this show. I say that, but who knows? Maybe it's normal as far as the show goes.
Wait, what do you mean? Oh, this? No, I mean, like, honestly, this is bad even for her. I expect a little bit more from the grifters. I'm not gonna lie. Like, did you see? Going back to the Epstein thing really quick, did you see the Piers Morgan panel with Jack Posobiec and Adam Mockler? Who absolutely fucking embarrassed him.
Clean house.
Embarrassed him.
I texted Mockler, and I was like, I texted Mockler, and I was like, dude, this is one of the best performances I've seen on Piers Morgan, because he's not long-winded and he gets right to the point. And yeah, you guys should. I'm actually going to review that performance probably tomorrow because I thought it was really good. But yeah, Mockler did really, really well. Sorry,
because he didn't even have to contend with anything that Jack was saying.
Nope.
All he had to do was like he's over there in his corner, narrative crafting and spinning. Adam brings up just one thing that throws a wrench entirely in the narrative.
100%.
Jack just crumbles. You have something on your chin, like you look like third eye blind, like so like just flailing.
Tell Jack to go back to Poland. Do it.
Wants to tax.
Oh, what? Is he from Poland?
Tell Jack. I think he's a dual citizen or something. I don't know.
He can fucking go to Gitmo. That's why he like brags about working there or whatever. He should be actually in Gitmo. I know that you feel like every single person from January 6th should fucking be there.
Never said it. Never said it.
You think it though. And if
I never
you
thought it.
yes,
Some people maybe.
but not you.
No, I don't agree with Gitmo. I don't agree with Gitmo. I think
No.
no.
I'm just okay. So if it were between sending J6ers to Gitmo or to like pardoning all of them, which one? There's a correct
Gitmo.
answer to this. And you just said
Gitmo.
it. Yeah, Gitmo.
Yeah.
So there's a circumstance
that
already
choice.
where you do it.
Yeah.
Neighborhoods to pay for everybody else. Nat, do you have that article?
You would just make them
I'm not
martyrs.
sure.
No, if I like, okay, memes aside, being serious, no, I would pardon them. But I would say that, like, if Republicans could do, if like January 6th had been perpetrated by
I said that too
Democrats for
quickly.
Democrats, they absolutely would consider
I
fucking.
would, yeah. I know. I don't agree with Gitmo. I would prefer pardoning to Gitmo. So yeah, I said that too quickly. So
That I put in the production doc, the Newsweek article. Can we show that? But that's it. This is one. Did you find it?
Thank you for the $3 Canadian.
Oh, no, it's
Whoever
fine.
donated.
But,
I don't know why it doesn't tell me.
Well,
tech
to
issues.
that.
I thought
I
that
was
was
gonna
your.
let Anna
I thought this was
respond.
you,
That's
but it's
No,
actually
it's their tech issues.
Okay. Did you make that last point, Lindy? I was going to
Well,
let Anna.
one quick thing. I'm just saying that
Anna is
Anna's so
pursing
done.
her lips. She is pursing her lips. Amy's
winning
like,
the Democrat-
guys, I'm just happy to be here.
I mean, Amy, like, just head empty, no thoughts right now while this is happening. Nothing abnormal is going on as far as Amy is concerned.
Everything is normal.
Democratic Party gives fodder to Republicans who are rightfully saying that these socialist Marxist policies aren't going to work. And honestly, it flames it. This is an electoral advantage for Republicans, I think, because a backlash against him will galvanize voters and encourage them to go to the polls, not just in New York, but across the country, because people don't want this. We rejected that in 2024.
Okay,
So
Anna, go.
Lindy, I'm just curious, is there a day you wake up
New
where you
York.
don't see terrorism everywhere? Because you literally just implied that this guy's a terrorist. And I found that bigoted, Islamophobic, and absolutely disgusting. If you don't like his policies, I can understand that. And we can have
Look at Jillian. Wait, go back 2 seconds.
that bigoted, Islamophobic, and absolutely disgusting. If you don't like his policies, I can understand that. And we can have a discussion about those policies. But it seems like you just have a problem with the fact
She's
that
physically in pain. She like just cannot
Physically
believe that Anna
cringing.
is going like again.
This
No,
is the
no
correct
facial
response, by the
expression,
way.
nothing. Not a peep from her. While Lindy is literally just like badly reading off of like an iPad in
True.
front of her, talking points that she
Saying
hasn't even like
preposterous shit,
just
racist shit.
no pushback. Anna just comes in with just like, I just have one question, Lindy. Out of everything that you just said, I'm going to take issue with just one thing. And Jillian is like,
And Jillian's
no,
losing it.
stop, don't do it. Like, she's just like in pain. She can't handle it.
that he's Muslim. You have a problem with the fact that he looks a little
Let
different
her
from other
finish.
previous leaders. Don't interrupt me. I'm still speaking. I didn't interrupt you. Listen, the problem with that mayoral race is that the Democratic candidates who ran against him in the primary offered nothing. They offered
Thank you, Critical
nothing
Rad
but the
TV.
status quo. Andrew Cuomo was the former disgraced governor of that state who somehow thought that he had, I don't know, the entitlement to have his like past erased and that people would totally accept him again. I'm really happy to find that the people of New York City rejected him because he's a complete and utter disaster. Now, as it pertains to Mamdani, we should actually talk about what he
Based.
focused on as he was campaigning, because he actually did run a fantastic campaign. Even if you don't agree
True.
with his policies,
Yep.
he reached out to Trump voters in New York City and tried to figure out, hey, what
Okay, I
is
have to
it that
pause and
made
take
you
a
vote
fucking
for
little
Trump?
thing.
Okay.
So I don't think Anna is necessarily doing it here, and I actually agree with Anna that this is exactly what Mamdani did, and so I
Every
agree with
day-
everything that Anna. Was that you?
Yes, on accident. I'm trying to
Okay,
pull up a different clip as well.
Scared me.
Sorry.
You scared me, Aaron. You scared me. I agree with anything that Anna's saying. What I don't want this to turn into, and what Cenk is trying to turn into, and I think you know where I'm going with this, is Mamdani followed the TYT strategy.
Of course.
Mamdani is doing what TYT is trying
The
to do.
Cenk
which is
method,
to
baby.
build bridges. But that's not what like no politician is going to be like, just talk shit about the voters. So I definitely agree. Like a politician doesn't need to like shit talk the voters. That's for like pundits to do. That's for like snarky people to do. It's not for the politician to do. So you're not like following Cenk's advice to just like not be a douche and not do what Hillary Clinton did when she was like basket of deplorables, or Mitt Romney when she said like, you know, when he
Or
said
Tim Walz
whatever.
saying 80 million people
Yeah.
are in a cult.
Yeah.
That was unreachable.
Did-
That's
wait, did he
base.
say
That's
that?
base. Yes, he did.
I think that's pretty big.
I think he said it on Gavin Newsom's podcast.
Very base, very base. Anyway, so That's not the TYT strat. The TYT strat is go on Charlie Kirk and say, revolution, well done. Let's build a bridge to pressure Trump and Elon to get concessions from Trump and Elon. That's also not what Mamdani did. Mamdani arguably ran the most anti-Trump of at least the major candidates. Certainly, he went to the border czar and was like, fuck you, border czar. When Brad Lander got arrested for what happened at the Federal Plaza, he was like supporting them. They cross-endorsed each other.
He said he'd arrest Bibi on site if he steps foot in New York City. Hell yeah.
So let's not pretend that Mamdani did this by taking the approach of TYT, or at least Cenk Uygur, which was like, let's find ways to build bridges with Trump. What Mamdani did was, let's reach out to the Trump voter and to the people for sure, but not because
with an alternative message.
Yeah, with an alternative message, not with the ill-conceived notion that we're actually going to convince Trump or fucking Elon about anything.
Don't talk about Trump. Don't talk about Trump unless you're actually attacking they speak to the priorities and issues that those voters care about. They don't pander to them about what Trump is doing. To the extent that Trump is brought up, it's to oppose or explain how, if you want that, it doesn't make sense to support Donald Trump. And he's inviting voters to come to him. He's not going to them and castigating himself to get their approval or any of that, or trying to say, I'm going to be like diet MAGA or MAGA light, or I'm going to be moderate or anything like that. It's like, no, I have a better vision than Donald Trump. This is what it looks like. It's to help to help alleviate the same concerns that you're always talking about and other New Yorkers are always talking about. What do you think? And he doesn't compromise. He doesn't compromise on any of his positions. Whenever he's in a tough spot, he explains or he doubles down.
And I just want to clarify what you said. When you say he doesn't go to the voters or he doesn't go to where they are, you're not saying he does go to the voters. You're saying positionally, he doesn't change his positions to be more MAGA-like.
Well, because when Democrats say we need to meet them where they're at, what that means is we need to cave to right-wing framing. We need to become them. We need to offer watered-down versions of the policies that we know that they support already. But instead of actually asking, but why are they willing to embrace these policies in the first place? Is it really because they have this much racial resentment towards immigrants? Is it because they actually think that cutting taxes for the wealthy is they don't actually have a deep ideological commitment to any of that. They have bought lies from a politician that says, you have this going on, right? It's not your fault. I'm going to fix it. Here's how I'm going to do it. And so they're like, okay, if that's what you have to do, then I support that because he said this would fix the thing.
Right. I guess what I'm saying is clarifying is I think that what you're saying is he's not going to them ideologically. And by them, you mean the kind of MAGA ideology, which is the kind of implication with, I think, some of the Cenk stuff, though he would argue otherwise. He is going to the voters and selling an alternative message. And that message happens to appeal to them because he's listening to them. But it's not the same kind of, with an open handout. Kind of yes, let's accept the framing of MAGA, which so I think that's
it's the Bernie strategy. I think, but it's improved because Mamdani is not just he's offering some of the same policies that Bernie has done, but he has not come off he's literally just trying to replicate the success of Bernie, but he has his own spin. His policies are unique and different than what even Sanders has been proposing. But Bernie would go on Fox News and he would not shy away from the typical the how are you going to pay for that? He was very clear. He was like, your taxes will go up, but your overall spending and costs on healthcare go down because it's cheaper to tax you than it is to have private insurance. Get it? He didn't run away from it, but he never compromised on his message. And I think Mamdani is very, very good about taking these attacks. Obama was good at this too. Taking these attacks that focus on his demographic background, his, superficial identity stuff, culture war shit, and moving the conversation back to his agenda, economic stuff.
Who is this girl? Where can I watch her stream? So this is Straighterade, Aaron, or Straighterade. It's Straighterade on YouTube. Straighterade _ on Twitch.
But one day when I'm partner, if you got Pisco, no underscore, no nothing, I'm getting at Straighterade.
Yeah, 100%. You will.
I've already emailed them once, and they basically linked me their TOS, and I was like, okay, I get it. I need to make partner, and then you'll listen to me.
Yeah, 100%.
Trump. What is it that's frustrating you about your current situation? He hyper-focused on economic frustration, much like Trump did, by the way, in 2016. That's what put Trump on the map. Mamdani did the same, although he had a little more substance to the exact policies that he wanted to implement. When it comes to government-run grocery stores,
for the raids,
look, I agree. That seems a little
Welcome,
weird.
guys, for reacting
He was
to her
asked
take.
to elaborate on that a little more during a recent CNN interview, and he said that he wants to have one government-owned grocery store in each borough. So there would be a total of 5.
Yeah.
That would cost about $60 million. Obviously, that would be paid for through taxpayer money. I do not like.
Only
I
fact,
want to
thank
be
you for
clear about
subscribing.
this, and I think this is a huge flaw among the left. Okay, when they target racial groups, when they say we want to tax white people, it turns people off, including
That
me.
was cringe.
Don't do race-based
cringe.
garbage like that. Okay.
What?
When they were like, the white neighborhoods are the richer and whiter neighborhoods. It's not exactly as it's being painted here by Anna Kasparian.
It was descriptive. It was not prescriptive.
it was-
for one.
it
But
was
I do think that
descriptive.
you are going
It's
to
cringe to put it up. Yeah.
that message
It's
is
just an
going to get
enforced error.
lost.
Yeah,
It's going
yeah,
to get
it's just
lost
an-
or whatever.
But aside from that, and I do think that was a
Because
foible.
he said like we're going to be looking to like instead of like taxing these areas that are typically more affluent and whiter, we're going to be blah blah blah.
It implies that the criteria will be race, which it makes people uncomfortable, and it's just it's
It's like
unforced error. I
you're
don't
just
think
you're
that-
begging like the media
Yeah.
to pick apart something that was like buried down in your policy platform. There's no reason to do it.
I mean, let's talk about what else he focused on. I mean, he focused on so many different things. So he went to those halal street vendors, and that was his first political ad.
That
where he
really
asked them,
resonated with
you
people,
know,
by the way.
How is inflation?
And it reminds
Yeah.
me also of the Marie Glueson-Klemp Perez.
Yeah.
What's her name? Is that her name?
Yeah,
Where she was talking about that banana thing.
dude, that's complete bullshit. You know that, right?
It might be
It's lies.
bullshit.
Yeah, it's lies.
And I don't like her because of how she votes, and I find her very untakeable. And I think that I'm not a big fan of her based
Nope.
on that stuff. That said, all I'm commenting here is the strategy to appear down to earth is like you just take like a weird issue that people will find annoying. Another example of this, I think, with the Trump administration just announced, hey, you don't have to take your shoes off of the TSA. I can imagine they get a lot of support from that. I don't know if it'll change overall his approval rate or anything, but those kinds of like little things that might seem little in the grand scheme of things, the price of halal, the fucking fresh fruit thing, taking your shoes off the airport, for whatever reason, they really seem to resonate with people. But yeah, that's all.
Well, they're better, and I mean, a lot of politicians. To me, this is like almost basic retail politician, like getting back in touch with like again, typical politician strategies. I think what's innovative about it is that they're thinking to do it with issues that previously hadn't been, like the anecdotes surrounding like overregulation or like the price increase or whatever. People usually talk about like more kitchen table bread and butter. So like, what does the right do? They have some like horrifying anecdote of a quote unquote illegal that has killed somebody in this country, and they go into gory detail talking about it. But you expect that, right? Or like Biden's version of that is talking to like, oh, I talked to a family that was having to pay thousands of dollars before the ACA for just like basic medical care. Now it's like literally just like $10 or whatever. They save thousands. They love it. But they're thinking to do it with things that are more approachable and not just that, like actually, again, engaging younger people. Because I do think that catches the attention of younger people. Because the thing with the illegal and what Biden does, it's definitely like to me for older voters that are looking to hear that stuff.
No, I agree with that as well. And I want to add one other thing here, which is I often hear a critique of some of the abundance people, and I think there are plenty of critiques for them to go around. But I think what Mamdani shows you is if you're targeted and you paint the regulation as either kind of this thoughtless thing or serving the interests of particular members of the capitalist class or particular insiders who are like rent seeking and that kind of stuff, or basically there's a way you can go about targeted deregulation that is populist and makes sense, and that can actually be pro-left, right? Or in the case of if you're a righty, certainly pro-right, right is typically more in favor of regulation anyway. But there's a way that you can sell targeted deregulation, which isn't throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Like I'm sure Mamdani isn't saying, let's get rid of New York City human rights law, let's get rid of all the regulations. But if you're more targeted about it and saying, here's a specific thing that will be solved by this, I also think like zoning is another big one, and housing reform is going to have to be huge. I don't think we have to just take abundance at its most, or this kind of like deregulatory mood among Democrats
bits,
right now to its like most extreme. Focus on how you're going to sell it and how you're going to be targeted with it, and I think it can be very effective.
And apparently you can talk about how it's illegal to fucking peel a banana in a daycare, a thing that literally never happened. That was a complete lie, complete fabrication. And when they reached out to her office to get a statement on it, like, can you point to the specific regulation that you were talking about that forbids daycare employees from peeling fruit for kids, but they can open a bag of chips? That was not the rule. The rule was that they had, if they were providing like fresh food, there had to be gloves if they were going to be touching it and serving it to kids. That was the regulation.
The glove rule.
Yeah, and that's reasonable to me.
She's like a demasker. She's a demasker. She's like, she's the people who are like construing some of these mask regulations as.
She also said that they'd need like sinks or something like that. They need like 6 sinks to be able to like, what was it? It was like, yeah, so before they could legally serve the fruit as well. And then she said that's where she was like, it shouldn't be illegal to like peel a banana like it is currently. But that's, and again, it didn't say that you had to have 6 sinks. What it said is that you cannot use a sink that is designated for like cleaning kids or like the bathroom as the same sink that you use for food preparation. It can't be the same. You need to have one that's going to be designated specifically for that because they don't trust them to like clean them frequently enough that there isn't going to be like cross-contamination if you're dealing with like bodily fluids and shit.
And then it's like, oh wait, maybe we had this rule for a reason. No, that's interesting.
And then on top of it, it was like, and the sinks have to have multiple compartments. So I just don't like her thing because it's too simplistic of like the government bad, all this fucking red tape or whatever. And it's like, okay, it sounds stupid if you frame it that way. But 1, you're lying to distort and misrepresent it and you're misleading people. 2, if they actually had the information about the regulations you're decrying, I think most people would be like, oh, that's reasonable. There probably should be separate sinks that you use for food preparation and cleaning, even in a daycare.
Yeah, there's a lot of regulations that if you misconstrue them can sound fucking stupid as hell.
Yeah,
so
well, they did that in the UK because it was like there was regulations surrounding like what the shape of a banana had to be. But it's like you're talking about like food standards. Don't you want like produce or whatever to actually have to like comply somewhat with like a normal standard?
Be made in poop, and they use the same water that they use for poop that they use to clean the bananas.
That's what Glusenkamp Perez wants. She also like was very proud that she either told Biden or Kamala Harris that the White House Christmas tree should have been like from her district.
I hate that.
I hate this lady, man.
I hate this when Murkowski does it too. I hope you didn't think that when I brought her up that I was.
No. You're saying that she's effective at like reaching people or whatever, but it bothers me because it's total faux populism and it's like honestly Reagan era shit. Because you're doing the like government bad. We need to like deregulate everything. Somebody said she wants to abundance fruit.
She wants to abundance. We need more of what we want, and what we want are poopy bananas.
Yeah.
It's what the people need. It's what they crave.
Impacting you and your prices, how much you're selling these, street food items for, and being able to actually connect with ordinary people is what put Mamdani on the map. Okay, this nonsense about him being like a terrorist, I'm rejecting that.
First of all, I said he was on the street and I never called him a terrorist. When I'm with all due respect,
it was gross.
The audio is
are you condoning his usage of globalized intifada?
He didn't use it.
He probably shouldn't say stupid stuff like that because it's going to be misinterpreted. I know what he meant by it. It doesn't matter though. If people like you are going to be like shivering about it, so he shouldn't use words like that.
It was a horrible thing to say. He should not have said it.
That's a great response from Anna. Can we just pause it? Like in that moment, she maybe doesn't have the fact that he didn't say, he just like was talking about it. But even in that moment, turning it around on Lindy, I think it really is a great strategy where she's saying like, I understand what he's saying, but she shouldn't use it, or he
because of people like you.
You're going to twist it because you're going to be bad faith about it. So I think that's just like a very wonderful thing, that like a way that she pivoted there.
Okay, Dave, go. I could go. Your turn.
Well,
just this, and then we'll move on to her. Sure. Not just the next episode. She talked shit about Lindy on TYT because she was so upset about this.
Fuck yeah! No, I love it. I want to see it.
And I guess I could kind of split the difference a little bit.
I'm so sorry. And you can go back before this, but people are saying in the chat, I'm really surprised to hear y'all agreeing with Anna while you simultaneously shit on her by taking her out of context. So I don't shit on Anna out of context ever. I shit on her for things I believe to be in context. And Aaron and I, and I'm sure disagree with Anna on a lot of stuff, especially like the cringe. I'm going my own way. I'm doing like unaffiliated, that kind of shit. Like I won't vote for Kamala. We're always going to be hypercritical of that because we want like good outcomes and shit. But that doesn't mean that aren't going to call a spade a spade. And it's the same kind of thing that I get. I'm sorry, I'm going to take a personal moment. whenever I like defend, for example, Hassan on the detainment thing, or I have my take on the Ethan stuff, it's not that I like am defending them on all things or I'm attacking them on all things. When I attack Anna for being both sidesism and being an enlightened centrist, that doesn't mean that I'm always going to disagree with her take on like about it. You guys, I think I like have this simplistic notion that because I attack Anna on other things, sometimes even viciously, sometimes even calling her a liar on stuff, that doesn't mean I'm always going to be against her. And in this context, I think that she's doing a very good job defending Mom.
And Anna Kasparian has never told a lie, ever. How dare you say that?
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
She's never made a mistake. She's never told a lie. She's never in context said something that I disagreed with. So true. I don't know why people have this like black and white thinking when it comes to any of these people. Name a single person who you agree 100% with, or who hasn't made a mistake or done something that you felt was worthy of criticism. But that doesn't mean you're like saying their entire career doesn't mean anything. That's, if anything, that's why I'm more frustrated with Anna, because I know how fucking smart she is. I know how good she is at dismantling Republicans and their stupid talking points. So to see her make that pivot, her content suffered for it, in my opinion. If there was something like the pivot itself, fine, but it needs to still be like based on like true. It needs to be based on evidence, and the arguments need to be coherent. Because if she wanted to adopt some esoteric arguments or something like that, like fine, but a lot of it was like riddled with falsehoods, or it's based on false assumptions. And so from there, no matter how persuasively some people feel she may be arguing, if you know that the underlying facts of the matter aren't there to support the argument, how can I in good faith say, oh, well, it's good because she made it sound good, when I know what if she's saying something that's not true?
I totally agree.
The two of you.
Oh, your turn.
Well, I mean, I guess I could kind of split the difference a little bit between the two of you. Like, I don't think like city-owned grocery stores are just a weird idea, and I think his plan for freezing rent-stabilized apartments and increasing the number of rent-controlled apartments, I think these are all going to be disastrous policies if they're enacted. I don't like to see that stuff win. I just feel like there's.
This is when you're like, oh yeah, he's like a libertarian, like a
cringe
capital L libertarian.
Yeah.
There's a level of like delusion amongst the Democratic establishment who's so opposed to this guy, and it's almost like they don't see two very obvious things to me as an outsider who's not a Democrat, and not, I guess, anymore a New Yorker, although I was born and raised there.
I want to pause real quick. Sorry, again. I'm going to quibble a little bit. So yeah, it's true that some mainstream Democrats have been very frosty with Zoran. It's not exactly accurate to say that they haven't, by and large, fallen in line. I think that, for example, like the Democrat Twitter account run by the Democrats, they've said positive things. Schumer said positive things. Like the major Democratic leaders have said positive things. Now, I agree, it's frosty. I'm quibbling. I don't think there's I don't think it's like a full-on rebellion yet among the mainstream Democrats, and they're just like trying to. I'm sure that they would have preferred Cuomo to win or some of these other candidates to win, 100%. I'm not denying that. But I do think that there's not this like open hostility from the top just yet. I think it's more limited.
What you said might be true, but it's a huge indictment of the Democratic Party, because they should be looking at Zoran Mamdani's and be enthusiastically embracing it. But no, they will be, again, you get this like astonishing result. I didn't even expect it. That Mamdani actually beats Cuomo in the Democratic primary.
It was a landslide, effectively. It was effectively a landslide. Yeah. And he won, by the way. Even if you didn't do any of the ranked choice voting, he would have won the plurality just based on the first day voting. And if you gave all of the other votes to Cuomo, he would have, or not all the other votes, but basically, no matter how you slice it, he won. And it was a massive victory. And he won by impressive margins in Manhattan, which is thought to be like
the city
a place where Cuomo was going to be strong.
Oh, well, not just that, but it's like as a Democratic socialist.
Yeah.
Open Democratic socialist.
He was winning, yeah.
So like, again, this huge like center of commerce, this huge economy, like literally one of the world's largest economies or economies. He wins. Okay, it's like it's an upset in all of these different ways. It should not be. It's one race, but it's like such a critical race that there's no just saying like writing it off as like, oh, well, mayor of Chicago or something like that, or mayor of South Bend. No, it's like New York City. People
are sick of the establishment, and or when I say the establishment, I'm using the term a little loosely. They're sick of the current leadership, the current people who are the quote unquote leaders of the party, and that shows they were done with this dynasty of the Cuomos, and that should be a lesson for the Democratic Party. So I do agree with Dave Smith that there is some of that trepidation there. I'm only quibbling, really, and I agree with you that they should be much more embracing of Mamdani than they have been.
Well, and the thing is that like it's awful that they would be willing to welcome and be happy that Andrew Cuomo won. That's a disgrace.
Yeah.
Some of these people
disgrace,
had even previously disavowed him and like denounced him rightly,
literally calling him to resign and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, and then turned around and endorsed him. And it's like it's bad that I'm getting the sense that these people would literally rather would rather
Or
that
Adams or
like
something.
yeah, like Zoran lose and Adams win or Cuomo wins. That's terrible. And like what positive thing has Schumer said? I know like even Elizabeth Warren, she endorses him after he wins. It's like you waited till it was safe. You know, I can't give you extra praise for that. I'm glad. I'd rather she did than didn't. I'm glad that there's like it's clear that he's so popular that they're making the calculation. We can't even say that like we're worried about this.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I think it's okay to have a principal position like
Aging
Obama
Millennial,
has
thank you for the bits.
before.
The 1,000 bits.
That like I don't comment on primaries, but you have to be consistent about it. And I don't think that's what's happening here. I think that there are some people who are reading the tea leaves and only doing things when it's safe and when there's a resounding victory, and they're being, a little bit political about it.
A little bit.
Yeah, that's one of them. Fuck. What is it when you exaggerate? Fuck.
Hyperbole.
Hyperbolic. Yeah.
Democrats, the establishment of the Democratic Party, they're the most humiliated, castrated, discredited.
Really quick, what do you think of the whole like the Zoran supporters snarkily saying vote blue no matter who for once, and turning that around on people?
I love that. I love it when it's done in good faith, right? I love it when it's actually done by people who would have voted for Cuomo in the general, as I would have. Would have been very hard for me to vote for Mayor Adams. I'm just going to be 100% because at this point I consider him kind of MAGA complicit, and so I would consider like voting him. Maybe there would be an argument, but like I almost
the Republican
think
guy is anti-Trump.
is more anti-Trump than
Curtis. What's his name?
Siwa or Sliwa. I forget his name.
Like that. But he's not going to win.
Yeah,
so.
he's not going to win. But if it were between that guy and Adams, I would definitely consider voting for the Republican.
Which is crazy.
Yeah.
A political group in the world. They
Preach.
literally they went all in for 8 years saying that Donald Trump was the greatest threat in the history of the world and that he was a Russian spy who led an insurrection and denied the results of an election and democracy is over
Blah, blah,
if
blah.
this guy wins again. And then when the time came, the best they could field was a senile career politician who was an unimpressive dimwit before he lost his mind.
I don't entirely disagree with this.
And he won.
What I don't like is that he's kind of like disparaging all of the criticisms come off like they're pejoratives or something like that. It's like no, he was responsible for an insurrection. Like he did all of those things that you're talking about for the most part. They're really not that far off base from like the truth. What frustrates me is that the Democrats, again, they talk about when it comes to campaigning, they correctly assess that Donald Trump is a threat to democracy, is a threat to fucking human life. If you care about climate change, like he is like anathema to everything that you should stand for as an American, right? But then when it comes to governing, they don't act.
They nominate losers.
They nominate losers, and it does not seem like they're really interested. Like their bark is bigger than their bite, as far as like meaningful, like actually opposing him, electorally and campaign races, and with the small amount of power that they have, or the minority power that they have in the chambers.
And was just like totally attached to every disastrous policy in the last 40 years in America, the war on drugs, the war on terrorism, just everything. He was all over it. Then at the last minute, when they realized he was too senile to run, they subbed in like a cackling retard.
You could easily flip this narrative as well. Because he said retard.
Yeah, well,
he called Kamala.
Dave Smith is a cackling. Dave Smith is a dumb piece of shit. The fact that he's a libertarian, I think, is cringe as fuck, and he's literally an idiot. So I just want to be clear about who's the bigger idiot between him and Kamala. He is super, super stupid. And anyone who is a Dave Smith fan, I think needs to get their brain checked.
Out of all the criticisms you could make of her, I've always found that like, oh, she laughs too much is just such a reach. But
it's such a tell too that you're a sexist piece of shit.
The thing is that like you could absolutely, let's pretend we're in a world where a lot of the things that he mentioned were true, okay, when Biden won. So you could make that same case scolding Republicans that it's like they ran a senile guy or whatever, and like you couldn't even beat him because you decided to run the fucking Russian asset who has all of this baggage, who like didn't actually end up like you could do the same thing.
And you voted for him, Dave, and you endorsed him, and now you're having to come and say he should be impeached and all this shit because of he attacked one little nuclear site or 2 or 3 or was it 4? I don't know. There was like 1 or 2 or 3.
And he's speaking to a reason why. Like I'm not going to pretend like Kamala Harris ran like a perfect campaign when she was moved in. She didn't know, but like again, I do feel like that is obvious. Like to ignore that obviously hamstrung her campaign and her ability to win in a general election when she's going up against a candidate that has basically been in the public eye for almost a decade and has already been president once. So in some ways, he kind of has this like weird incumbency advantage, then marred by the scandal of like the Democratic Party. Like again, unprecedented that Joe Biden is like stepping aside or whatever. Like you can't. There's no divorcing the outcome from that reality, unfortunately.
Also, it was close. It was still a close election. If you change the margins by 2-3% in the swing states,
it was close in 2020.
It was close.
And that's because Biden got like the most amount of votes like ever, and it was still close because of the Electoral College.
Allegedly.
Try to be the one who stopped it, and they just got totally humiliated. The guy who they said was the greatest threat to humanity wins every swing state and the popular vote, and then they want to walk back. Like, and
you could easily say Donald Trump is the greatest threat to humanity. Not even getting into his like flagrant disregard for the Constitution or any of that. Literally, just the fact that he appoints people that are anti-vax and deny climate change. That alone, objectively, makes him a threat.
Also wants to nuke hurricanes, but we'll leave that aside.
The wettest hurricanes that we've ever seen.
And now when they're so scared of this,
did he make a comment like that with respect to like the Texas floods or something like that, or what?
I don't know no.
I was about to say that's like old Don, like classic Donnie.
Yeah,
if he were to say some shit like that.
That's vintage Don, nuking the hurricanes. That's an old reach. Yeah.
The best they could feel was Andrew Cuomo. It's like the guy who just destroyed the state.
This is true.
Do they not realize how much people have woken up to how insane COVID was and how wrong he was about everything? Oh, and by the way, add in, he murdered senior citizens.
Yeah,
like, murdered.
This is not
them.
true.
Look. He covered up.
He covered up for sure, but it's not murder. You should be honest. Right?
It's not murder, but Andrew Cuomo could personally have smothered 1,000 grandmas with a fucking pillow. Okay,
and they would still want him as the.
And they would still be saying he's preferable to Mamdani, who is uniquely unqualified or whatever the fuck the New York Times said. Fuck yourself.
Fuck yourself. But the thing is, like, everyone has a line for vote blue no matter who, and you should always have a line. Like I say, vote blue no matter who. There's a little asterisk there, which is like, don't do it if Andrew Cuomo literally smothered to death these people. Don't do it if he's like literally a pedophile, like the Roy Moore situation. And that's why I saw a comment there was like, I thought it was vote blue no matter who. First of all, Adams is running in the hypothetically presented as an independent, but let's even assume he had as a Democrat. My line is like, don't do obvious corruption with Trump and be MAGA and pretend you're a Democrat. I think that's a pretty fine line.
Yeah. And it's so crazy. Like the other thing, this just occurred to me. We're talking about Zoran Mamdani going on an obscure podcast being made to condemn a statement that he never said and then he never endorsed saying, and then he clarifies, I never said it myself. Meanwhile, Eric Adams literally meets with Sneeko, a notable live streamer and anti-Semite.
Anti-Semite, yeah.
And he's also said, I'm running to like end anti-Semitism. I'm the biggest ally to Jewish people. When you look in his past,
he created a party which is like end anti-Semitism, the party, and that's one of the lines he's running in.
Yes, that's the line that he's running in. That's the lane he's running in. What does the press do? There was more emphasis on why are you smoking in Gracie Mansion? Like that also came at the same time. Did you see? We watched this, right, or no?
Maybe, but it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, the press literally asked him that question. Like, we noticed that you met with like a neo-Nazi or whatever. We also wanted to ask about you smoking cigars in Gracie Mansion. Of course, he addresses that first, and he was like, "I was on the porch. I was having a pre-Father's Day cigar, as you do, with a neo-Nazi."
As you do.
And there was just like no follow-up, nothing. And then he went on to CNN and say that Mamdani is anti-Semitic. He also in the past. He condemned somebody else for calling, Louis Farrakhan, an actual fucking anti-Semite. He defended him as well.
This is Adams defended.
Yes,
Farrakhan.
Farrakhan in his past or whatever.
Farrakhan, huge anti-Semite, well-known anti-Semite. Yeah, no, super clear. And by the way, Sneeko, who ended up endorsing Mamdani for his own reasons, so let's not inquire about that. But
The
if
tent was getting
Mamdani
too
had met
big.
with Sneeko,
But Zoran banned him from coming to any of the events or whatever. Like they rejected the
if
thing.
If Sneeko and Mamdani had like actually met and had dinner, and even if it was clear that Mamdani wasn't like agreeing with him, and it was just like whatever, even if it was just like a press event where they weren't screening people beforehand, and he was just going to shake his hand, they would make a meal of it. They're like, oh my God, Mamdani shook Sneeko's hand. Like, even if it was proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that Mamdani didn't even know who Sneeko was, and this was like totally unplanned and an accident, the connection alone to Sneeko would be the smoking gun to show that Mamdani was anti-Semitic. But yet,
and the whole Democratic establishment would have flipped on him openly before the race even happened. Then they would have had like a pretext or whatever. Eric Adams does it. Nothing. It
reminds me of when Trump, well, first of all, when Elon did his Roman salute, and the ADL is like, oh, what an unfortunate gesture. And then like recently when Trump is like using that term that no one even know, like, I don't know what that term is. I don't know what the reference is. I don't even get it. It's like, this is like an old deep cut anti-Semitic thing that I don't even understand.
Dickens' hard times that like this like centuries old anti-Semitism.
Yes.
I don't even know if I can say the term. I don't even know if I can say the term on it. It rhymes. It sounds like a Marvel character named Psylocke.
Yeah. And Trump said this, and no one bats an eye. And there's like literally a tweet that says, Trump can say that as much as he wants because he bombed Iran. Like, they're not even.
He rules. That's awesome.
It's so blatant in your face that they're only using this label disingenuously with respect to Mamdani. In my opinion, they're only using it disingenuously with respect to Mamdani. I'm not saying that anti-Semitism isn't a problem, and I'm sure that's not what Aaron, that you believe either, but it's so blatantly political, the use of this terminology to scare people, and the people aren't buying it.
No, the other thing is that, like, what is it? This isn't the first time that Donald Trump has said insane shit that just kind of went unnoticed. He's literally said the Jews who don't vote for Republicans should have their Jews who vote for Democrats should have their head examined. He said that before on the campaign trail.
A Palestinian says he's not a real Jew.
Yeah, he's not a real Jew. He's a bad Palestinian. And then he also said, what did he say? Oh, this was back in 2016 when he was running against Hillary. He clearly retweeted something that he said that he thought it was like a sheriff's star, but it was a Star of David, like on a thing of Hillary Clinton saying that like that she takes money from wink wink or whatever, and he was like, oh, like they like deleted it or whatever, and then like denied that they had ever done it.
Yeah.
But I'll try to find it. It's crazy.
These nursing homes who were begging and pleading. I mean, if you could think back to what it was in May of 2020 to send COVID positive patients into a nursing home, that's premeditated.
And like, to be clear, the reaction to these things would be, I'd be completely fine with it. I would not think it was disingenuous or an overreaction if we were consistent with using that same like energy and rubric across the board with every single type of bigotry that manifests and exists. Like, in this country, when you are like, it doesn't just like not end your campaign when you're Islamophobic or you display anti-Muslim bigotry. It wins you elections.
It's encouraged.
It literally gets you votes. That's how normal it is. And there's so much shit that's coming at Zoran. Like, again, the thing about like eating with his hands and stuff like that, like saying we're gonna like he's gonna turn it into London. The only similarity,
they made his beard more, I don't know, whatever.
Yeah, they made it darker. They made it darker, and they were like calling him an anti-Semite or whatever. They're obviously trying to like make it be like he's like this scary like Arab Muslim that wants to like take over whatever. Do you remember when they did that to John Ossoff?
When he's not Arab, he is Muslim. I don't remember when they did John Ossoff.
They enlarged his nose. A Republican they enlarged his nose. It was an advertisement of him and Chuck Schumer, and it was like Democrats take like dirty money or something like that was the ad. And he never apologized for it. He was like, "Oh, I didn't know that like that's what they did or whatever. We outsourced that ad to somebody else."
Oh, was this the fuck, it wasn't Loeffler. Who's the other guy that was running? Fuck,
Loeffler is a woman. She was the one who went up against Raphael Warnock. Ossoff went up against
Oh, I know the name. Someone help me with the name. Not Kemp, because Kemp was running for governor against Abrams. Fuck, what was his name?
Perdue?
Ossoff is
David Perdue?
Yeah, nice. David Perdue, yeah. Ossoff is running in 2026, and I really want him to win. I think he's a very talented politician. He has some decent polls coming out recently, and yeah.
Yeah, it was this. Okay. Sitting U.S. Senator David Perdue's digital attack ad distorted my face to enlarge and extend my nose. I'm Jewish. This is the oldest, most obvious, least original anti-Semitic trope in history. Senator, literally no one believes your excuses. And then there's like a photo of the ad in here, where you can see that they.
Oh my God!
They did that. right? It's insane. It's insane. Where's the actual thing though? And then they like showed that like, yeah, this was not him imagining things. Like you could see where like it would be enlarged, right?
Enlarge the nose.
But I wonder where like they showed what it actually said. It all but said like, yeah, he's like taking money from like the Jewish lobby or something weird. Oh, this is what it was. This next to Chuck Schumer. Why is he next
to buy? Schumer spending money. Democrat trying to buy Georgia.
Trying to buy Georgia.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Why Schumer? Why include Schumer?
He's the leader of the Democrat Senate, and they're running for Senate.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying, but the nose thing plus the money thing, I think I would agree with you that the best explanation is they're trying to play into that trope. I think that's the best explanation.
To me, the nose, if you don't see what I'm seeing, I'm fine. Okay, fine. But I see it, taking it in context with like, why Chuck Schumer? Why not Pelosi or like some other like Democratic figure? You could say anybody, right? But like, no, it's just the Senate. Okay, but like, I don't know. Picking Schumer, the whole thing, they're like trying to buy or whatever, and then the nose thing on top of it, I don't know. It's like too sus. It's too sus to me.
Yeah, it's sus. It's sus. You're right about that.
Wait, like the type of person that goes out of their, I'm just like in the mindset of the type of person who goes out of their way to physically enlarge the nose of a Jewish candidate.
Well,
I'm taking it all into consideration. Okay.
It's not anti-Semitic. He's Pinocchio. He's a liar and his nose grows because he's Pinocchio.
Got it. Yeah, Purdue was like, sorry for just making a reference to a beloved, child's story. Okay, sue me.
Sorry, sue me for fucking referencing Pinocchio.
Murder, like, for a fact people will die as a result of this. Then he covered it up. Then he lied to Congress about the cover up. I mean, the guy is like, the fact that they would even run him or that he's considering running as an independent now is wild. And look, the fact here is, all this stuff about saying, oh, he hollered, globalized the Intifada. Nobody cares about this except people on TV and like people in very specific advocacy groups or something like that.
And
it's just
Lindy.
not what actually matters to people. The fact of the matter is that Andrew Cuomo.
I mean, this is objectively true. This is a boutique issue that they were trying to like micro target, and like I think they suspected that if he wins, it will be close. So we just need to like shave off a few votes, and we could get it. Like he could lose.
Yeah.
Cuomo, because he's such a member of the establishment, brought in all of the baggage of the war, which really should be irrelevant to the New York City mayoral race. But he brought in all that
really
baggage.
Should. And that's one of the things, by the way, that I thought was effective from Zoran's answer in the debate. Now, I didn't watch the full debates. I actually want to go back and watch those debates. But there was an answer that was put along where people are like, are you going to visit Israel? Are you going to visit Israel? And Mondani's like, I'm not going to visit. I'm going to stay in the city.
Quimby.
And like, it is kind of true. Now, Mondani did run. There is a connection between New York City and, views on the war and views. And Mondani explicitly said that he would like arrest Netanyahu. So I think it's a little disingenuous to say that he totally avoided it. But I think that his bringing up of those issues felt more genuine than the kind of, oh, Andrew Cuomo, I'm going to go be Netanyahu's literal lawyer at the ICC. I'm literally going to embrace Bibi Netanyahu.
And then when you didn't ever watch those debates?
I only watched like selected portions of it and some answers.
Well, there's critical moments because where like Andrew Cuomo's virtue signaling, because they ask all of the candidates, where's the first place you're going to visit as mayor of New York City? And the majority of them said Israel. And Andrew Cuomo specifically said, like, the holy city. I wouldn't go to Jerusalem or and I'd visit Israel. Zoran said, I'm going.
You should have said Italy. Why not Italy?
Hey, I'm not perverted. I'm Italian. Okay, that's what he said.
Italian.
Did you see that New York Post article calling out? It was literally a Sopranos bit, calling out Zoran for like an old post where it was like he was doing like the middle finger to like a statue of Columbus. And it was like, fuck you, Christopher Columbus. And it was like Zoran being accused of anti-Italian, bigotry.
I hate that shit. So, yeah, there's a really great Sopranos episode where, like, the gangsters of Sopranos, like, couldn't be more fucking like not caring about a lot of the local issues, not like
They're the
like,
woke
they care about
right.
making money, they're murderers. But the minute like there's like a protest against the Columbus Day or whatever, they become so woke. So it's a really
These
amazing
these
episode.
anti-Italian microaggressions.
Yeah, and they become the wokest people, and so it's a really great Sopranos episode. But also people who are like, oh, he hates America because he flicked off Christopher Columbus. I'm sorry, Christopher Columbus didn't. Like, first of all,
He was Spanish.
never landed
I
in
don't
North
even
America.
understand why this
Well,
is
he
an
was
Italian thing.
He was Italian, but he was commissioned by the Spanish. Like, why would we cherish Christopher Columbus as an American hero? Like, our origin isn't Spanish. Our origin is like British common law and the British crown, and our connection is to Britain, not to like the Italians, not to the Spanish. So I just don't understand why people think that flicking off Christopher Columbus, who, by the way, did one of the most literal genocides in history.
Yeah.
Like, how can you possibly say that this is a figure that we should?
I mean, go there, soy out. People should. He should not be a revered figure. He's certainly not to indigenous people, and they correctly recognize his role in history or whatever. But with respect to how he treated Native American people, absolutely, like again, it is pretty crazy that like there is so much like myth making that persists around both the founding fathers and Christopher Columbus. I'll be honest, it's weird.
Well, I want to say a couple things here. I think people should be, judged by the standards of your time. I guess it's a little bit anachronistic to apply the kind of modern lens to them.
You're a moral relativist?
Well, in a sense, I guess, yeah.
Okay.
I don't take morality to be objective, so I guess. So maybe there's something to be said about like apply contemporary standards. Maybe you have to, but I do think that Christopher Columbus was particularly brutal, and you could also argue that a lot of the deaths of the indigenous had to do with disease, as opposed. But there was also like there was cruelty there. There was definitely cruelty there, and even if you don't want to take the full on rejection of Christopher Columbus, why have this affirmative reverence for him? Like at the very least, the founding fathers gave us our system, which has stood the test of time, and there are like a lot of positives there, right? And yes, a lot of them were slave owners and all that stuff and all the negative, but we acknowledge that.
What I said, no, we don't, because there are like even Pete Buttigieg has said like, oh, they didn't know what they were doing was wrong. That's not true. A lot of the fucking founding fathers literally had journal entries saying
Jefferson,
what we're doing is wrong. It will be
wrong,
judged like harshly or whatever. We should not be doing it, yet we do it.
Yeah, Jefferson.
So that's what I mean. Like
they know.
I wouldn't even say it's denial, because sometimes again I think it's myths and people repeat them and they don't realize like, oh, that's not actually grounded in any historical accuracy. But there is pervasive.
Paine. There's a Thomas Paine. I shout out Thomas Paine in the chat. He was one of the real ones. But sorry, go ahead.
What do you mean? Oh,
You were saying the myth making, and so Thomas Paine is like one of the more radical.
Yeah. But point being that like it is possible to, with Pete Buttigieg, he's so educated that it's hard for me to believe that I'm like, come on, how could you be like, I think you're lying about this, because there's no way you don't know that given your educational background. But for most people, I can see most people just making an error and not intentionally lying about this, because like what stake do they have in like, I don't know, defending the founding father, like saying denying that the founding fathers had slaves and that they knew it was bad. But yeah, New York Post, this was yesterday, Mamdani Stokes Italian-American outrage after resurfaced tweet shows socialists giving the finger to Christopher Columbus statue. Take it down.
God, they love identity politics. The right loves, Murdoch loves identity politics. The right, they're more identity politics than the left. They are so identity politics that the fact that they've gaslit their entire audience to be like, oh, we're not identity politics, is one of the greatest gaslights in the history of the universe.
Democrat.
And also, somebody pointed out, Columbus was cruel even by like standards of his day.
Yeah.
So like you could maybe make the case for founding fathers or whatever. It's like if you zoom out, it took America a lot longer to abolish slavery than like chattel slavery than like most other countries by that point. But that was the norm within this country or whatever. As far as like Columbus goes, no, he was like a freak even from then.
City, including the Jewish ones, don't support what Israel's doing to Gaza. And for him to be asked in the debate about whether he would commit to visiting Israel or whether you believe in a two-state solution.
Oh, that was the other thing from the debate. He was like, oh, I'm proud to have visited like a synagogue, and I think Mamdani asked, did you ever visit a single mosque? And he was like, I think so once, and he was like, no, you didn't, never. You've literally never reached out to like Muslim New Yorkers or like your Muslim constituents. It doesn't even occur to you.
What a great line. I'm gonna watch those debates.
Columbus would cut hands of enslaved natives that would not work fast enough or delivered on time. Like if this were like a fucking statue of like Robert E. Lee, this would not like have been taken. That would not be taken seriously. That's why I think it's so crazy that he's like getting anything.
the South would have been pissed. They love Robert E. Lee. I mean,
They do.
Trump is literally renaming all. They're finding like privates leads.
I mean, there's an elementary school near where I grew up that was Robert E. Lee Elementary. Probably it may still be. They may not have changed it.
And Robert E. Lee is not a figure that should be held in reverence. He did the. Oh, thank you so much for the sub, Marty Love. He did the, I think, cowardly thing of just going with his social class, of just following. He didn't like. It would have been brave for him to stand up for the union when he was literally being approached by the union to be at least in a commanding role, if not the commander overall of the Union Armed Forces. And that would have been standing on principle, is staying true to your oath. But what he did was, he did what was easy. He did what his social circle was doing. He stood by, what his peers were doing and the people in his group and his family wanted. That wasn't brave. So Robert E. Lee should not be held in reverence at all. He's a traitor, traitorous scum. And yeah, we should be taking down the statues because they're traitors. Why would we honor the traitors to this country who betrayed the union?
Well, the other thing is that like everybody freaking out about like, oh, they're taking these statues down. It's like, dude, those statues were only put up in response to the civil rights movement. That's why they were put up in the first place. It was a show of intimidation and to signal to like they're white, like these majority white cities, we are not on board with equality for all
rights and shit like that.
Yeah, like during the rise of like Jim Crow and then again during the civil rights movement. That's when a lot of those statues were erected.
You're not wrong.
Democratic one state solution. This stuff was just goofy. I mean, if they were smarter, they should have asked him about the concern that Jews in New York have about anti-Semitism or something like that. But the fact is that the Democratic establishment, as always, had to carry defending the wars, which is largely impossible. Whereas Mamdani ran a campaign very specifically targeting the unaffordability of New York City, which is the actual crisis, not who.
It is pretty crazy that like I realize that like it sounds silly to say it's just a municipal office because again, mayor of New York City, it's like one of the biggest cities in the United States, huge economy, etc. But still, he will have almost nothing to do with foreign policy, literally almost nothing. And yet, it was such a centerpiece of the campaign, and not like for some like Cuomo by choice, but for others like Zoran, it's like to the extent that he talked about it. It's not because he brought it up, it's because he was being asked to talk about it.
True. And I don't know if you watched my debate with this guy, the Lion of Zion guy. He was from Motorbox community apparently.
Okay.
But, so he was bringing up all these memes about how Zoran is anti-Semitic, and I was trying to swap them down. But one thing he was, because you mentioned that, the mayor of New York City, what respect are they with Israel? So the Lion of Zion guy, this guy that I was debating or talking about, and who was claiming that Zoran was anti-Semitic, he pointed to a clip of, and this is one way in which the mayor is connected to Israel and foreign policy. He pointed to a clip of Mamdani saying the police are learning tactics from Israelis, and which they use on oppressed people in Israel and Palestine. And he was like, "This is a anti-Semitic trope. This is just pure nonsense. It doesn't appear anywhere."
That's not true. But
turns out
that's true.
There's like a great deal of cooperation between
that's true.
NYPD going to get training in Israel, specifically to learn tactics. And like,
I was not expecting where he was going to go with that. I thought he was going to say like it's
So he and actually on October 7th, one of the stories that was put in around was the New York police officers who were there were under threat because they were there to learn from the Israelis.
Yeah.
And so that is at least in one way in which Israel and New York are connected, in that the New York Police Department is learning from Israelis, and they were trying to use that as a trope against Mamdani when Mamdani called it out. So to me, the whole thing is just insane.
No, it's beyond parody sometimes. Like it literally writes itself. You have even somebody who is saying Zoran, who is he Jewish or no? Or he's just a big Zionist?
The Lion Zion. I think he's Jewish. Yeah.
Okay, so you have somebody who is he's a Jewish man. He's interested in this topic. He cares about it deeply. Obviously, he has a personal stake in it. He's a self-avowed Zionist, saying that's an anti-Semitic trope, and it's like they're literally doing that. That is literally what's happening.
He said, I researched this. This was a big deal. I researched it and I debunked it years ago when I had no idea about this meme.
Is his name David? NYPD. Is his name David?
David, yeah, David.
Oh, okay, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
So I literally just Google NYPD Israel partnership, and a bunch of articles come up about how this happened, the October 7th situation. Then he was like, well, that was after Mamdani made the statement. So I'm like, okay, so now you're going to argue that they just started doing this after Mamdani made the statement, but then I found the sources for before, and then we re-listened to the Mamdani clip, and he's referencing a report that happened around the same time, and obviously that's what he was referencing is like the report that said and contained all this, and it comes from Jews for Peace or whatever. What's the
Jewish Voice for Peace?
Yeah, and they're obviously biased, but they source what their claims are, right? They source what their claims are. And so yeah, the whole thing was just insane. So there are ways in which New York is connected to Israel, but first of all, I think we should scrutinize that. And second of all, it should not be the major focus of Andrew Cuomo's signaling. And it's very telling that Mamdani's signaling was on affordability, the crisis housing, that kind of thing. And what was Cuomo doing? He was joining the ICC Defense League for Benjamin Netanyahu, embracing Netanyahu, and his focus was on shit.
War criminal.
Yeah, that bad shit in the first place, even if it were relevant to his job duties, to the amount that he's trying to claim it is.
Well, it's just disgusting because it's like I'm going to stand up to Trump, and it's like you are standing with the Israeli Trump, effectively.
Bibi, yeah. Essentially, they're walking arm in arm. Like Bibi is a supporter of Trump. This is what I don't understand either. I'm not this guy who thinks APAC, all this shit, APAC, they're so like all that shit. But here's what I won't stand for. I'm not going to support or take money from an organization that promotes MAGA Republicans. Is that crazy? Is it crazy that I think that our politicians should not be working hand in hand with a major political entity that like promotes anti-democracy, anti-Republican, MAGA people who are destroying our fucking country? Yep. Is that like, regardless of your thoughts on Israel, it should be sufficient for you to know that Bibi Netanyahu is a humongous supporter of Trump and is basically trying to domestically interfere with our politics when all of his speeches, when he comes over, he's like talking about what America should do, speaking for America. That should be enough. But the fact that you're cozying up with this guy who is,
and he has his own corruption scandals.
Trump is crazy.
Everything with
he's also a criminal.
The judicial overhaul, the fact that like there's like what is it? That like that's when he's probably mobilized the most amount of Israeli opposition.
His actual corruption trial, right? The actual genocide accusations and the ICC thing. So yeah, there's tons of shit on this guy. This guy's crooked. He's a punk. He's a corrupt gangster.
Do you remember back in 2020 when they announced the two-state solution that they literally didn't even consult any Palestinian like leaders or whatever? That coincided with both of them being met with corruption charges. They were trying to distract. Both of them were trying to distract from like come together to we're gonna broker peace in the Middle East, something that they had never fucking like they were not seriously discussing or talking about, especially if you leave out the any Palestinian leader or delegation. And it's all just like a smoke show to get away from the fact that really like they're both insane corrupt pieces of shit.
And they're doing it now, too. Every 2 weeks, they're like, new peace deal in Gaza. And the Gazans are like, what? We didn't hear about it. The Iranians actually took advantage of this because when Trump was like, hey, peace deal announced with Iran, Iran's like, wait, I didn't hear that. And then they're like, shut up, just go with it. So, like,
Iran was like, we're ready to embrace diplomacy. Like, we will come to the table still.
Yeah, no, it's for me, it's just really funny because it's so performative sometimes. And it's so obviously just theater. Sometimes it bites them in the ass, and sometimes it bites Israel in the ass because Trump is just doing anything to distract for the news of the day. And one of his favorite go-to lines is, "Oh, new trade deal. Wait, there's no trade deal. Oh, new peace deal. Oh, wait, there's no peace deal." At this point, it's a meme.
Yeah. The other thing about the collaboration, you don't just see that collaboration between the Israeli establishment or police forces and the United States police forces. You don't just see that. There's a documentary on Vice. I've seen people like dunk on this clip, but there is truth to it, where there were Palestinians in Gaza that are like, oh, I'm George Floyd. Like they were like standing in solidarity with George Floyd. There was communications between BLM activists in 2020 on the ground talking to Palestinians that were talking about how to resist tear gas, how they've done it from like the IDF or whatever. So that exists on both sides. I'd argue it's more righteous, obviously, in the latter rather than the former, but
the former.
But I would never say like it wouldn't occur to me if somebody said that I'm like, you're doing like Muslim tropes or like I don't know, some things. There's like reach for bigotry in there. I mean, like I would be surprised at first, I guess. I could see people being surprised, but it turned out to be true.
And just be right about it. Like, don't say it's a trope when you claim you've investigated it before and it's actually like factual information.
It's factual information, and it's not even being presented in an inflammatory way, because it is possible to present factual information in a way that is presented to
inflammatory,
like the Zog shit or whatever, like the way people make criticisms of it. That's an example of like that's true, but to frame it that way is like you're getting at anti-Semitism or whatever. This is not that's not an example of that, and I feel like anybody who's engaging in good faith should recognize that.
You're not saying it's
Fano,
true
what-
that Zionism occupies our government. What you're saying is that there's influence of Israel in the
Right,
government,
right,
but to
right.
present it in a certain way, even if it's true that there's a lot of influence of Israel, doesn't it can be misleading, even if you're presenting true information in a kind of misleading way.
Right. And I fail to see how that information, which just seems straightforward and benign and is true, I'm like, how is this spun in a way that was still offensive? I don't get it.
Yeah.
Really? Because I don't even see how that could be is the trope Israelis control like Jewish control? I don't even know what they're tapping into.
Yeah, if you're a Zionist, you would presumably be in support of this. You'd be in support of further collaboration between the IDF and NYPD. Why would this even be a bad thing? You'd be like, yeah, Mamdani's just wrong that we should be concerned about it. It's not anti-Semitic. It's just it's just good policy to support IDF integrating with the New York NYPD. I just don't understand even to take on the outlook of the Zionist framework. You should just be like, well, he's wrong on the facts. But the truth is, they are using and weaponizing, in my opinion, anti-Semitism.
I think that if you're going to have a conversation about that, which I'm willing to do, I will not have a conversation exclusively about Zoran specifically. We're going to do it with every single Democratic candidate. We're going to do it with Eric Adams, who again has his own history with not even, I don't even have to reach back to the Farrakhan shit. Just him meeting with fucking Sneeko and getting away with that and turning around and saying that Zoran's the actual anti-Semite is crazy projection. The fact that he collaborates with Trump, all of that. And then Andrew Cuomo's, again, maybe he gets an A and he's stellar with respect to Israel. But if the other side of this conflict, if it's going to be this dichotomy between are you pro-Arab or pro-Muslim versus pro-Jew and pro-Israel or whatever, then how does Andrew Cuomo, does he care about Muslim New Yorkers? Does he care about Arab New Yorkers? No, he probably doesn't. He'd get an F on that. Maybe he's never said anything inflammatory. But if you don't reach out to those people, again, I think that people would have an issue with Zoran Mamdani. Let's say he said nothing related to globalizing Intifada, none of that, but he just didn't reach out to Jewish constituents in New York City. That silence in and of itself would warrant criticism. It would get criticism.
I think one of the most powerful things that John McCain did on the campaign trail. Now, some people I think lionize it too much.
I hate McCain.
I think in other ways,
tread carefully.
I'm treading carefully, but talking down and saying, Obama's a fine, good man.
Oh, I brought this up. Actually. I can't remember why I brought it up, but Oh no, actually, it wasn't the context of I was reacting to Charlie Kirk and Megyn Kelly being insanely fucking racist to Zoran. It was actually fucking crazy, and I was like, dude, it's crazy that this was the candidate that was being elected. McCain is already a far right lunatic, and yet again by today's standards, he's sane.
He's a
statesman.
A great statesman.
Yeah.
One time and what you mean by that.
Okay.
No one cares about this stuff. The fact is that the price inflation over the last few years has just been killing regular people across this country. But
John McCain posting lib moment. Dude, what's so funny is that the only people that still like John McCain are libs. Really. Because when he died, it was MAGA that was fucking pissing on his grave. It was who's that guy that Ben Garrison made a fucking cartoon saying he's going to hell. Yes.
There's an Alex Jones meme that Joanna really likes, which is Alex Jones is speaking about Meghan McCain. This is from his father, who is now in hell. They hated him. They fucking despise John McCain.
Look.
Oh wow.
John Songbird McCain died 2018. Go to hell. I mean, this isn't even wrong. The man never met a war he didn't like.
Nowhere nearly as terrible.
No thoughts on that? Come on. You had your live moment. You have to throw in a criticism of him. He doesn't get credit for saving the ACA.
Yeah, he's a neocon. I think he does get credit for saving the ACA a little bit.
Thank you for
he
the
gets a little bit of credit for that, for sure.
No, he doesn't, because Republicans only get praised when they do the right thing after they've done all of the wrong things, right? So he should have been.
Yeah, sure, but I give Pence credit for not trying to steal the election.
I know.
On January 6th.
It's a low bar to clear, but I think it's important to factually state it. I don't need to give it praise. I'll praise Liz Cheney, fine, because you actually opposed it, right? When it was hard to do that. That's more worthy of praise than wow, you didn't go along with the insurrection. Good job. I got bits from Aging Millennial who says, please tell Pisco that Merrick Garland sucks. Are you triggered yet?
Oh, yeah. I'm triggered. I have to explain my take on that, but we can do that later.
Okay, that'll be fun.
probably as
waste
New
Aaron's
York
time.
City, maybe Los Angeles. But
This is it's nothing but wasting my time.
that in New York City, to be a regular person, it's just like impossible to survive there now. And while I do think that a lot of his prescriptions to the problem will only make it worse and aren't good,
Right.
like at least
That's
he was
the key.
talking about it. Yeah, but at least he was
That is the
talking
key.
about it. That's the whole game. Then you got to get in there and make the argument. Make the argument about how your policy will actually drive the price of chicken over rice down more than his will. Or have look, he did
Chicken
a video
over
on the chicken
rice,
over
we
rice
love
thing,
it.
and he didn't even realize at the conclusion of his video the whole problem was a crony government program. It had nothing to do with capitalism where you needed some government program. You needed to stop giving out the licenses to street vendors to these cronies. But regardless of that, at least he's talking about real issues that people actually care about. And that's why he won. He wasn't rejected by the people. He beat the former governor of the state who's born into political royalty as essentially a nobody. So he should, if people, whether you like him or hate him, you should look to this race. There's a lot to be learned there.
Dave, I think it's unfair to just poo-poo incendiary rhetoric like globalized intifada, because I know a lot of Jewish Americans who
Oh
are
my
offended by such
God.
language.
Bitch.
You're talking to one of them. I'm a Jewish New Yorker, and I
Okay,
promise
well,
you, it's fine.
Maybe it doesn't bother you, but I
Oh.
have Jewish friends who are bothered by that, especially given the escalating anti-Semitism around the country, not just in New York.
There's a
I'm
real-
offended by it.
there's a real-
Anna's like, she's having fun with this.
She's
There's
losing
a
it.
real
Losing
problem
it.
with paranoia in the Jewish community. I'm well aware of it. I'm probably much better than you are. It's fine. Jews are doing fine. We're thriving. Don't worry.
Okay, well, I know some people feel differently, but I do want to say in terms of government-run
They're
stores,
wrong.
you know what happens when governments take over merchandise? Look what happened with alcohol. Government-run alcohol shops, the purpose.
Oh, I didn't remember that she brought it up or whatever. But yeah, like
Wow,
this
nice
is
meme,
this is
nice
an example.
Hey, just hear me out, Lindy. You are a communist compared to me. You have
But
no-
like the issue that people have with he's probably not wrong.
True.
The issue with people like that they have with that is that these are like old like blue laws that are like prohibition era, like the product of like like a post-prohibition world or whatever. That's why that happens. That's the criticism. The criticism is not the prices are unfair and it's because the state has the monopoly on like setting the prices or whatever.
Yeah.
yeah, I believe I mean,
And liquor, unlike a grocery store, has a thing that like you literally do not need. You don't actually need it,
Yeah,
right? A
it's-
grocery store has basic necessities that we have like a lot of pricing information. You know that New Yorkers need eggs, they need milk, they need bread, they need cereal, they need like toilet paper, whatever you're gonna find in a grocery store. That stuff will be purchased. Those are inelastic goods. I guess liquor is probably an inelastic good, but you don't literally. If it didn't exist, you don't actually need it. You'd be fine.
anarcho-capitalist. I don't believe in any government whatsoever. So like,
cringe.
you don't need to convince me about how
no, I'm
government
just-
messes
this
up
isn't-
pricing
Voted for Trump, by the
mechanisms.
way, and voted for Trump.
And voted
by
for
the way.
Trump.
I just wanted to add to the point that government-run anything is a recipe for disaster. And I can assure
Agreed.
you that I'm not a communist by any stretch of the
Government-run
imagination. The
anything
communist
is a
regime tried to
disaster.
murdered my great-grandfather. To say that I'm anything.
You ever seen that clip at the Libertarian Convention or like a debate where they're answering if you should be required to get a driver's license before you're allowed to drive a car, and all but one say
my
no.
God.
You've never seen that clip?
No.
Oh my God, hold on, it's so funny.
Do we need a license to drive? I mean, they're literally like the fucking Article 3 free inhabitant fucking, you know what I'm talking about, right? The sovereign citizen people.
So yes, it is like definitely sovereign citizen memes. Gary Johnson booed at the Libertarian debate for supporting driver's licenses. This was only 7 years ago. This is not like 20, 30 years ago. This was recent.
This is Dave
Should someone
Smith.
have to have a government-issued license to drive a car?
Hell no.
What's next? Requiring a license to make toast in your own damn toaster?
The license to drive? You know, I'd like to see some competency exhibited by people before they drive.
This is edited down to look like a fucking scene from
God.
like
what?
Parks and Rec and shit. But
What's going on?
I guess they okay, sorry. It like flipped to the next video or whatever.
Oh, yeah, no worries. No, I just want to say, like, Gary Johnson, not so bad. He agrees with licenses for driving cars. So do I. I mean, he doesn't know what Aleppo is, but he knows that we need a license to drive. So, you know, in terms of policy, who could disagree with that?
The thing is that like I've seen the extended
A toast license. A toast license.
Well, actually, this is not that long. I'm gonna force you guys to watch it. It's like 2.5 minutes, so you can hear why they don't think you need it. And they basically see it as just unnecessary bureaucracy. And Gary Johnson will go on to say that as the mayor or as the governor of Arizona, right? He was the governor of Arizona. He was
Not
like
right now.
he was at one point.
Oh, Oh, Gary, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was as a Republican, not a Libertarian. But I think he genuinely, he would be like, he's like a kind of in the Thomas Massey, Ron Paul type thing. And he was saying like, hey, as governor, I did what I could to cut back on useless regulations. Like I opposed when they said that people who cut hair need to have like licenses to cut hair. I didn't think that you needed that, or like the fee shouldn't be exorbitant or whatever. So don't think that I'm here just loving the fucking nanny state. You'll see. And like again,
This is your
still
brain on abundance,
booed.
by the way.
Still booed.
By the way, this clip is your brain on abundance.
What the fuck do you mean by that?
Deregulatory.
Oh, gotcha.
It's a joke.
I thought you were saying like your brain, like to me specifically.
No, these libertarians.
And I was like, you think I like the abundance agenda?
No,
Mr.
no.
Peterson, I have a feeling I know how this answer is going to be. Should someone have to have a government-issued license to drive a car?
Hell no.
Fuck no.
Fuck no. Hell no. 2 words, baby. Hell no.
What, do you need a license to see
Dr.
porn?
Feldman.
Actually, yes.
Well, now you're gonna need a bathing suit license to swim in a pool.
Actually, yes.
This is the logic of government, everyone.
Actually, yes, you do need a porn license now, and you're going to be put on a porn list. Actually, Supreme Court said that's okay.
What is this in reference to?
Oh, so the Supreme Court upheld a law that basically said you need to enter your government ID on
The
like,
real
a
ID
rolling
stuff
basis
or whatever.
Yeah, when you watch pornography in certain states. So they upheld that law.
I
So,
can't
yeah,
stand these laws. I can't
I
stand
know,
them. They
I
don't
think
even do what they.
they're
They
so
don't even
horrible.
do what
They
they
don't
is.
do what they do. They don't protect children.
Yeah, no.
They just use children as like a shield to be like, oh, so you want to fuck children because you don't agree with our hate speech law,
Or
because
you want to
don't agree
show
with our
them.
fucking
You want to
porn
show
law.
them pornography or whatever. So
Yeah.
like, fucking please make yourself the biggest victim somewhere else. So stupid. The other thing that's annoying is that like these websites or whatever, now they won't even like operate in these. They refuse to comply. So you can't even like do the verification if you want to do
porn.
it. They like you click it. There's the picture of this woman there, and she's there to tell you you're not going to get access to this website. It's annoying, okay?
You know what? I think I kind of prefer these guys to the MAGA people. I prefer these guys who are like, keep your government hands off of my Pornhub. Like, I prefer these people to the Christian nationalist or fascist MAGA movement. These guys at least will like give us freedom, you know?
Yeah.
And they might like fuck up all of like our food quality standards and lead to the death of thousands of people because of like cholera and shit. But
On this, I can, you know, I will adopt this sort of more free market attitude, sure.
Yeah, sure.
Because it's like a speech issue. To me, it's unambiguously a speech issue.
I think it's unambiguously a speech issue too. Which
Like an
I'm
expression
glad
issue.
The Supreme Court recognized. The Supreme Court did recognize it's not the worst possible position they could take. I still have to ferret out how I feel about it. But I do think that it is a speech issue, and the Supreme Court did recognize that it is at least somewhat a speech issue.
A car is like a gun or anything else. As long as you're using it right and not using it to hurt other people, you should have a right
Not the
to
question.
use it.
Dodger.
This is literally the best.
Dodger.
This is the best argument for gun right, like for like increasing like gun laws. Somebody who looks at it this way.
Fucking license, numbnuts.
And a permit is just another way to get some money and inconvenience to people.
Mr. McAfee.
I don't think licenses are required. However, if you are under 16 and your parents say you can drive and you haven't done it before, you should put.
So we're presupposing that there's no minimum age to even be able to operate a vehicle. You should just be able. It's a default that you should be able to do that.
Why are there public roads in Ancapistan? Like, what are we doing this? Like, even the premises here are a little questionable. I think they should all try to.
Oh, come on. We abolished slavery. Do we need to tear down the White House now? It was built by slaves. Give me a fucking break. That would be their argument. Their argument is that, well, it was the damage is done. There's literally no point in trying to like undo this or whatever. Let's just make all these roads like privatized and toll roads and make.
Wait, did this guy die? McAfee guy? This guy dead?
Did he die from COVID? Does it get the Which Kane Award?
Stop. Herman Cain.
The Herman Cain Award. Was he posthumously awarded the
yes or no Herman Cain Award?
No.
Okay.
No, because it's sad. It genuinely is sad. It was like genuinely sad to me.
Sad, yeah.
The only people I don't like. There's a difference between I take pleasure in it versus I can understand why people. I don't think it's demonic for people to laugh at it. It's obviously like Schadenfreude that like yes, you as a person who went around telling people it's fake, you become the victim of it.
Flashing pink
yes,
light.
He was
on
living
your
in
roof at
Thailand,
least.
undisclosed beach. This segment is sponsored by NordVPN.
So we can get out of your way. but that at the most.
Mr. Perry.
The government requires licenses for far too many things. The government requires licenses for people to broadcast radio.
What's the scare quotes?
The government
I don't know.
requires licenses to get married. They require a license to drive.
This is not how you use quotations. Like,
What's next? Requiring a license to make toast in your own damn toaster? Absolutely
Fucking
not.
based.
absolutely not.
Based.
I gotta say, I can at least like respect that they commit to the bit. He's explaining all these like we're not doing it for this. We're definitely not doing it for that.
Governor?
I think government has a basic responsibility to protect us against individuals, groups, corporations, foreign governments that would do us harm. In that context, a license to drive, you know, I'd like to see some competency exhibited by people before they drive.
No, fuck that. I want to be
Tough
run over
crowd.
and killed. I want to be killed by these people. And you know what? No drunk driving laws either.
He eventually did get the nominee. He got the nominee of the party this year. So at the end of the day, the coolest head prevailed. These are like clearly like a vocal minority.
But it's kind of like when the DSA nominates AOC, but they like hate that she voted for the Iron Dome or whatever. They're like, it's conditioned. Like we're doing this because you're the only person that could possibly. Now, as it stands, no one from the Libertarian Party has a prayer of winning any kind of national election ever. They've never won. Have they won a local election?
Yeah, they've
won like dog catcher and
No, more than that. There have been some candidates that have managed to win or whatever. But I think Gary Johnson, he may have like all but said that he was doing it to attempt to bring more attention and recognition to the party. Because if there were more Gary Johnsons in the party, they would not be so fringe. If it was a party of like Ron Paul, Thomas Massey types, Gary Johnson types, I can see that actually. That's easily within the Overton window within the United States.
Maybe.
But like there are also corporate interests that oppose these people.
I mean, Javier Milei won in Argentina. Why couldn't they win here?
Yeah.
As governor of New Mexico, I vetoed a whole lot of bills. I vetoed the haircutting license. I vetoed all sorts
I said Arizona. It was New Mexico, yeah.
of licensing, but license to drive? I mean, you could, arguably, you could have an insurance requirement, I guess, that then the insurance company would determine. I mean, you got people that are blind that would.
I mean, this is
insurance.
it would basically, it would exist. You're not going to be able to get insured unless you go through it. Now a private entity is going to make you do their own test or whatever.
Yeah.
There's no way they're going to offer. How can you even like gauge what to charge people or whatever as far as their liability for the coverage if you don't know what competency they exhibit?
True. It's a classic Ancapistan. They just reinvent the government and they reinvent the systems that they say are.
It's going to be less accountable and it's going to be concentrated in the hands. It's going to be like a plutocracy. Yes.
Yeah.
Would be on the road, I think, that would actually continue to drive until they hurt somebody. I think.
Yes, there would be. Have you ever fucking talked to an old person in your family? Try to get their keys from them. They'll never give them to you, by the way. They would drive until, like, again, they get into a fucking car accident if you let them. You'll never get those keys.
You'll never get these keys.
You won't. I need to have the gif of like Jenk shaking the keys. That's his last base moment.
Well,
at Liquid.
What? I'm fine. You're crazy. I'm gonna drive. You're crazy. Why are you taking my keys? No. Hey, no. I'm driving. They do it like that. They really make you feel like an asshole for pushing.
It's horrible.
I have no experience with this. Yeah.
Zero. That was not from personal experience.
Never happened.
Never been an offender bender.
Hey, Pisco, stop it. I'm driving. Okay.
Quit backseat driving.
Yeah.
Which is hilarious because, again, like, they also love backseat driving themselves. They just don't like to do it. They don't like being on the receiving end of it.
You're too close to the curb.
Yeah. You're advancing too quickly while you're approaching a red. That was always the one in my family or whatever. They're like, stop speeding to get to a red light. Which I never did. Whatever.
Gentlemen, we have come to the end of the question and answer portion of the debate. You now have 60 seconds to make a closing argument. Since Mr. McAfee went first, Mr. Perry, you may go first.
Perry, I love trains.
Amazing.
Being
have you seen Love on the Spectrum?
I've seen clips on TikTok. Why?
There's a girl named Perry who loves trains. She talks like this. I love her. She's so funny. She's so good.
I saw the one who kind of like he like talks like
Yes.
yes.
Yes, of course. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. It's not ableist. These guys are stars. They love it. They love it.
There was a point where he like doesn't like blondes or something, and his mom set up like a.
I don't like blondes. You should have told. Yeah, it's really a great show. You guys should watch it. These people. It's actually a very touching and very moving show.
Somebody put love on the spectrum is horrific. LOL.
Terrific.
Is horrific.
Turbo ableism. How is it ableist?
Because I bet people think it's like inspiration porn. That's probably the criticism.
Oh.
Inspiration porn, or like you're not fetishizing, but you're like there's a sort of like gazing at them that is paternalistic. I don't know how to describe it.
Orientalism for people with autism.
Right. I guess I think that's like the strongest criticism. I would agree, but like that exists in most reality TV shows. It's gawking at people. So obviously, when you add in the complication, like the complicating factor of like, and they have a disability, that's going to be front and center in people's minds that you're doing that.
Yeah, just press play.
No, just compare to me. No, compare to them.
All right,
compare to them. You're a free market libertarian. Yes, compare to the Chinese communist. You're a capitalist, but compare to me, you're all a bunch of commies.
All right, well, I can, maybe that's true. But I just want to say that all of his recipes, all his prescriptions for New York City, it's just horrendous.
Thank you for subscribing.
Oh my God. Is his plan to tax whiter neighborhoods.
What? Plan to tax whiter neighborhoods.
Yeah, this is good to Anna's critique. Is like, just don't open yourself up for that shit, because these bad faith hacks they're gonna just excoriate you for it.
And I can see, like, I'm not surprised that like voters are not gonna like it or whatever.
It's extremely divisive, and he ran as a person who would encourage unity. This is precisely that kind of thing.
Listen,
Econoboy says, I think only whites should pay tax.
I agree.
Sorry. Econoboy's getting radicalized. He's getting like crazy radicalized. Like, we can't even call our show Live and Learn anymore. The show needs to be called, like, I don't even know. What should it be called? We have a communist on the show now.
Well, he learned about liberalism.
Aaron count as white. We're Latino, man. We're not white.
Latina for the wina. Come on, you guys. Isn't it obvious? I mean, to me, it's obvious. Apparently, it's not obvious to people. You're of the Peruvian persuasion, right?
Yeah. You're of the Mexican persuasion.
I had somebody was like, they were talking to you about me, and they all they put was Arab ? And I said close, and then put like a bunch of like peppers, and they were like, and then they started guessing from there.
Oh wow.
That, like, look, there's a certain point where you lose the moral high ground. You lose the right to even make that argument. And as one of the biggest funders of the Democratic Party while they were in the lockdown regime, you just really don't get to tell.
What gives away you're Latino? Is it just your looks or the things you say and do? No, somebody's asking you. No, they're asking you, I think.
What? Latino?
What gives away that you're Latino? Is it just your looks or things that you say and do? It's my aura, and it's his aura as well.
We're Latino, man. I don't know what to say, Holmes.
Viva la raza.
I know. Pa la cultura.
Tell anyone else about how they're going to ruin the city.
I thought bro was Middle Eastern.
Bro?
You.
Not me? You thought I was Middle Eastern?
I just told you of an example of my friend literally saying Arab ? In response.
Come on.
They're going to pit people against each other.
Wait, did you listen to what?
Okay, what did he say?
This is actually
you
huge.
lose the moral high ground. You lose the right to even make that argument. And as one of the biggest funders of the Democratic Party while they were in the lockdown regime, you just really don't get to tell anyone else about how they're going to ruin the city or how they're going to pit people against each other.
I wasn't one of the biggest funders during that time. I was in 2024. That's actually incorrect. I have to.
So after they did that, you rewarded them with funds.
No, actually, 2024. I did nothing to perpetuate.
He was a major funder.
Actually, that was one of the catalysts that had me leaving the party.
Well, that's great. But anyway, the Democratic establishment doesn't get to lecture people about pitting everyone against each other.
We're at the point where we're just like dunking on Lindy.
I'm not part of the Democratic establishment. I actually expose them and their corruption.
Okay, fair enough. But
I expose the Democrat corruption.
The Democratic establishment has lost the right to look at the left and say, oh no, that's going to cost too much money, or oh no, that's going to pit people against each other. And literally, and this is the fact now, the left wing of the Democratic Party is the only one who's got any enthusiasm or any shot to do anything. It's sorry, you're dealing with AOC and Bernie Sanders now because no one wants to hear from Chuck Schumer ever again.
Where the hell did you go?
I'm taking a potty break. Sorry, just one second. I'll be back. I got to pee.
God.
That's the reality.
Look, the absolute state of my co-host right now, you guys.
It's
I
true.
can't argue with that, actually.
Hold on, I want to throw this out, and then I want to go to Amy so she can comment. So the reason this matters to me, and I'm curious if this is one of the reasons it might matter to people who do not live in New York that are on this panel, is because it seems to be a fight for the soul of our cities, our big cities.
Dude, they were just talking to fucking Dave Smith, who was literally, he didn't actually name that rhetoric, or like he didn't use that phrase, but when he was saying the only thing that they fucking had to oppose Donald Trump is talking about like the threat that he's going to end democracy or whatever, the whole fighting for the soul of the nation, that was something that Biden ran on in 2020 and actually won, and it was a recapitulation of that effectively. And now you have her as a panelist unironically making that same argument, but for a Republican or against a Democrat, even though they're the only ones that still use that. Do you think Dave Smith will call it out? No, of course not.
And in my opinion, some of his positions, both economic and social, are radical and scary. So when I look at just his economic policies, right, this is a guy that's never run a business, let alone
who speaks better Spanish, you or Pisco? Pisco for sure, dude.
A city that has $100 billion budget and a $2 trillion economy. And The Atlantic, which is very liberal, likened his campaign to magical realism, claiming it was exuberantly disconnected from actual...
Dude, she's pointing to The Atlantic, trying to be like, even the liberal Atlantic does not like Zoran Mamdani. It's like, dude, The Atlantic is like the old guard. Like, they're not like progressives. It's literally like corporate like Dems that read that and like the fucking...
Same with New York Times, right? These are all just like rich left, like liberal, like just like liberals, really, or centrist liberal types who are not like the radical left. The way that they're painting it is so insane. They're taking the framing of like Fox News.
And they're the things that they're saying, it's like that's an indictment of those liberals for making these sorts of criticisms. The whole like magical realism thing is like you really are getting this close to like tropes, ones that are typically associated with African Americans. But like the magical realism thing, I'm like, do we need to have like a version of like the magical Negro thing? Because that's what it like conjured up to be when I heard that. I'm like, what are you even talking about with this like the magical realism of Zoran Mamdani?
They're doing some like some Indian trope or some like Sufi trope or something. I don't even know. Also, guys, my bathroom is really close to my door. I did wash my hands. Stop talking shit.
Did you have your
guys are
quartering
so
moment,
annoying.
but you just turned the camera off?
What's a quartering mode? Did he like do something?
He like
untoward?
peed in the corner of his like fucking room for some reason because he couldn't be bothered to like go to the bathroom. I'm not crazy, right? This actually happened. I think it did. I don't want to show it on stream, but you know, you can imagine it. And that's what you were doing. Pisco pissing in the corner of his room. Typical.
I just love pee. Don't let it hang.
You just said you were going to lean into that. What am I supposed to do? I didn't make you say that. You just said it. Why did you say that? Why did you turn down the name Taking the Piss if you're going to say shit like that?
No, you're clip farming. You're supposed to fucking respond, but you let it hang so you could farm a clip. So I don't know.
You'll see this on Twitter soon. I'm tagging you
play.
on Twitter tomorrow when I post
No,
this.
you're not.
Yes,
this
I
is
am.
not going on Twitter. It's not going on Reddit either.
Are you DMCAing it? It's our show. It's my stream.
So if you post it, I'm not allowed to DMCA. Well, let's test that.
If I do it from your perspective, fine.
This is malicious. This is malicious.
Don't even go there. Don't go there.
Oh yeah, no. All right, I won't.
Government budgets and organizational charts. And when you look into some of the policies he's talking about with regard to free public transit, the MTA is going bankrupt. It's a disaster. You have to fix that first. And what are you going to take
prop clipping
away from to give to that? Like what is going to suffer? Is it going to be
Mr. Brandon, thank you for gifting a
Is it
sub.
going to be emergency response? How are you going to fund this stuff? This guy needs billions of dollars, but he's chasing rich people out of the city. Or those kinds of policies are, and we're seeing it in real time. So
she's literally she has no. She's reading off ChatGPT. You're seeing what that actually looks like. She clearly got like all she typed in there was, what are the strongest criticisms of Zoran Mamdani? Like, how do I scare myself right now? She should have read this. Well, they should have turned off the lights in the studio, had her hold like a flashlight under her chin, and she read off the fucking like AI summary of everything scary that Zoran has done. And it's like, yeah, he's talking about all of these programs that are popular or like work in other developed countries. And he's saying he's going to tax rich people to pay for them.
So scary.
Socialism.
Here's a number.
It's like these people would talk to like a voter in New York that was like, I'm really open to the idea that we could have like a free public transit. And then like Jilligan would be like, what are you, a socialist? Like just talking about free public transit.
Free public
over
transit.
$24 billion in taxable income in a recent year due to outmigration. And you know that the top 1% are already
Dude, it's fucking New York City. There is no capital flight that's going to be so significant that it just like collapses the economy. There will always be businesses in fucking New York City. That's not going anywhere. And the other thing is that he talked about this on the debate stage. He's like, you don't literally have to be there to be subject to taxes in our jurisdiction, because if you're doing business, you don't actually have to have like your headquarters there or anything like that. You can still be subject to it. So yes, taxation can still occur.
So this happened during COVID, where my office was in New York City, and I wasn't at that time living in New York City, and I was still subject to taxation from New York City, even though I wasn't like quote unquote benefiting from or quote unquote residing in New York City.
I mean, we're unique in the sense that like if you're trying to become a citizen somewhere else, you're still going to be taxed domestically, even though you're not actually. Isn't that that's pretty unique? In most countries, unique, when you're trying to become a citizen, like if you go from like I don't know, somewhere in Europe and you want to become a citizen of like Mexico or the United States or Canada, they don't continue to like tax you while you're doing that.
Yeah, there's like global taxation for U.S. citizens. That's not that unique. I think it is unique. Peru does it too. So okay, U.S. and Peru.
Paying 40% of the income taxes. Capital is mobile. So you guys are completely right. He is addressing very real problems. The questions we need to ask, are his policies going to make them better or worse?
I just don't know, you guys.
Public housing, it's already completely mismanaged. It's a mess.
Like, yeah, he says public transit, but then I'm like, oh God, where are the rich people? What are we, like, that's always how she's always with the hand wringing.
Rich people. Yeah, hand wringing. When is Anna going to talk shit? Or is that
let's move on to the TYT bit really quick where she
let's do that.
She does that. Why aren't you wearing your glasses?
I have to. You want me to?
No, I just asked you why not. I didn't ask you to do it. Can you hear me?
I said I don't have to, and then I said, do you want me to?
Why don't you have to?
I did hear you. Why would I have to?
I thought you needed them to see. Was it a fashion choice this whole time?
No. My eyes are actually getting worse, but sometimes I wear them, sometimes I don't. Sometimes it's fashion, sometimes it's not.
I can't get away with like not wearing my glasses. I can't even see like this far in front of me without them.
Oh yeah, it's not like that. Hang on, I'll put on some glasses though, for you, since you like them.
I just asked where they were.
Do you think I look better with glasses or without?
I think without, personally, but it's because your frames are really, really intense, and you have like you got your intense eyebrows and then like the thick frame on top, so it's just like you got like Sharpie, like almost like Sharpie brows
what about
going
these
on.
Lighter ones.
That looks better. Yes. Okay. You can pull off the like 80s serial killer glasses. Good job. Because it kind of is those, but like looks good. Lindy Li. Lindy Li's Islamophobic attack. So Anna goes off. This was July 1st, and the video from TYT. Zoran Mamdani gets attacked by his own party.
A show with her name's Lindy Li. So I want to go to that video next, because on her take last Friday, here's what she had to say about Mamdani. Let's take a look.
I am absolutely stunned that the city that is famous for being terrorized by Islamic terrorists is on the cusp of electing Islamic extremists who was chanting globalized intifada.
So fucking insane.
Intifada as its main.
There was no part of like any of this that was sane.
So fucking insane.
Here. That for me is just jaw-dropping. This is 24 years after 9/11.
I'm just curious, is there a day you wake up where you don't see terrorism everywhere? Because you literally just implied that this guy's a terrorist, and I found that bigoted, Islamophobic, and absolutely disgusting. If you don't like his policies, I can understand that, and we can have a discussion about those policies. But it seems like you just have a problem with the fact that he's Muslim. You have a problem with the fact that he looks a little different from other previous leaders. Don't interrupt me, I'm still speaking, I didn't interrupt you. Listen, the problem with that mayoral race is that the Democratic candidates who ran against him in the primary offered nothing. They offered nothing but the status quo. By the way, the progressive who ran in the primary has decided to endorse Mamdani and happens to be a Jewish American. So these allegations that Mamdani is like some Muslim extremist who hates Jews is utterly ridiculous. And by the way, Cenk, I noticed that Lindy Li changed her tone a little bit when it comes to Mamdani when you were debating her on Piers Morgan's show today. Let's take a quick look at that.
Cenk, I just want to say my opposition to him has nothing at all to do with Israel or his faith. It's nothing. It's to do with his Marxist ideology. And I have to say, I feel sick to my stomach.
She is so fake.
She's fucking slippery, this one. But to her credit, she probably literally does not fucking remember saying that shit on her take. It was a joke.
What do you mean? Like, you think she was joking
because
about?
she's blatantly contradicting. She's lying on Piers Morgan saying, this has nothing to do with that. This has nothing to do with that. This is just about the fact that he's a Marxist ideology or whatever. Dude, on fucking her take, you spent all of this time lambasting him for not being pro-Israel or being anti-Semitic or whatever the fuck. And then like again, I don't even know if it's obviously contradicting herself, but like she did not have any part of what she read on her take memorized whatsoever. I don't think she had read it beforehand. I don't think she remembers it. So she doesn't even remember the shit that she's spewing.
Because of it, I was born in an authoritarian communist regime that murdered my great grandfather in cold blood. So anything that reeks of communism just sends shivers down my spine.
I have yet to host any show with Lindy Li where she doesn't bring up her personal experiences and what happened to her grandparents at the hands of the Chinese Communist Party. But nonetheless, she's ignorant, she's Islamophobic, and I find her embarrassing. Cenk, back to you.
Cenk, back to you, bitch.
Oh no.
She is all of those things. And you know, there's a reason why, again, Anna Kasparian does not promote this show, like her take on her Twitter or anything like that. I think this is probably the first time that she's talked about it. I don't know, for fucking no, it's not, because Lindy Li is like literally a pain piggy. She has to get what tell me what she is. That is what she
Women are supposed to build each other up, not tear each other down.
Nevertheless, she persisted.
But like, imagine that a Conboy said, I find Pisco disgusting. I find him reprehensible. I think he's Islamophobic. I think he's ableist scum, and I'm embarrassed to do anything with him. Like, I would be fine to keep working, but not like normal people. Normal people like probably would take umbrage with that, and it might second guess like the decision to do this show at all, which I have to stress and highlight is something I question every single week.
Wait, I was distracted. What the fuck were you just responding to? Somebody saying you shouldn't do the show for the millionth time? Yes, you do. Come on.
No. I'm basically saying, wouldn't it be problematic for most normal people? Like for me, it wouldn't matter. Like I'm okay with people who disagree violently with me and continuing to do stuff. Like you and I disagree on everything.
Name one disagreement. And it can't be abundance. That's what I thought, bitch. You're a communist, obviously.
I'm not a communist.
Very convincing.
Yeah, but that's basically like I'm not so sure that Lindy's going to be similarly disposed to just, put aside the pretty harsh criticism from Anna.
No, I think she'll take it because again, what is she going to do? Get into a disagreement with Anna and like lose her cushy gig on her take that she shouldn't even be fucking like. She's lucky to get a check for what she does. She didn't even show up prepared. It really is egregious. Just like not even getting into the fact that what she's saying is like lies and bullshit. No, just getting into the fact that like, again, this is her job and she was not even doing any sort of preparation for it. Regardless of your partisan affiliation, that looked bad.
Wait, can I just ask, like, it sounded like you were going to say she doesn't deserve to be on the show. Like there's some standard, there's a high standard to be on the Valuetainment show.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that like, I don't think that she's going to, if it's between keeping Anna Kasparian on the show or Lindy Li, they're going to go with Anna Kasparian because she has more name recognition. So to take her to, Anna's in a position over her as far as like leverage goes. She has the larger platform that Lindy, they're not going to side with the Lindy, or objectively they shouldn't if they're really the ruthless businessmen that they purport to be. To keep like side with Lindy and like alienate Anna as opposed to the reverse. And Anna is the bigger grab to. If Anna weren't on the show, we probably wouldn't watch it.
True.
Like half the thing that makes it bearable is that there is some pushback to this.
There's some conflict, yeah.
I'm going to say some words that I did not expect.
Like Lindy doesn't go. Like if there's no Lindy, the show's fine. It's like still the exact same.
Literally, it's the exact same show.
It is, but if there's no Anna, there's like literally no tension. There's no friction. There's like nothing.
Yeah.
Say in 1990.
This is Dr. Drew on RFK Jr. Medicaid chaos. That's one way to put it. And America's masculinity crisis. This is her take, episode 10. Everyone, this was published 4 days ago.
6. I miss Bill Clinton. I really
And I'm pretty sure, like, again, they got like the big guests early on because they had like Ann Coulter and like Tommy Lahren or whatever. Now Dr. Drew, didn't Jillian Michaels work with Dr. Drew? He did like,
I'm not so sure.
Didn't they do like something together? I don't know, because like now it's like Dave Smith, they got Adam Sosnick on, and now Dr. Drew. It's like, come on,
These
dude.
are like C tier now guests now. These are C tier. Bring me on fucking her take. I'm an actual fan. I mean, we're actually fans. We're in here. We're in the streets actually following up here.
I mean, would you be interested in like going after them for their previous takes on her take, or would you just like whatever the topic is at hand?
I think you and I should go on together, and we should
double team,
and we should just do like a regular show, and just like do the like. This should not be an indictment of her take. We should just like be on the show and appreciate it for what it is.
We'll fight We'll actually bring out the right like leanings in Anna that they saw that got her on the show in the first place. Because between you and I, we definitely would trigger her, and she'd start fighting everyone. But I don't know if she would
100%.
like at that point side more with us or side with them.
She might.
Again, she did say that she's like embarrassed to host a show with her and has the displeasure of doing so. So maybe she would.
I saw you react when I brought it up.
I really miss Bill Clinton.
My issue, and especially coming from Australia, where it is largely socialized healthcare system, people are dying, waiting for ambulances now.
That's true. Music.
People are literally not getting the care that they need because they've become so reliant on government.
The way socialized medicine
I
operates.
hate the way it looks.
You have so many aesthetic issues with it. So if I pull open your stream right now, is it literally just going to be the Discord pop out?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, then fuck you. Shut the fuck up. You have no room to talk, okay?
We're working on that. We're working on it.
So he says.
They want you to die waiting for care rather than delivering the care.
What? Can you explain? Can you elaborate on that just a little bit?
So let me give you two. You really want to get the weeds on this?
Yeah, of course.
We want to help these people. And he goes, no, I just want a 3-day detox. You think
this music does not match what they're going for. They're all talking over each other. There's like no context provided. These are supposed to be the like smackdown moments, I guess, or like the they're gonna talk about this. None of it's landing.
You're not going to relapse again after 3 days. Goes, oh no, they may relapse, but if they relapse
This is
3
like
times, then
this
they're
is
not
like
no
Ocean's
longer my
11 heist
concern.
music.
Yeah.
This is like music for like you're about to heist, and they have the big band, they have the trumpets, all that shit. It does not fit like this very sobering discussion about corruption and healthcare and people die. People die.
Well, you have the fucking giggles tonight. You have been laughing so much every single time that I look up at you. You're smiling like a fool and you're laughing.
Happy.
No, you can't.
You don't think that I enjoy doing this show with you. I have fun.
Is that why you're laughing? Why are you laughing so much tonight?
I'm just having a good time. I don't know if is it illegal to be like enjoying this moment and just being in the moment?
It's sus.
You seemingly want it's sus?
Yes, it's sus. Usually you're slouching even more. You have the hoodie on, the glasses on, you don't have your Starbucks, you don't have your caffeine, and the whole time you're like, I've just streamed for 11 hours, I'm so fucking tired, I can't believe I have to do my job. Why are you actually gonna make me react to the whole thing, Aaron? Oh my god.
Econoboy says it's gay behavior.
Ooh.
I've never seen Econoboy do heteronormative and frankly
he's a changed man. He's a brocialist now, okay? He's not like yes. You might need to rename Live and Learn.
To someone had a suggestion.
The more that he learned about liberalism,
he was repelled by it.
Yes.
He hated it.
Correct.
And now he's like a
natural
legit
conclusion. He's at least a socialist, a demsock.
Demsock.
China's been buying up U.S. farmland at an accelerating pace.
Yeah, this is a Chinese national fresh from Wuhan.
Did you say Wuhan?
Exactly. I mean, that's where the coronavirus came from. People, you do not need to set bombs off to start a war. These people, they are the enemy.
You don't need to set bombs off to start a war. I agree with you.
You don't need bombs. It's a great point. Amy.
What's so funny is that they will talk about supporting Trump's military actions against Iran's nuclear facilities and like that, like talk about like different things that he should. They have talked about like different hawkish actions that he should take. But then the next month they'll be talking about how, oh, China and Iran, they don't even need to bother with any sort of like military warfare because they do psychological warfare and it's more effective. And it never occurs to them that like, yeah, you're right. You actually don't need to conduct these like hot wars to interfere with their countries. That didn't happen with Russia, and we still talk about the fact that there was like Russian interference in the election. No, that seems to be more important.
Of the American people, we should do everything we can to stamp them out.
Both political parties are 100% full of shit when it comes to this issue. We need to protect property and businesses in the United States. Full stop.
Yeah, there's actually there's a crisis of Democrats being afraid to stand up for property rights and like be tough on crime, you guys.
True. I hate the music.
All right, guys,
it doesn't
welcome
fit their whole heist aesthetic. Like it goes from
there's no heist aesthetic,
and then it goes to dun dun dun, like some kind of like commercial for
your music doesn't fit your vibe.
Product. Excuse me.
Your music doesn't fit your vibe. You have your little like acoustic like guitars out or whatever, and then it's like you see
Say it again. Say that again to my face.
Your music doesn't fit your vibe, your aesthetic.
You would never say that if I were in person. You would never go there.
I would absolutely say it in person. I would.
No, you wouldn't. You would chicken out.
What would happen? You would beat me up. You'd bounce me against the walls. What's the consequence if I say that to your face? You'd make me cry? Like, what are you getting at?
No, this is...
You can't say it, so you would beat my ass. Okay. Pisco's admitting he would physically beat a woman that disagrees with him and that criticizes him. Everyone just heard that. What did you just say?
Just press play, all right? I don't need this kind of treatment. I demand respect. I deserve respect. Press play.
People that, get respect usually don't have to say things like, I demand it, I deserve it.
Anyone who has to say that they are.
I knew that was coming. Fuck you, we're pressing play.
To her take, please don't forget to subscribe, click that bell notification. It helps us out a ton with the algorithm, and you'll never miss a show. This gentleman to my right is Dr. Drew Pinsky, double board certified claims physician. Yeah, pretty impressive. Not too shabby.
Yeah, I had a lot of energy when I was younger. That's what it boils down to. I look at that. I was doing we were flying next to each other last night. I was doing some board upkeep, and I thought, wow, back in the day, this was nothing. Now it feels like a lot.
Well, it's a lot because you also continue to shape public dialogue with your show.
That's the bit, Saging Millennial.
Dr. Drew. No one gives a fuck about what Dr. Drew says.
I know, it's all about Dr. Phil.
Dr. Drew. It's Dr. Phil.
Dr. Phil supremacy.
The Adam and Drew podcast.
We are still together, Adam and I, which is ridiculous.
Adam and Drew.
30 years.
Adam and Sitch and Drew. Adam Sitch and Drew.
It's the only funny part about that to you is that, they both have Adam in the name. Ha ha ha.
Oh, no, it's also funny because you're doing this little thing where you're implying that I'm high. And I see it in the chat too. People saying, Pisco's high. I'm not high, guys. I'm just having fun.
Me? Okay, you're confusing me with your chat. I didn't think that you were high. I asked you what was going on. You wouldn't clarify. You said, can a man laugh or whatever? You acted like it was some personal attack. You never clarified. Now people are fucking wondering and speculating because you dodged the question.
One of these days I want to raid into Adam and Sitch because they really don't like me. But you know what?
Aren't hate raids against like YouTube TOS?
That's not hate raids. I'll just be like, hey guys, you should really check out Adam and Sitch. Good content.
Sending love.
I love it.
Yeah, well.
It really would be a love raid, right? Because you just love them so much. Say, I love Adam and Sitch.
I love Adam and Sitch. Love them. Always have.
We love you, and we love both of you together.
We haven't killed each other yet.
You know what? That's because you're both friggin' awesome. Honestly, Doc, if I could just take a moment to appreciate you.
Julian, stop it. It's a pleasure to be here.
So awkward.
It really is a privilege. Congratulations on the show, guys. It's really great.
Thank you.
I want to be a part of it.
Going wonderful.
Well, you are, and it's long overdue that we've had a MAGA-esque kind of a show, and I'm sure we will, fall into other categories along the way, like California and the craziness there. But MAGA is one of the biggest political movements in the country.
Yes.
Unfortunately, this is true.
And it's hard for people to disseminate.
I shouldn't say that the MAGA movement or whatever. I'll take that back because I do think that the extent to which there's this huge faction of voters that came out specifically because of the RFK selection or whatever. Like, I'm very, very skeptical of that. But I do think that it's like, I don't know. What do you think? Like, I'm seeing it like the undercurrents of it I don't see that trend reversing. I think
talking about Maha.
It's just so serious to me because what making America healthy again consists of is being fucking like anti-vax, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So like
And
to me
red
again,
dye.
like even though it's like it's very few people or whatever talking about it, it has this like massive repercussion. So I don't know. It seems to be significant in some way. Like I don't think that don't you think in some way that like Trump was pandering by putting RFK Jr. like an anti-vaxxer as the head of HHS?
Maybe he's pandering, but he's pandering to his base with the anti-vax stuff. I think they're putting him specifically in the domain, which I think MAGA is like most acclimated to agree with RFK in terms of substantive policy, namely his opposition to vaccines. And I do think that there's been a lot of astroturfing that MAGA. I've seen it from like the MAGA comedians. I've seen it from the MAGA influencers. So maybe they've memed it into existence.
All of the information that's out there, from gain-of-function research to vaccines.
Yeah.
So here's what's up for...
Dr. Drew famously wrongly claimed that COVID was going to be nothing and no one would die. You know who else did that? Donald Trump. They also don't give a shit that he did it either, so you're not going to see any pushback if he brings up any of that nonsense on this fucking episode from any of these people.
Epstein also said that COVID was going to be nothing. Not Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein died before COVID.
Okay. Wait, Epstein who? Wait, I didn't know who you're talking about. What are you talking about?
Epstein.
Who?
If you know, you know. If you know, you know. But if you search Epstein COVID prediction, this is a deep cut. This is only for people who are really in the know of who was wrong about their COVID predictions. But it's a different Epstein.
Did you put any money on a COVID prediction? Are you a wealthy man today because of other people suffering?
That would be immoral. It's like playing poker with people's lives.
How is that any different than any other type of gamble?
I think gambling on whether X amount of people will die. Wait, didn't Sam Harris do that with Elon Musk?
I don't know. Did he? Sounds like something he would do.
He did do that. He did do that.
But it doesn't sound like it would be his idea. It sounds like a wager he'd take Elon Musk up on that he offered.
I think Harris offered it, and Elon didn't pay.
So Kay though in my chat said RFK has identified real problems. Okay, name one. Name one real problem, and like what's his solution to it as well.
Yeah, because people say that. People always say this. Yeah, I might not agree on vaccines. Like Jared Polis says this. Like, what is the big thing that RFK would we agree on with RFK on health stuff?
It's like I don't care about agreeing on a criticism with someone. I care about agreeing on the solution.
Today, guys. First, I'm sure you saw that Secretary Kennedy fired 17 members of the ACIP. Now, this is the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, and he subsequently hired his own staff. CNN responds by citing 250 studies that they crowdsourced to say that they have effectively disproved Kennedy's claims about lack of proper vaccine safety testing. So we're going to break this down in detail for you. What's true? What isn't? What does it mean for you and your family? Next, we've got cuts to healthcare and food stamps. So everyone's pointing the finger at Republicans, but there's a lot more to the story. Who's getting cut and why? Lindy's going to give us the details on that.
Oh,
China
God,
is
that's
smuggling
great.
in
That'll be awesome.
What?
Just the facts that Lindy gives us on the
looking forward to her report.
Looking forward to the unbiased report.
The Chat GPT fucking like AI summary.
The U.S. Not at all terrifying. We're going to take a broader look at bioweapons in general, including gain-of-function research, which are concerns that we're facing in the future going forward.
Very concerned.
It's kind of unfortunate, but whenever I hear things like gain-of-function research, even though gain-of-function research is like, you can have legitimate debates about it and all that shit, but whenever someone says it, I'm already primed to be like, you crazy bitch?
In the context of a discussion related to like SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19, no, that was already settled back in 2020. That like the lab leak and all of that shit, or that like it was a product of like gain-of-function research gone wrong. No, it wasn't.
Wait, that's established?
Very real cost.
No, I'm saying that was established back in 2020.
That it wasn't, or that it was?
That it was not. You accept that, right?
No, it was established.
Yes,
I don't know.
Established years ago. Hold on.
I don't know this. I don't know this.
And why isn't Gen Z interested in sex? This one is Anna's. And are you sure about?
True. Gen Z is completely sexless.
Origin of SARS-CoV-2. cited by almost 7,000 people. This was like published in 2020 or whatever. Like it says somewhere in this that there's no reason to think that theories of SARS-CoV-2 origins or whatever. We also discussed whether selection during passage could have given rise to it as a function of like laboratory manipulation. So this does cover it. What does it say?
You never even read this.
Yes, I have, but it's been years since I've read it. But like you'd think that it wouldn't be relevant already because it would be put to bed, but clearly people still fucking believe it, and unfortunately. However, since we observed all notable SARS-CoV-2 features, including the optimized RBD and polybasic cleavage sites and related coronaviruses in nature, we do not believe that any type of laboratory-based scenario is plausible when discussing.
Wow. Did you hear that, guys? Not plausible.
Although the evidence shows that SARS-CoV-2 is not a purposefully manipulated virus, it is currently impossible to prove or disprove the other theories of its origin described here.
Gain-of-function resource is YIMBY. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Is what?
Oh, great, man. Is YIMBY.
Yo, the yes in my backyard shit.
Yeah.
So like
that's Kino is YIMBY.
So like what they're talking about or whatever, like, oh my god, like this is like fucking controversial or something, like they're trying to keep the truth out. It's like, no, it's fucking settled.
About this.
I'm sure about this, yes.
All
right.
You're saying that. I don't know that it's true. You cite one study. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe it's settled. Maybe it's not. I don't know. You're
just asking questions. You're just asking questions.
And I don't
You're just asking questions.
I don't know what the state of the science is. I'm just asking questions.
What do you think was the origin of SARS-CoV-2?
Pangolin? Who knows?
That has to do with it. But the whole thing is like, did it come? Was it a product of was it a product of like the Wuhan like lab leak shit or whatever? I get like there were specific videos that broke people's fucking brains because every single like thing can be traced back to it. Give me a second. Hold on.
Did they not have pangolins in labs? Maybe it's both.
It was like the result of like farmers and stuff like that. Like the real issues, everybody's talking about the lab leak. China had already been told, quit it with these fucking wet markets because this is a hotbed for new like viruses to form and whatnot, because you have like the trafficking of these sorts of mammals and stuff like that, and it can give rise to these sorts of viruses. And they ignored it, and then they only regulated after the fact. That is the bigger criticism to have of China. But it's not that like, of course, that doesn't get as much headlines and shit that like, oh, all of these like farmers and people that were like they were getting like fucking bat feces literally for like fertilizer and shit. They were not wearing gloves. They were being exposed to like fluids from animals and stuff like that.
You want to know what Ethan Klein's one of his big W's he's had? So there's this guy Mudahar. Have you ever heard of this guy Mudahar?
Unfortunately, some ordinary gamers, yeah.
Yeah. Why you roll your eyes? Because it's an Indian guy, or is he Indian? Oh wait, is he Indian? Oh my god.
Biggest self-report just happened. That was awesome.
Holy fuck.
That was fun. That was totally worth it to watch you just fucking like step on a fucking rake like that. That was awesome.
Hang on a sec.
He is a Muslim man, even though his wife is uncovered.
He's a Muslim man, that's right. But there was oh god. Woof. Don't cancel me. So Mudahar went after Ethan Klein for like donation shaming or something, or donation shaming. I forget what it was. There was like a donation shaming whole bit. There was a bit about donation shaming. And Ethan Klein like totally owns Mudahar. I forget what he said. But anyway, he's like, why are you blaming me for COVID? I didn't eat bat drop soup. So I actually do think that the bat and wet food markets in China, that is probably, if I'm just putting my liberal surrender hands, that is probably the cause of COVID. But that's because I have very little knowledge on what's going on here. And in general, I think that you had
strange answers in response to this, and then it just got worse when you were like, I saw an Ethan Klein video, and that's why I concluded this thing about COVID for some reason.
Yeah, well, I concluded that because Ethan Klein owned Mudahar, and then I'm like, oh, it's probably the wet markets.
It wasn't just that. It was like, again, it was a combination of like wet markets and also these farmers that are like getting like interacting with these different bats and like touching their like feces, urine, blood, etc. inadvertently, and they don't have PPE or anything like that. They didn't realize that it's not safe to be interacting in these environments or whatever, because again, like you're putting yourself at risk to contracting these.
My glasses keep falling. They keep falling down my nose. I should probably tighten them a little bit.
Why? We need to discuss.
It's true.
It is.
All right, well, we're going to get to that. So that's going to be very sad, though. Yep. Okay. All right.
Yep.
Here we go. As mentioned, we're going to start at the top. Kennedy canned 17 members of the ACIP, and the legacy media flipped out. Measles for everybody. He's taking us back to the dark ages. He's a dictator. It's politically driven. So here's a New York Times article. You can see for yourself. Party politics is said to have played a role in Kennedy's firing of vaccine advisors. Are they right? Well,
so her take is about to debunk the New York Times. Strap in, everybody.
Let's begin.
Well, New York Times often, we hate the New York Times, failing New York Times. I mean, I am subscribed to New York Times.
Okay, but do you think that her take is going to have the same sorts of criticisms that you or myself is going to have?
Probably not. Fair point.
Because what we're taking issue with is things that they leave out, framing, not necessarily that the underlying facts of the matter are wrong. Like we criticize, like, there was no reason to give any space in the New York Times to that article about Zoran's like identification on a fucking college application that he clarified that he's also born in Uganda, and like it didn't ask about his ethnicity. Like,
well, you don't think that's news? You don't think that's news?
No, I don't. To the extent that it's news, it should be in the fucking like Daily Mail or the New York Post. I don't expect that from the paper of record. I mean, I do, but like it, in a just world, in a better world, it would not be. But they're literally taking issue with like the facts of the matter, and they're not going to present compelling evidence to show that like they're using untrustworthy sources, or they're leaving out something to like frame this or whatever, to unfairly malign RFK Jr., who is outspoken about being an anti-vaxxer.
Where he retired 17 people at the ACIP. All right, so can we read it? Yesterday.
Here's why you shouldn't be scared about, again, like a dude who's an anti-vaxxer being in charge of the HHS.
I retired 17 members of the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, or the ACIP. The CDC.gov, their external panel that wields the grave responsibility of adding new vaccines to the recommended childhood schedule. Over the coming days, I will use my platform to announce new members to populate the ACIP. None of these individuals will be ideological anti-vaxxers. They'll be highly credentialed physicians and scientists who make extremely consequential public health determinations by applying evidence-based decision-making with objectivity and common sense. Now, if I could just highlight a few more things that you should know about this. In fact, that is true. Everybody that he has appointed so far is either a PhD or an MD. And here are a few names for you to look into yourself. So, Dr.
For you to do your own research into.
Martin Kulldorff, excuse me. He went to Harvard Medical School, and he's a national expert in vaccine safety.
I hate this kind of thing because maybe it's okay to have some people like look into these guys' backgrounds, whatever, but like normal people are not qualified to assess the backgrounds of these doctors. Right? They don't have the requisite tools to come to
I don't think that's true.
Decision. You don't think so?
No, because you can look into a doctor, to a physician or somebody who's accredited or has some sort of like credential or medical authority and see what their tenure was like when they were actively practicing medicine. Did you have complaints filed against you? Did you state something? Did you assert things without evidence confidently that were not backed up?
Right. There are some people who can. Maybe you can. Maybe people who are like, but I don't think the normal person is going to be able to make those kinds of determinations or know what to look at or look for. I don't know. Maybe
do I need my own like MD to recognize that like there are physicians that are not whose medical opinion is different from that of the current medical consensus on an issue, and they do not have evidence to support their claims.
Why can't you just agree with me sometimes? You never agree with me.
That goes for you too. Why can't you agree with me? You were starting to concede it, and then you started fucking backing off, and you were like, actually, no, why can't you just agree with me?
Well, now it's personal.
I just noticed you switched your glasses.
Yeah, because the other ones are falling off. I need to tighten them.
You said you didn't need glasses at all. You said you didn't need glasses at all. Which is it?
Where are your contacts?
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Contacts?
No, I can't wear them. No, I hate contacts.
Why not?
Because they make my eyes super dry.
So
no.
when you said you couldn't wear them,
no,
you weren't saying that you physically couldn't.
I literally could not get I have the astigmatic ones or whatever. I could not get them to stay in my eyes. They would literally fall out.
So you go to bed in your glasses?
No. Why would I need my what? Do you go to sleep in your contacts?
No, I don't wear contacts.
Ever?
But, like to get water, if you need to get up, how do you find your glasses? You said you can't see your like.
Because they're right next to on the bed on my nightstand. What?
Okay, you're just asking questions.
That was.
I don't know why you have to make everything weird.
I don't know why you fucking tried to do that. Good one though.
Dr. Cody Meisner, he went to Dartmouth Medical School, and he's a national recognized expert in pediatric infectious disease. Dr. Michael Ross.
You don't wear contacts 24/7. How do you even see when you get up in the night to get water? Like, what the fuck was that? Lawyer BTW.
OBGYN with expertise in hormone therapy.
Any comments?
No comments. I'm just gonna move past it.
Yeah, I mean, as a lawyer, you'd know that you can't talk yourself out of guilt, right? You can only talk yourself into it. So quit while you're ahead.
Therapies, antibiotic trials, and immune-related conditions. Last but not least, why did he fire these people? When I reached out to Kennedy's head of comms, here's what they told me. Not one member of the ACIP ever rejected one vaccine. Not once, not ever, despite the fact that some of them were later removed.
Why should I care about that? Why should I care about that when their rhetoric undermines public trust in vaccines? And not in a way that, like, again, I'm not saying that drawing attention to the fact that there are side effects that you can get from vaccines, that doesn't undermine trust, because that's true, and you can educate the public about that. What they do is they try to insinuate that vaccines are, like, inherently dangerous, we can't know them, that they're like, all of them are experimental, there's no shades of gray or whatever, like that kind of shit. Yes, it is. I don't care that, like, they voted or whatever when that's what they if that's what they spend their time doing. That's why they're notable.
Also, they're citing the fact that, like, vaccines aren't disapproved. Maybe it's the case, and I know this sounds crazy, that the approval process, that even to get to that stage where you're, like, going through these different trials and seeking approval, that by the time you're there, you've already gone through additional checks, and so it's very unlikely that that you would propose an ineffective or dangerous vaccine at that stage of the process already. People make this complaint about FISA warrants, where most like the 99% of FISA warrants are approved. You can come to two conclusions: either the courts are a rubber stamp, or the FISA seeking approval process is already weeding out, non-meritorious FISA warrants, and to the extent that they're not, they've become big public scandals, and so we've adjusted our procedures to accommodate and be more exacting by the time it hits the judge's desk for approval. So that's all I'm saying, is just because the approval rate is astronomically high doesn't mean that it's not a rigorous process or that the vaccines are unsafe.
For safety concerns. Next, 97% of them never bothered to fill out a conflict waiver, which is ironic because now the New York Times is going after some of his picks, suggesting that they worked with pharma companies. All right. She's not a doctor, my bad. Charlotte Moser, who was on one of the ACIP members he filed, her best credential.
Crack team of investigative journalists here, BTW. Live debunking the New York Times.
Live debunking herself.
Was a master's degree in communications, and she advocated for restricting unvaccinated people.
I mean, chat put, that's not even true, BTW. They unapproved the AstraZeneca vaccine when boosters were coming out because the boosters weren't effective. So it's just patently false.
Yeah, they took the Johnson & Johnson one off the market. But again, I don't know what the denominator is there, because there were emergency use authorizations, there were FDA approvals, and so I don't know what the denominator is.
From parks, pools, water parks, government buildings, theaters, sports venues, shopping centers, and other public accommodations. And
did you get Johnson & Johnson? I did.
I can't even remember which one I got. Which one was the elite one? Was it like the Pfizer or was it the Moderna?
Pfizer.
I had the Pfizer one.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, you were right. It was Johnson & Johnson, though. So the person said that you were correct. But somebody put, I think Pisco is right. Scientific literacy in the U.S. is 20%. And in the U.S., people cannot discern who has relevant experience to whatever claims being made. I think that there's a difference between being able to think that you are going to be able to, like, confer somebody with authority or elevate that, like, one particular medical opinion above anybody else's, as opposed to recognize valid criticisms of their like past statements or how they practice medicine or anything related to that. Do you know what I mean? Do you see like a significant difference between those two?
So I think what you're talking about is assessing their qualifications with virtue, like looking at their potential bias. And
yeah, I don't think that you need like a background or like any like in STEM or like an MD to be able to do that. It's the difference between like, okay, to be anybody can be a fucking food critic, but not anybody could go on to like concoct a recipe. You know what I mean?
So you love Ratatouille too. You also love Ratatouille.
Oh, I thought you said Ratatouille too. I was like, there was no Ratatouille too.
Not anyone can be a great artist, but a great artist can come from anywhere.
It's cook, not artist.
How much you want to bet?
I would bet my life on that.
You want to bet $100 right now?
Sure, even though I don't bet money. But
Right,
I don't gamble,
$100.
but
let's pull it up. Let's pull it up. I'm talking about the actual quote
yes,
at the end of the movie.
Yes.
So you know what I'm talking about.
Yes. I just like don't even consider this. I don't gamble, but I don't even consider this gambling because I know I'm correct on it. Sure, you want to continue?
Here we go. Yeah, hang on.
A cook can come from any. He wasn't saying that like anybody can be a great cook, but a cook can come from anywhere. He didn't say artist.
He said artist.
No, he didn't.
All right, you're gonna play it right now. I'm sending you the link.
Okay. How can I play this on stream though? Because it's like copyright now.
Just go to the specific thing, and then we'll deal with it later.
Let's see. Get $100 so my whole channel gets demonetized. Awesome. Let's do, okay, transcript, the moment of truth. Let's see, artist. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, you guys. Fuck, I fucked up. God damn, you are such a fucking nerd, man. I really thought I outclassed you here.
Oh my God.
Anyone can cook, but I realize only now do I truly understand what he meant. Everyone can become a great artist, but a great artist can.
Oh my God.
Damn! I fucking lost. I totally fucking lost. Okay, total L. Total L.
Shit. Yeah.
Rare Pisco W, unfortunately.
Humongous.
Congrats, you outsoyed me. Good job.
I'm a good winner.
But I'll sell you the $100 later. See, this is why I don't bet.
Oh no, it's okay.
Noel Brewer.
This is like, okay, the poker thing that you brought up. You're like, see, women don't like. I don't know anything about poker. The last thing that I remember about poker is this woman. She was a young woman. She was competing in poker. She won like all of this money.
Bobby, yes. And then
did you? Why did she give it back? What the hell was the point?
Okay, so this was the whole thing, right? And I learned about this because, all right, so basically, there's a bunch of, how do I put this? There are a bunch of like smart bets, smart calls that one would make with given hands.
Okay.
And the guy who she was like that she was against was this like really famous poker player, or like semi-famous poker player, and he bet like all in on I think it was a flush draw or something, and she had like jack high, which is like it's not something that you're gonna bet every single that hand gets beat by so many bluffs. It gets beat by a bunch of different like things, and she just very luckily was able to win by calling in like a very suspicious way.
Okay.
That said, I think that the evidence that she cheated is just not there. And so people thought that she cheated.
So she wins fair and square and she still has to give the money back? I don't get it.
She doesn't have to. She doesn't have to.
I know, sorry.
She did because she felt pressured.
But there's like a social expectation.
Yeah, but even though she won it fair and square. Yeah, and there's no evidence that she cheated other than the very suspicious call. But the suspicious call is like, it's a legal move and she won, you know? So unless you have the evidence that she's like, I don't know, using some kind of beeper or some kind of signal, or she knows that the car's in ahead. But even the theories, they don't seem to make quite a lot of sense. But the poker guy is pretty convinced he won, so he's not giving the money back, even though she won it.
That's fucked to me. I don't think she should have like succumbed to public pressure to give it back if she won.
It was kind of in the moment, and a lot of people criticized the poker player for even accepting the money.
I mean, it should be like fucking disgraceful. That seems like if there's bad sportsmanship in poker or whatever, like that seems like the mark of it. No.
Yeah, I guess
just because again, if there's no evidence that she actually cheated, she wins fair and square, and then like you're upset that she just had like you feel like she didn't come into the money the right way. If it's a game, that's the name of the game. No.
I mean, I agree with you.
Like poker is a game of skill and luck. It's not entirely one or the other.
And it's not just that he suspected that she cheated. He accused her of cheating without the evidence.
Yeah.
And I think that's the worst part. Like, you can suspect cheating, but unless you have the evidence, you should not make the accusation.
who was also fired by Kennedy, received vaccine-related grants and compensation from Merck, Pfizer, and GlaxoSmithKline. So, what do we think here? Doc, I'm going to start with you.
Got a million thoughts. First, I'm wondering if Charlotte Moser was in support of the No Kings demonstration, since she wanted to be a king and restrict you to your home and tell you how to handle your body. I mean, everybody needs to examine what they did during COVID. It was so revealing.
Dude,
if you
these people
thinked on your neighbors for having a barbecue,
these people
if you
are
felt
like,
that people
This is what I don't like about like supposed
disgusting.
like fucking like MAGA or whatever. I care about making America healthy. They start with having like some are anti-vaxxers and then you have vaccine skeptics, right? Those are two different groups. Fine. The anti-vaxxers are like dead in the wool. You're probably not going to convince them. They're pretty much conspiracy theorists. The vaccine skeptics or whatever are falling for the disinformation that these people are the progenitors of. But what bothers me is that in the next breath, they'll talk about how they don't even like the most basic protections that Americans should have been taking, like precautions that Americans should have been taking to prevent the spread of COVID-19, which was social distancing and masking.
Yeah.
If you care about health, you should like this. That's not even, again, it's of no harm to you. It has tremendous benefits. So even if everything was wrong, right? What's the downside? If they were correct, then you will have spread it.
The economy is what they say. It's the economy, and but the thing is, I think that a lot of these people were making game time decisions with little information. And actually, I think the evidence that exists shows that social distancing and people have this notion of lockdown, right? When in America it was a very it's very like a scattered what lockdown even means.
But like somebody pointed out, Texas and Florida, these are red states, they still did lockdowns. I was in Texas, they did.
Yeah. So
there were restrictions on movement and things like that. Sure.
Yeah. So then, but Trump is also guilty of this. He was in charge, but people forget about this. I don't know why people forget Trump was in charge. By the way, one of my commentators says, "I love Aaron's hair."
Thank you.
B Birdie says that. Yeah. So I just don't understand why Trump seems to get away with all this, that you call these public health officials who are trying to give their best practices for what to do in the context of like hundreds of thousands of Americans dying, and the end like death toll is in the millions, and 1 or 2 million or something like that in America alone. Really not good. Like imagine like 9/11 times.
There was 9/11 every day. There was a point at the end of December of 2020, maybe I think it was 2020. We were literally losing over 2,000 Americans on average every single day to COVID-19. That was completely preventable. Like they'll talk about, we care about health.
Sad, yeah.
We'll talk about public health or whatever. Trump at every single point. South Korea was reporting cases on the exact same day back in January of 2012, or not 2012, 2020. Same time or whatever. So like there was a lot of comparisons going on. The amount of people that they were able to test, and they're a much smaller population, and get it under control far faster than the United States. Total indictment, and it was because Trump was downplaying it the entire time, and then he denied downplaying it.
He denied downplaying it.
He even denied disbanding the pandemic response team.
Which they did, which they unambiguously did from Obama. The problem, I think, goes deeper than that. Like, even assuming that these were the incorrect decisions, and I think you could make that argument that once much of the country was unwilling to do what it took to prevent the death, at that point, like, what is the value add? And I don't know. I think that there's mixed evidence in that sense. It's hard to do the comparisons because oftentimes you don't have the same covariance between, like, let's say Florida, for example, which is older, but it's a lot less dense in some place like New York. And so, but even Florida, right? Like, as you mentioned, the Republican governors, they initially did lock down. And so the problem here is not that you might have a disagreement about lockdown or that whatever. It's this attribution of bad faith to people who I think were making game time good faith decisions, and that include some of the people on the right that you are now pandering to. It includes like Governor DeSantis, includes Trump in terms of like what policies they were enacting. They were closing down immigration. They were instituting lockdown. It wasn't just Democratic places. And so this is what I take to be like the kind of bad faith here is the double standard and the attribution of malice to public health officials as opposed to, the actual government officials who were, in my opinion, in many respects, fucking up the
They only did the restrictions on the immigration after he had already said it wasn't going to become a pandemic, after he had already said that it was just like the flu, which is a complete lie.
It's going to disappear. It's this or that.
Yeah, like the heat is going to make it disappear. That was also a fucking lie. Do you remember when he put Pence in charge of coronavirus messaging? Not a fucking doctor.
Oh yeah. People forget, like, Kamala Harris had a tough hand with being the border czar or whatever. She was never actually the border czar. That's an invented term, and like it's ridiculous. How
Tom Homan's the border czar.
Now it's a real thing. Now there is such a thing as a border czar, based on like that, whatever accusation. But Pence was put in charge of COVID. Like, imagine sandbagging your vice president. Like, okay, you're in charge of the biggest crisis ever.
Oh, Biden did that with Kamala with the Iraq War. The Iraq War. Sorry, the Afghanistan withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Oh, wait, really?
Yes, he did. There was a Politico article where I remember there was like a sentence near the end where Biden made sure to be like, Kamala Harris was involved at all of these decisions or whatever. She was she played like the most critical role in deciding it. Yes, like ran like fucking sicking her with this. But it didn't actually come back to bite her in the ass as much as I would have thought that it would. You remember when he also showed like this is not even to get into the fact that like he was doing like textbook wrong shit as far as like public messaging, because if he had looked into any of those materials on the pandemic like responsiveness or whatever, not even getting into like the efficacy of like finding a cure, like or like any of that, a vaccine, none of that, just messaging around public health. What the United States already knows is that if you have more than one person as a source of truth for what the guidelines should be with respect to like the ongoing pandemic, Americans get confused. Like people get confused right away.
They get confused right away, yeah.
And what was he doing? He was not only interrupting them or whatever, he was contradicting them. He was going up there and like, and just like lying. He played that. Do you remember when he played that propaganda video?
No,
he made them do like a fucking React Andy to the propaganda video. How do you not remember this? It was like,
I don't remember.
Literally like this huge like Michael Scott tendency. Hold on.
Scott's Tots.
Don't. That's
Does that make you cringe?
That would be less cringe than this. Hold on. This was Donald Trump shows propaganda video during coronavirus press conference as he lashes out at the media. This was 5 years ago on April 14, 2020.
Dude, this guy's such a clown.
People should be more concerned right now with the flu in this country.
A lot of people are concerned.
I want the video of him fucking showing it though. Hold on, like not this. I wanted like there's videos of like what was in this. It's insane.
Levando de mundo de dindo do.
The coronavirus propaganda video Trump played to the media. Here, maybe this.
Love it.
Get back onto the reason we're here, which is the success we're having. Okay, please, you could put it on. Thank you.
We can put it up.
People should be more concerned right now with the flu in this country.
A lot of people are concerned about the coronavirus because they're hearing a lot of news about it right now. But the reality is, comparing it to the flu, for example, it's not even close to being at that stage.
What if it is worse? Is this a moment where maybe countries put politics aside,
Is that Fauci?
a little bit of pride aside, and do we have U.S. officials? Should U.S.
Just like a compilation of fucking Fox News, not like doctors, opposition, something.
Be about coronavirus. Coronavirus is not going to cause a major issue in the United States.
Well, President Trump took decisive action. Like the pointing, the smiling, he's so happy.
Whatever they're doing in terms of a vaccine, we will be suspending all travel from Europe to the United States for the next.
March 11th. They knew about this in January. He was lying about it. And he said to Bob Woodward that he was downplaying, that he was literally intentionally downplaying it.
30 days. To unleash the full power of the federal government in this effort today, I am officially declaring a national emergency. Medicare patients can now visit any doctor by phone or video conference at no additional cost.
The first 1 million masks will be available immediately.
Wow.
Even as partisans sniped and criticized.
Clear that it was spreading out of
This is from Maggie Haberman in the New York Times. As there were more cases, it was clear that it was spreading out of China where it originated.
The president took this move that he was widely criticized for by Democrats and even some Republicans at the time, which was he halted a number of flights from China into the U.S. The idea was to halt the spread of the disease, keep transmissions to a minimum.
This is all live.
Of xenophobia. He was accused of making a racist move. At the end of the day, it was probably effective because it did actually take a pretty aggressive measure against the spread of the virus.
Bipartisan governors recognize the president's support.
His team is on it. They've been responsive late at night.
Oh, Cuomo! Thank you, Cuomo. Praising him. Love it.
Doing everything that they can do, and I want to say thank
Man
you.
of the hour. I want to say thank you.
Appreciate it.
Give the man of the year.
Reaches out. He's been proactive.
There are people saying like, oh, we knew about it back in December or whatever. It's like, yeah, but like Western media outlets were not. There were talks about like, international media outlets reporting it, but that didn't. I think the earliest one was like the Wall Street Journal started reporting on it in January 2020 that there have been cases.
Remember the COVID debates?
Yes. It like breaks my. I can't even go there. It pisses me off so much.
That was directly because he sent
So many lies.
2,000
Yay, Gavin Newsom praising Trump.
the state of California, these FMS, these field medical stations, and that's been very, very helpful.
The president has been outstanding through all this. The vice
Ron
president has been
DeSanctimonious.
members of the coronavirus task force, very responsive.
We had asked if we could have, New Jersey could have access to a piece of the beds that are on the USNS Comfort, and the president came back, called me a short few minutes before I walked in here to say indeed they would grant that to New Jersey. So that's a big step for us in addition to all the other capacity. That news is literally hot off the press, and I thank the president and vice president who are on the call together.
President Trump approved Arizona's request for a presidential major disaster declaration. I want to thank the president for a quick turnaround. We requested
Okay, it was crazy.
on a Wednesday, and we had approval by Saturday.
Is that Doug Ducey?
And we are grateful.
Who is this? For this Arizona? Who would be the governor?
Doug Ducey. He's the one who stole the election for Biden. Larry Hogan.
President for doing a really good job of communicating with all the governors.
So instead of like
Legendary React
doing
Andy.
that-
It was a watch party. Do you think that was in compliance with IP law?
No, I think that's not fair use. I don't think it's fair.
Clips like that from
We could give you hundreds of clips like that from governors,
people.
including Democrats, or Democratic or Democrat, as I call them, governors, which is actually the correct term.
Trump is talking to the media about the media. This is like, we're not, he's having a conversation with the media about his media. Like, that's all Trump is. He only cares about is how he's portrayed on TV.
This was the early Western media outlet that I can remember reporting on it on January 8th. It was updated, but that was not when it was published. The new virus discovered by Chinese scientists investigating pneumonia outbreak. Latest tally of people sickened in Wuhan is 59, with 7 in critical condition. Chinese scientists investigating a mystery illness that has sickened dozens in central China have discovered a new strain of coronavirus, a development that will test the country's upgraded capabilities for dealing with unfamiliar infectious diseases, the novel coronavirus, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then from there,
I'm getting triggered.
somebody from, like by the end of the month or whatever, somebody would travel from China, like Wuhan, China, to the United States. We would have like our first official case and it started spreading. He was also warned. There were like, I remember an article from, I can't remember if it was Foreign Affairs or Foreign Policy in 2017 saying that there could be another pandemic coming and that he wasn't prepared for it. So they knew and they just didn't do anything. And not just like didn't do anything, actively, intentionally made things worse, undermined, like to downplay it. So everybody talks about like the noble lie that Fauci told. Believe me, there's criticisms to make about Fauci or whatever, but it like pales in comparison to the shit that the Trump administration was up to.
People who are unvaccinated should be withheld from getting health care. Any of those things, you would have been a prison guard.
Who argued that people that were unvaccinated should actually end up being withheld from receiving medical care?
There were some people like
not on Twitter. I mean, an actual serious, like a Democratic representative, somebody with power. I don't mean you found a Reddit post buried in the fucking what was it?
I was answering the question. You piece of shit.
Okay, finish your answer.
No.
True.
No. I agree. I don't think the people of prominence were saying, let's deny care. Excuse me, sorry. Especially in the early stages.
I almost just watched Pisco die live.
Do you ever choke on your own saliva for no reason?
No, I'm not an infant, but is that something that you struggle with? These basic motor skills?
Never.
Nazi Germany.
It's not like we just watched it live. I'm like,
Germany.
literally Nazi Germany.
Have you ever seen Silicon Valley? He's like, are you comparing the plight of billionaires in America today to Nazi Germany? Yes.
I've never seen this.
People, they're so shameless about the comparisons to the Holocaust. Okay, so a public official said stay at home and don't get into contact with people and try not to spread a disease, and now they're Hitler.
That's you. That's who you are.
It's so funny how they'll say all of these people are like, they're fucking pussies, they're snowflakes, and then they turn around and they're like, they're literally fucking Hitler. All of these people that were saying, like, wear a mask or get the fuck out.
But, you're Hitler. Cut to Amy Dangerfield.
Cut to Amy Dangerfield nodding.
Don't do it next time. Charlotte Moser is one of those people. That's that. This morning, not only did he get rid of the 17 ACIP members, but he got rid of their support staff this morning.
Oh, wow.
Because those are the people actually making the decisions in the government. You know that bureaucratic underbelly are the ones sending up the advice to the people that sit on the committee positions. So that's wiping house, cleaning house as well. And the other thing he said was, I want to reestablish confidence in the Vaccine Safety Committee. We got to start over. We got to start somewhere. He's been criticized for some of the people he's appointed. I get it. That some of them have said some controversial things over the years, but let's give it a shot, everybody.
How do you feel about Robert Malone?
Well,
give it a
that's one of the
shot.
guys I was thinking about. Malone, I know Malone very well. He's a smart guy. I really believe he will use objectivity in evaluating stuff. He will take the position very seriously, as all these people will. But let's keep in mind, remember Gruber and Krause, the people that I think they were on the FDA review committee for vaccine safety. They resigned.
Remember Gruber? I don't remember Gruber. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know who this person is.
Gru?
I don't know who Gruber and Krause. He's like, remember Gruber and Krause? No. He's saying Gru, like Minions Gru? I don't know Gruber and Krause.
I know Ratatouille. I don't know Despicable Me lore.
I don't know Despicable Me, bro.
You rush to mandate. These were two of
You're not like a Minions enjoyer? You seem like you would be the type to find like Minions memes funny.
I want to be into Minions. I just have never seen Despicable Me.
Get in touch with your inner like a white woman who works at HR, and you will find yourself drawn to Minion memes.
Finest people they have. These were the ones.
You do.
Where they say banana. I like the memes where they say banana.
Okay.
That really were the high quality vaccine professionals.
That's fun for you.
No one said a peep. How come they're not freaking out about that? Why didn't
Do you like when they forbid people from being able to even peel a banana in a daycare unless they're 7 sinks?
Yeah, that's what, it's like
But allow
Scott Perez like choking out the Minions.
New York Times go crazy about it. Stop reading the New York Times, everybody, please. They are a biased.
Yeah, stop reading the New York Times. Start listening to her take.
Her take.
Full group of people who really don't know what they're talking about and behave as though they are just
unlike Dr. Drew here.
Saith the Lord.
May I ask a question real quick? Sorry, real quick, because I'm a normie.
You don't remember Mr. Goober?
Mr. Gruber.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what Anna's our avatar, so we need to support Anna.
You just said real quick what?
I forget. I'm sorry. It's late.
It's 1 a.m. It's not late.
Okay.
Like, meaning this is not my wheelhouse. I'm not an expert on vaccines, so I just want to kind of get my flaws out of the way. What's the issue with Malone? Like, why is Malone considered controversial?
Some of the stuff they brought up yesterday, I didn't even understand, to tell you the truth.
I didn't either, Doc.
He has said some things that sounded sort of problematic, and he has made claims about his patents on the mRNA platform, and as soon as you say mRNA platform, MAGA goes crazy,
right,
therefore he's tainted by that. So he's tainted on both sides.
Got it. Okay.
So you're admitting that the Make America Healthy Again movement includes a non-insignificant portion of people that when you talk about just mRNA, they get fucking triggered.
No, but this guy, like, they're triggered by it because this guy was like, he had some paper about mRNA. He's like, he has the Robert Malone guy was highly critical of the vaccines.
Right.
If you look at Robert Malone, I think that'll come up. But he had some role in like investigating mRNA stuff.
Robert Malone.
But yeah, this guy is not a vaccine supporter. I think he's like a heavy critic of the vaccines. I think that's right.
Is he a genuine? Is it conspiracies or is it like?
So
this is from the New York Times, who we can't trust. In 2022, the latest COVID misinformation star says he invented the vaccines. Dr. Robert Malone says he helped invent mRNA vaccines, and he's been wrong for decades. Now he's spreading unfounded claims about the vaccines and the virus. This was reported in 2022.
This guy's like a psycho.
This opens with, I haven't been able to ride a horse for months. He said from his 50-acre horse farm about 2 hours southwest of Washington. It's just a constant barrage of requests for assistance. How do you
Men
not
should
know
be
who
allowed on Hurt
Robert
Take, in my opinion, get this guy out of here.
Robert
That's what
Malone
Kelsey
is?
said.
Because I don't remember the grifters so much as I remember the specific claims that they were making and which ones were false. Like
Yeah.
it's hard for me to keep track of. Like, you don't remember? This is my chat's version of Dr. Gruber. How do you not remember him?
Here's the biggest problem with Maha, in my opinion. Where's my camera? This is my camera. It takes this. The bureaucracy in Washington is insane. It's insane, and nowhere more so than HHS, NIH, CDC,
FDA.
There's so many different.
How is it that in one breath they'll claim that these vaccines were rushed through, there was not enough time to make sure that they were actually fit for humans, and then also there's too much red tape, there's too much bureaucracy, there's like you can't get it to market fast enough now. Which is it? Which is the thing that leads to the safer outcome?
Also, I love that our country now is being run by people who have an ideological opposition to emergency response just generally. Like they hate that we have any systems in place to deal with emergencies and crises, whether that's the FDA, whether that's HHS, which
The
obviously more than
CDC.
just emergencies, but CDC.
Or the
whether that's, like,
WHO,
fucking FEMA,
which is
or the
controlled by
National Weather
China.
Service. They just hate that we can respond to horrible plagues. And, obviously there can be problems in agencies and shit. But the way these people talk about these agencies, like they're the cause of all the plagues, they're the cause of all the issues. And really, I hope and pray that we will not see another plague, another virus during Trump's second term, because I don't know what will happen. I think we'll see
You'll see a repeat. You'll see a repeat.
Another repeat of what happened.
It would be worse. Because again, the Trump administration didn't have like the total loyalists or whatever. This one does. It would objectively be far
this one does, 100%. Yeah.
Layers to it. Give them a chance. It's gonna take
like anybody who disagrees or whatever. See, they were like reticent to fire people. It took a while for them to like do that. They kind of just like shifted people around to like again, like they put Pence in charge but eventually he did fire people. But that wouldn't be the case with this. They would instantly fire anybody who's like not towing the line.
Minute to get them to get some change underway, and I have most faith in Jay Bhattacharya.
Oh,
Jay,
I love that guy.
Jay, you should,
he's
because
awesome.
the fact that man who was subjected to a devastating.
If Amy's praising him,
I love that guy. I'm like, oh shit, this guy might be the most horrible person in the world.
Devastating takedown by Francis Collins and Anthony Fauci in their email. We must subject this fringe epidemiologist, decorated professor, fringe epidemiologist to a devastating takedown. That man is now the head of the NIH. That is poetic. That is Shakespearean. And he's a brilliant guy. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I just want to echo what you said.
Yeah.
I love this.
That is not like this is not about anything working. It's just about people like owning the other side or whatever.
Owning the libs, owning
Fauci.
the doctors.
But like the fact that like you're telling me he's a fringe epidemiologist and now he's in charge, he's like plays a major role in the United States.
Makes me very
like
scared,
that is terrifying. That's not good to hear. Like this is not like a fringe economist or something like that, right? Fine, you have unorthodox ideas about like economic or housing policy, whatever. This is like people's lives and like science, you know.
For his immense courage, because in the depths of the pandemic, he had the audacity to say maybe shutdowns, complete comprehensive shutdowns aren't a
off
good
of their
idea.
head. Go to no kings, but off of their head.
We never had this. If we had, we wouldn't have had so many fucking people die from COVID.
You know who had this? Countries like Australia had it. China had a version of it in certain places where they would actually forcibly but you could go outside in many of these places. Now there were quote unquote they closed things down, right? They closed things down. But what you're talking about with lockdowns, there's an implication that you were like forced into your home to stay in your home by penalty of law, which if that existed, I don't even remember where that would have existed. I don't know where that was.
Respectful and most.
I saw these videos or whatever of like, see, China like literally enforces this very, very brutal and repressive like curfew, and if people are trying to like move out of their bubble or whatever the fuck like their bubble quote unquote, like you would get fined and you would get in trouble and stuff like that. But to my I think
there were stay-at-home orders, but I want to see what they actually were. Let me see. COVID-19, numerous stay-at-home orders and similar restrictions.
Thank you for the bits, aging millennial.
Globally. Let's see what it was in USA. I want to see the USA. USA lockdown.
Inventor of the mRNA vaccine is completely spurious. mRNA had already been like studied for years because it's not the first SARS-CoV virus to be studied. That had already happened like over a decade earlier.
So the stay-at-home order for a lot of these states, the earliest it looks like here was, March 23rd, and the latest that it was lifted, completely lifted, was May.
And then that factor in all the essential workers, all of the people that they had the exceptions
They were
applied
allowed
to or whatever.
go. Yeah.
Don't you remember the picture of that, like the fucking Baskin Robbins mascot? Like, how the fuck am I an essential worker? You remember that? No.
No, I don't remember that. But I'm just looking at these dates, right? Like the full stay-at-home. Oh, New Hampshire had a stay-at-home order until June. That looks like it was the latest. So even then, there were carve-outs for necessary things, and it wasn't like this persistent stay-at-home order for over the course of many months. It lasted like 2-3 months maximum. That was it. And then after that, it was completely filled with holes, exceptions, and people were treating it very cavalierly. I know this because this is my experience. I lived through it. I remember it. So yeah.
You lived, bitch. You never saw this?
Kentucky and Oklahoma. Wait, no, I don't.
How the fuck am I an essential worker? This had like almost 1 million likes. I can't believe you don't remember this.
No, I don't remember it.
This is essential.
Ice cream is essential.
And then it even took them a while to close down schools and make transition learning to be remote, because the whole thing, remember that, like, the flatten the curve thing? The whole point was to make sure that, like, the hospitals didn't get overwhelmed. So they kept trying to, like, gradually release it, or like to like, they were trying to like hasten the lifting of the restrictions, because again, they want the economy to fucking function. Obviously, that's like the top priority. All of these people are all but saying sacrifice grandma for the fucking economy. But every single time they tried to do that, it's like, well, obviously every time you lift the restrictions, there's going to be a spike. So we started with more severe lockdown restrictions when there were fewer cases, and now you're trying to lift it when there's only more cases. So why are you lifting it? They would not do the thing that they needed to do, which was going to be politically unpopular and not fun, but would have been the more efficacious thing and actually contain the spread of the virus. No one was willing to expend that political capital because they're prioritizing all these like short-term goals over like doing this thing that, again, clearly it's massively unpopular.
And it was.
Research
I know Jay very, very well now, and he told me, when he did that, he goes, I just was giving my opinion. He goes, I was so naive. I just thought, well, we'd talk about it, and we'd each give our opinions. This idea that we had to eliminate, we had to actually take down people who were peers as opposed to engage in the usual scientific discourse was so shocking to him. It took him about 6 months to really realize what was going on.
And some of the official policies that were in place were just so ridiculous. I don't know if you guys remember some of these, but one was that if you were going to have family gatherings over the holidays, obviously they were restricted, but you weren't allowed to sing. Because apparently that propagates the virus.
So this weren't allowed to sing. Again, they have to be like loading it with the most hyperbolic thing. I guarantee you what it said was it's all of this damage control. So the first order of like information that they're telling the public is you should not be doing this. You should not be meeting with people that you haven't been around with. You're more likely to spread it. You should be social distancing. You should be quarantining. And then from there, it's like, okay, but if you do that, then you should try not to do these types of things. And then from there, like that, like it's all of that. But they're trying to act like you were going to be like fined by the fucking police if they found out that you went to like a Christmas gathering and you were wearing a mask and like caroling or singing or whatever.
Mm-hmm. So you needed to sing under your breath.
Fantastic.
They're trying to equate, like, again, just straightforward medical information, interventions that would have objectively stopped the spread of COVID-19, and trying to act like it's some draconian, like, authoritarian measure that they're just doing for the hell of it. Or that they're being frivolous and silly. Do you think the CDC would be making these recommendations if they didn't think that it actually meaningfully prevented the spread of it? But it's all a big joke to these people.
And it's rich coming from Amy Dangerfield, who is from Australia, which had a much more draconian lockdown, many less deaths per capita.
Yeah, that's why she left.
And is that why
she
left?
escaped? No, I don't know, but I'm sure that's what she would say to you.
But like the comparison, America had a relatively. I wouldn't even want, like, it was very loose. It was a very loose response. It was not unified. There were plenty of holes, and people, did not comply.
Did you comply?
I complied.
There was some hesitation there.
No, left the city because of the pandemic.
Where'd you go? Home?
Went home, yeah.
With the mask. One thing I just want to say.
I mean, if you're gonna be quarantined or whatever, like it's better to be like with family and shit, or in like a bubble as opposed to just like alone, locked in your New York City apartment.
Quick dog. Like,
It was rough because we had family members who were immunocompromised, and so yeah, we had to you know, maintain that very, very strict line because immunocompromised people who are older are especially at risk. So yeah, no, I definitely followed the rules.
Celebrate how far we've come. The fact that we're even on this panel right now, having this conversation, because it wasn't just the professionals. Any dissenter was completely deplatformed. Even people who wanted to speak the truth.
I wish that were the fucking case. That was not the case ever.
Not the case,
unapologetically, they were limited in their capacity because if they did speak the truth, their platform would have been entirely removed. So we had to speak in code. We had to be cryptic.
It was only after a bunch of public pressure. Do you remember when Biden was so fucking based when he said Facebook is killing people and then he walked it back?
No, I don't remember.
He said Facebook is killing people with the amount of like vaccine disinfo that exists on there, which is fucking correct. And then he walked it back.
Probably true, yeah.
Like, we couldn't even literally say the word vaccine injured. Yeah, even COVID vax. So we've come so far, and so we have a long way to go.
And that's probably not even true. What probably ended up happening is I wouldn't be surprised if you got shadow banned or deprioritized for trying to spread that stuff.
Yeah, they definitely censored some people for sure, but to act as though this was like this.
You were deplatformed instantly? No, you weren't.
No.
We have a long way to go. The fact we can speak about this in an open forum, I just want to celebrate.
Well, what is okay, so I agree that there were definitely...
Dude, no one was fucking, again, like when the president of the United States, day after day, lying to the American public, downplaying the threat of it or whatever. This was clearly not something that was restricted speech. It was mainstream speech, unfortunately.
Yeah, it wasn't government action either. And also, furthermore, the information was like massively getting out there. The fake information, the lies, the ivermectin shit, the hydroxychloroquine shit, oftentimes spread by the commander in chief. So yeah, people paint this whole thing like it was this dictatorial reign over which, by the way, Trump presided throughout the height of this. So it's already just like ridiculous. And
dude, can I have one authoritarianism, please? If that meant that less people would have fucking died from COVID and there would have been less instances, like less spread of it, then please give it to me. Where like I wish we had lived in that universe that they're talking about, where like the country took it seriously. There was not interference. There was not this like undermining of it, like the mainstreaming of anti-vax sentiments. There's like no one doing that.
The mistakes made during the pandemic, obviously, and there was a lot of hysteria. People were afraid. I personally don't think individuals intentionally pursued policies because they are bad people. They wanted to do bad things.
No, they just showed themselves to be bad people.
Right. But I also agree that the political, the scientific debate wasn't really allowed. And honestly, I kind of fell into that hysteria because people were scared.
It was not allowed for a reason. And the reality is the evidence is...
Anna tries to concede the most gentle point that, like, sure, I felt like there was some, like, I felt chilled in discussing, like, my hesitation surrounding, like, the vaccine or, like, questions that I had about COVID or whatever. And then Jillian immediately takes an inch, or like she, Anna gives an inch, she fucking takes a mile of like, no, you were prevented from that discussion.
Come out and Doug, please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
The Fauci and team knew pretty darn early that this was a gain of function research baby.
That I agree with.
They'll simultaneously say that Fauci hid that the virus was very, very like deadly and dangerous. And then in the next sentence, downplay COVID. Say we didn't need these restrictions. We didn't need the masking. You didn't need to have your civil liberties restricted.
That Fauci lied about its origin.
But he didn't lie about what is their thing for the origin or whatever? Like, or what's the...
I forget. Yeah, I don't even remember. I'm not steeped in it.
The criticisms of Fauci is that he said the thing about like the masks or whatever, you could actually spread it more and stuff like that. But that's a mistake of like somebody who's an epidemiologist. Like his expertise is in epidemiology. He should not be talking about how effective like textiles and PPE are in the first place or whatever. That like it's not an appropriate question. It's not an appropriate thing for him to be making a statement on or like rendering a judgment on. There was a point where I did feel like, again, he was very, very popular with Democrats, but with Republicans, he was not. But you need the virus is not going to discriminate or like care about that or whatever. It's going to infect everybody. So I'm like, you need as many people on board trusting somebody about like to be like a source of truth for this. And if his favorability was dropping so much with the people who needed to hear that message the most, That it was like he probably should resign, and it probably should be somebody else to come and do it because he's like
30% didn't get vaccinated.
Yeah. Do you remember there also came out like a study where they found that like your partisan affiliation was going to be the easiest indicator to know if you were or if you were vaccinated.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it was so obvious that they were trying to hide the ball when it came to the lab leak theory.
Okay,
and
so
that's a
ask
problem.
yourself why,
Right.
and then what comes after that, right? So now we're not looking at existing medicine to be used as a therapeutic. Doc, isn't that protocol? What do we have that would work? And not only are they not looking at it,
we did studies
they're
on hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin.
Well, we know that it didn't come from. It is not the product of like a lab leak.
I'm not sure about that.
I looked it up while we were talking. This was a study from Tulane University. This came out, and the most notable part of this is two features. These two features of the virus, the mutations in the RBD portion of the spike protein and its distinct backbone, rules out genetic engineering. Okay, they're talking about gain of function here as a potential origin for SARS-CoV-2, said co-author Christian Anderson, PhD, and associate professor of immunology and microbiology at Scripps Research. And then they go on to talk about the most likely origins of this. You have no data, you have no evidence. I'm citing Tulane University things from 2020, and you're unwilling to conclude that. What do you have?
I'm telling you, I don't know. I haven't done the research.
Do you think I'm spreading medical disinformation or misinformation about this?
I'm not saying that you are. I think you're spreading.
No, I'm asking. I'm not. I didn't say that you said that. I'm asking what you think I'm doing. I'm spreading studies. Yes, they're called facts.
You're spreading. I don't know what you're.
I'm spreading facts. Yes. I'm debunking lies. That's true.
Okay, so you're saying definitively it didn't come from a lab.
No, I'm saying that there's a possibility of that, but they've not substantiated that, and they try to make it seem like it's this open question that nobody has done research into or whatever. And like that is so, like it's technically possible, but it's highly improbable. It's highly improbable. You think it came from a lab or what?
I'm not saying I know it came from a lab. I'm telling you that you're right about the notion.
He has to do his own research.
I have to do my own research.
Whatever.
Forming doctors
Oh yeah, still.
who were utilizing things like they're trying ivermectin, which was relatively benign and won a Nobel Prize. And our good friend, Dr. Sabine Hazen, ended up finding out that it did help mitigate cases of severe COVID. I still don't have a TikTok because I posted a clip of her on there talking about ivermectin as a therapeutic. Why? Why did we accelerate pushing this vaccine through the emergency use loophole, knowing while the NIH was doing research on the vaccine injured, like brand resin, another perfect example.
God.
So why do we think this is happening? I mean, like, just
may I add one more quick thing? If I'm not mistaken, please correct me if I'm wrong. There were already patents created for some of these vaccines
for mRNA
in 2019.
As though they knew something.
Exactly, before the pandemic.
Yes, they did. There had been research on mRNA for years. These fucking morons.
Even officially kicked off.
You guys are going full dark on me.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Doug. Well, okay, let me add to that because the mRNA,
don't add.
I guess technology, the platform, that was developed years in advance in Canada, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, we were looking at it for cancer primarily.
Right, exactly.
Because it was dangerous.
That's why it was the rollout of the COVID vaccine was so quick because like the platform had already kind of been discovered and created.
But not for this.
It's actually remarkable. It's one of the. Now, I don't give Trump personal credit, but the Trump administration generally deserves credit for warp speed and for if you read about like what was actually done to get these vaccines to market in record time, it is amazing. It is incredible what happened there. And so, but I just find it so funny that arguably one of Trump's administration's like
he can't even brag about it.
He can't even brag about it. Yeah, but no, it is remarkable what was done, and those products are some of the most efficacious, some of the best vaccines we have with like a brand
They're more
new
effective
technology that's never
than
been done
flu
before.
vaccines. More effective than flu vaccines of a disease that has been around forever. Not forever, but far longer than
it is
COVID.
One of the most remarkable stories of ingenuity that saved millions of people's lives. If you calculate the amount of lives that these vaccines have saved across the world, it's millions of people. And we're still talking shit about it.
This was the video. This fucking video that I found the source of the coronavirus. You remember this? There's almost 2.4 million views. Every single thing about like the lab leak theory. If you like go through their citations, it will always lead back to this fucking video that's just full of lies. And full of this dude, like, distorting things, hyperbole. All of his sources are, like, it's not anything, like, secrets and misinterpreting the documents that are, like, in Chinese that he, like, put in, like, translated to English and, like, misrepresented what they even said. He, like, lies about what they say. All of it, but the, like, lab leak thing, that fucking video. There's no way to talk to somebody who's promoting this stuff that isn't either getting information from that video or is citing people that got information from that stupid video.
Regime clamped down on every single influencer, every single media platform to say that you can't mention any doubts about the COVID vaccine. It extends beyond that. Right? Can't mention. Also, this is like unrelated. Hunter Biden's laptop can't mention certain things because otherwise you're an agent.
Hunter Biden laptop. Hunter Biden laptop.
Now, these people are just. And the people who watch this, they just are being fed these things and like, yes, I agree. That's why I resent oftentimes creators that don't challenge their audience and just pander like fucking like. What is your purpose here? If all you're doing is yelling out buzzwords, vaccine injury, Hunter Biden laptop, all that shit. What good are you? You're just here shoveling fucking like you're a pig, right? From the trough, just shoveling shit to your audience that I already agree with just to get the updates. I find it reprehensible.
But wait, hold on. Stick with who was behind what you just said. So when you look at the virality,
fucking Jillian though is in her element, man. This like this pseudoscience bullshit. Zog posting?
She loves it. No, I'm just joking. But no, but she is in her element in terms of like she's prepared for this in terms of having her.
This is her bread and butter or whatever, like alternative medicine and all that shit.
It's funded by Bill Gates.
Oh, you're going so dark.
But it's the truth, though. Doug, it's the truth. Okay, so just tell me if I'm wrong. I'm not going to tell you.
I don't know. I try not to go down those roads.
Unfortunately, I'm telling you, do your own homework on it.
Yeah.
So the Virality Project was in fact funded by Bill Gates through Stanford, and it was benevolent. It was meant to suss out
the bits,
vaccine hesitation. This is what went to the White House, and this is what was used to strategically silence dissenters, including the Facebook group of Brianne Dresden, who was injured online, just so people who were vaccinated.
I got bits from Eddie Bombay, who said, I feel like a lot of people miss a big point. If it was developed and leaked from a lab, then that means Trump let China release a bioweapon and still said Xi is a great guy and did nothing to them.
True, yeah.
Could connect on this. That said, who was invested in this platform? Who was invested in this tech? Who stood to lose hundreds of billions of dollars if it didn't work?
Pharmaceutical companies.
And also Bill Gates.
Let's complete the circle.
Just saying.
Because you bring up an excellent point, and I know.
I'm going to go out on a limb right here. American Pharma gets a bad rap. They get a bad rap. And for the COVID stuff, I think that they get a bad rap.
For the profiteering, not for the science, not for the data.
What I mean to say is like, I think the big problems in healthcare expenditures aren't pharmaceutical companies. I think that's it's a significant component, but it's not the big issue. I think that it's other expenses. And in general, I think that American pharmaceutical companies are a force for good. They obviously are still beholden to corporate interests. There's still a lot of problems potentially. But this whole these inventors, these drug developers, they were there to save lives. They were absolutely there to save lives. And you read about the actual story. Actually read about it. The people who are behind these medications and shit. It is an incredible story of people who were trying to solve a problem. And there just simply is no issue, argument that what was motivating these pharmaceutical companies initially was to try to scam the American people into having a shoddy product. They wanted a product that worked, right? Cures work. Vaccines that work, cures make money. Vaccines that work make money. They made a lot of money off of this because it was a good product.
Some people out there get
the bigger criticism, I think the Bill Gates or like the Gates Foundation or whatever helped the lobby to try to make the IP of the vaccine recipe or whatever you want to call it proprietary, or that other countries would have to, because of the patents and stuff like that, other countries would be delayed in potentially getting access to it.
Not sure about that. Maybe you're right. I don't know.
Get annoyed when I make.
Well, I can't even remember or whatever. But that criticism stuck out sharper to me than the ones that you're saying about the profiteering, because that's lazy. in all of these studies or
You can
whatever.
have any cure, yeah.
That's the thing. It's like, well, when you live in like a fucking capitalist society, it's like, yeah, there's financial incentives, but with everything. But they're only selectively looking at it at this, and it's not enough to say that there's a financial interest or whatever, because, which those studies and these doctors disclose when they have conflicts of interest.
Make the connection. But who is one of the biggest donors of the Democratic Party? Bill Gates. And now Melinda Gates.
I thought you were going to say pharma, and I was going to say they donate to both. Lindy.
Well, no, Bill Gates
I hear you. No, you're right.
Reams of money. When Harris was in trouble in October, he came. There was a huge New York Times headline about Bill Gates coming in for the rescue.
Okay, so here's the other thing, though. So you have the
this is the thing. The patent should have been waived. Companies were in favor of having the patent, and it killed millions of people. Pharma companies are not some benign good for everyone.
Yeah, I don't understand that. Like, the government was buying enough vaccine for everybody.
Well, initially they were talking. It wasn't going to be free. Do you remember when Pelosi said it would be affordable, and then she got shit for that? Then she said, "Okay, it can be free."
Well, I don't know. Pelosi was in charge. It was Trump, and the Trump administration. If you read about in abundance the distribution of the vaccine, it was also remarkable. And someone said that in the comments as well. They were able to not just develop this vaccine and enable the, basically help with the vaccines. They purchased so that everyone could have it for free. And then they got, Johnson & Johnson, they got, what are the big pharmaceutical? Oh my God, my brain is shot. By the way, I have a hard out at 2, otherwise I'm not going to make my morning stream. What are the big fucking pharmaceutical retailers? Help me.
I'm bad at this. Also, why did you say Pelosi was not in charge? Like, I was insinuating that Pelosi was in charge. What I'm saying is that, Donald Trump was in charge. The Democrats are the opposition party. If you're not hearing Nancy Pelosi talk about how the vaccine should be free or whatever in disagreement, that means that there was like a consensus emerging between Democrats and Republicans initially that there should be some cost for people to get it before they blunted like, okay, it can be free.
Okay, but we ended up buying the vaccine in bulk, and that was a really, really smart strategy. And so if the government's willing to do that, I don't understand why it's a problem to have patents for these vaccines.
Well, they said it would have been better if the patent right were waived. It's just a fact that patents inhibited vaccine distribution globally. There's no arguing that.
Maybe, I don't know.
This is where you resort. And this, when it comes to like everything that you've been challenged on this, you'll argue for a little bit, and then as soon as somebody is like more firm than you, I have a study, you're like, I don't know.
What is the evidence that the patent was what inhibited the access of foreign countries to get the vaccines?
Because other countries can't buy them, Pisco.
But there's a production issue too. It's not just
here's somebody probably on your side because they didn't want developing countries to cut corners and make inferior vaccines that would hurt people. And then they said but the first person you're arguing with said it costs money to buy instead of producing domestically.
Yeah, but like, did these foreign countries have the?
No, that's the thing is that like, with the patents on the like recipes for these vaccines or whatever, then they have to purchase from the United States or from these companies instead of having access to it and then manufacturing it domestically or producing it domestically in their own countries.
I don't know. I'd have to look into that.
I thought you've been reading up on like IP law, no?
Well, no, copyright, not
IP. Okay.
Different.
COVID vaccine. I get that there were issues.
Thank you.
With that, especially when it comes to censorship.
Mandate.
But then, yes.
The mandate was the problem.
But the other thing that's happening simultaneously as we speak, right, is this increase of like measles cases because now parents aren't getting their children vaccinated for measles, right? So it's like a very difficult situation to navigate as a normal person who doesn't really know much about vaccines, but you want to do the right thing for your kids. And I think
I don't understand why she's giving any credence to any of this. You did not see this level of vaccine hesitancy, skepticism, and anti-vaxxers, the sentiment until Donald Trump. Really, it was something that was completely fringe. It was relegated to the left more so, unfortunately, and like the woo-woo hippie types.
Yeah.
There's a lot of fear out there. So, Dr. Drew, how do you respond to that? How do you?
Oh, wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Don't go there yet, because you took me to the next entrant.
Okay.
So very good point.
I remember how Trump responded to that. There was that, I can't remember the name, but that reporter that asked, like, what do you say to Americans that are scared? And he immediately said, you're a terrible reporter for asking me that. You're scaring people. Just by asking that question.
Why are you asking about Epstein? Why are you asking about this?
They're about to. So
Okay.
here's what happens next.
I have so much more, though.
So you're going to,
I'm
because
writing
they're
notes.
connected. But at the same time, all right, Kennedy has demanded that we don't, or he's demanded gold standard safety testing.
Yes,
He
yes.
said we haven't had it. In response, CNN crowdsourced 256 studies claiming he was wrong. So now this would be the studies clip. It's a Google
What does
doc.
that mean, crowdsource? What does that mean, they crowdsourced? I don't know what we mean by that. That they collected a bunch of studies? I
Pull it
honestly
up
don't know
for
what she means by crowdsource it.
And just scroll.
Wait, really quick. That person arguing with you. Here's an NPR. I won't go through the whole thing, but this is the gist or whatever, so you can noodle on it for a little bit. Whatever happened to the new no-patent COVID vaccine touted as a global game changer? This was reported on August 31st, 2022. Back in January, we told you about a different kind of COVID vaccine that had been approved for use in India. The vaccine, called Corbevax, had some very attractive properties: low cost, easy to make while using well-established biotech processes, and patent-free. The vaccine's inventors were hoping it would address questions of vaccines equity for countries that can't afford to make or buy expensive vaccines, like the ones sold by Pfizer and Moderna. It appears their strategy is working. Since Corbevax was authorized for use last December, Indian health authorities have administered quite a few doses. Here's where things stood on August 10th when I spoke to blah, blah, blah. But then they talk about, yeah, is this compelling to you?
What does this have to do with Pfizer? Or, yeah, this is saying that there was an alternative developed.
They're saying regardless of the framing of the article, like these sorts of the fact that like this was patent free and established in India actually did increase access and got more people vaccinated globally. Because there are countries that are so poor that they're priced out of these of being able to get like the
expensive to make in addition to buy. So it's a very like
true. Okay, but from there, shouldn't you
like,
make the patent? Shouldn't you get rid of the patent then? Or if it's like
you're gonna
patent free?
have to show that you're gonna have to show that the patent was a true barrier to produce these vaccines for these other third countries. You have to prove that, and that the make limitation.
If they don't have the money to purchase the vaccines from these from Pfizer and Moderna, do you think that they have the money to have the research to be able to make their own mRNA vaccines that are effective against develop their own
that's
against
my
COVID?
Point. That's my point, right? Like, but that's my point.
No, but you just said they need to prove that they can't do this or something like that, and I was like, that's like a premise like baked into what you're saying now.
Right. So what I mean to say is, if you can't afford to buy it in bulk, why would we assume that you can afford to make it in bulk? That's my point.
But this is but this Corbevax thing is saying again using well-established biotech processes, and it was patent-free.
I know, but the point of your fucking chatter was that the patent situation killed people in third-party countries because they wouldn't just open up the patent and it reduced access. And my contention is that might be true. You're going to have to show, however, that the patent was a true barrier. And the way you're going to have to show that is that had they made it patent-free, the countries that you claim are where the deaths happened because they didn't open it up would be able to produce it.
They said,
that's my point.
Here's a response, but the method is cheaper, Pisco. Listen with your ears. And then somebody else, come on, Pisco. If the cost of production was the problem, then how was India producing for less?
This is a different vaccine. This is not the expensive mRNA vaccine. This is different, right?
Yes.
That's what this is saying. I'm just reading what it's saying. This is saying, unlike the mRNA vaccine, using like the traditional style of vaccine. So it's different. So then the patent thing wouldn't be an issue there. They're contrasting a production style for a type of vaccine that's different than mRNA vaccines. Well, that doesn't help your point that the mRNA vaccine patent situation actually killed people. So you have to actually establish that. You can't just say, come on, because they made a cheaper vaccine. Well, that's the point, right? Like, you're going to have to show that there's a group of countries that aren't rich enough to purchase the vaccine, but are established enough to make the vaccine, but couldn't because the patent is too expensive. That's what you're going to have to show.
Get on it, chatters.
So basically, there's 256 studies on here that they have crowdsourced, okay?
Okay.
Now, can we pull up Kennedy's response to this? Because here's the concern, right? You've got parents who are saying, I don't know, I noticed a difference. And you've got Kennedy saying, we don't have proper safety testing. And then you've got CNN going, he's a liar. So this would be the Kennedy tweet.
Yeah, CNN was just like, he's a liar. They're just out of nowhere. They're just slandering and baselessly attacking RFK Jr. because they just hate him so much, right? That definitely...
Jillian just confabulates. She confabulates and she just comes up with these like, because she doesn't know where to go and she's not really, I don't think she's seasoned it. I don't think that she's prepared to do this kind of hosting role just because she had that like one other fitness show or whatever. And so she just like exaggerates to the point of confabulation, in my opinion.
If you see that, Nat, where he responds to this. Do you have it? The Kennedy tweet. Hold on. Okay, good. Scroll down. Yep. Okay, whoop. Stop. Sorry. Hold. Perfect. Okay, here we go. So he says basically he wants gold standard research, right? Then many vaccine promoters have challenged this assertion, saying that there is safety, proper safety.
Assertion? She meant assertion.
Testing. Last week, CNN, which has devolved into a shameless propagandist for Big Pharma, triumphantly announced that it had proof that my pronouncement that there have been no placebo-controlled safety trials for any routine vaccines was false. CNN gleefully claimed that it had 257 placebo-controlled studies for routine vaccines. And then he breaks down how this is baloney. So let's go with it. And Doc, you'll respond. CNN is wrong. No routine injected vaccine on CDC's schedule was licensed for children based on placebo-controlled trials. In instances where a vaccine
I just need to point out that the citation for debunking CNN that is criticizing the anti-vax HHS Secretary of Human Health and Services is a tweet.
Used as a control. You know what? This is going to be too complicated.
It's a lot.
Okay, so here's what he basically says. Correct me.
Yeah.
You take it.
The easy way to think about this is, and I really want to keep it clear.
Okay, I got somebody throwing in bits just to get this to you. India making its own vaccines. 1, reduced shipping time. 2, more countries means more vaccines getting made. 3, other countries will prioritize their own people before shipping elsewhere. If a country makes their own, then they don't have that problem. And somebody else said China could have produced those mRNA vaccines affordably if it was patent-free, and it would have certainly saved lives. To say that any other countries wouldn't have been able to more affordably produce vaccines is a weird claim.
Establish that. No. So the burden of proof is not on me. I'm saying, I don't know. I'm agnostic. The burden of proof is on you. The burden of proof is actually on you to show that opening up the patent would have saved lives. That's actually
I think you made the claim. You initially started with you didn't understand where the criticisms were coming from and that the patent was fine. That's a positive claim, no?
No. I said that I'm not convinced that the patent situation killed lives, and that I haven't seen that. I don't know that case, and that's your case to make. That opening up the patent.
There's a really fine line in this conversation between like we didn't inoculate people and more people died as a result versus like people were killed. What's the difference between those?
Wait. The difference between what two things?
There's a very, very fine line that starts to get blurry where you're saying like prove that more people were killed or whatever versus like less people were vaccinated and protected against COVID-19 and then died as a result. Those are very, very close, no?
I think they're close, yeah, but you have to establish both of those. So prove that there would have been more vaccines that would have been
your initial claim was that the U.S. would be able to produce vaccines more affordably than other countries. They said why?
So because the United States had the production lines to make these like volatile vaccines that needed to be handled a particular way because they developed them and in collaboration with their German
that's not in contention though. The thing is that they patented it though.
Yeah, so the question is what production did the patent process prevent that otherwise would have been there? That's your case to make. I'm not making a claim that the patent situation didn't have an effect on lives. It's your claim, right? Your claim is that the patent process and the fact that the patents existed killed people or that it prevented access to the vaccine. You have to actually defend that claim. You have to actually substantiate that claim. That's your claim. I'm agnostic. That's your claim that you need to actually
mRNA isn't new. Other countries had production capabilities to do that already, and that's why they linked it. This is the same person that linked the thing about India. But this article talks about it. They said that
the India article is saying that. Wait, the India article literally says, let's actually read
low
it, right?
cost, easy to make, using well-established biotech processes, and patent-free.
That's not saying mRNA. That's not saying it's making. So this is an example of unless they're included in the production costs. The price of the actual patent. Maybe that's what
just because they didn't make mRNA ones, that doesn't mean that they don't have the capabilities to produce those. No.
That's your claim to make, right? So you have to show.
I'm not arguing. I'm trying to just help facilitate the conversation. Okay.
So the person needs to show these production lines are substantially similar. China had the capacity to make this. That's all the stuff, the building blocks you have to make. I don't have to make it. That right? It's your positive claim that the patent process actually limited access to the vaccine. You're the one who has to establish China could have done it. You're the one that has to say India had this exact chain that the whatever this.
I think the only thing that they want you to concede is that
that's yours to make.
It's a better world where this was not patented.
I'm agnostic on that because perhaps if it's not patented, you just incentivize future variants. You disincentivize the future boosters. So I don't know that. That's again, I'm agnostic on that. Your case to make. Stop trying to shift the burden. It's your burden.
The two people that were here, hold on, and then we're going back to it.
It's your burden.
He's getting so mad, LMAO, and then the other person said, "Feels like bro's moving the goalposts."
No, same exact goalpost. I said from the entire start, I'm agnostic on that. You have to make the case. You haven't made the case. All you've said is but China, bro, but India, bro, but this vaccine that isn't the vaccines we're talking about and isn't connected to the patents, bro. You have to actually I know that's frustrating for you that you're fucking soying out now because you can't make your case and you haven't prepared, but I'm agnostic on it. I'm not taking a position. I'm agnostic on all of it.
You're causing a civil war. I got another frequent chatter of mine saying Pisco is correct, and they sent me 100 bits just to praise you.
Yeah, appreciate that.
This would actually be a fun debate for you to have because it's not over the science of COVID or anything like that. It's literally about economics and distribution, the patents.
Yeah, but the thing is I'm open to that. I'm open to that, and I'm open to reasonable criticism. The thing is, oftentimes these people who are there should be no IP, bro. There should be no IP.
You're talking to one of these people because they say I hate IP and I think it shouldn't exist. So LOL.
Yeah. So I actually want to use the capitalist incentives, right, that people have to create innovative things. And I think that, for example, the American pharmaceutical industry has created very innovative things and very awesome treatments and cures and drugs and all that stuff. And I want to, oftentimes there are market failures, there's corruption, there's all that shit. But you have to establish that what your claims are. And I'm not convinced that opening up the patents would have saved lives. And you have to actually produce that. And you have to actually show that. And you have to show if you're taking the longer claim, which is that in general, patent, think about this just for a second, right? You're against all IP. How did Operation Warp Speed succeed? Well, what did the government do there? The government did what it did best, and it encouraged private industry to do what it did best, right? It encouraged pharmaceutical companies to do the research. It encouraged pharmacies to do what they do best in the distribution, and they basically boosted everyone up and helped specialize the different parts of the production chain and the distribution chain.
Okay, Econoboy says you need to establish that capitalism works.
Okay, I mean he's a troll. He's everyone's just trying to
imagine thinking capitalism is the only way to innovate. Cringe.
I'm not saying no. No one said that, right? What I'm saying is the government here did something amazing. It had an amazing result. It used capitalism, and I'm just noticing that.
Here's the thing that that always gets brought up in this or whatever. I don't know enough about it to argue the point. But a lot of the research that they were able to that eventually produced the mRNA vaccines was publicly funded and taxpayer money or whatever. So that was not
great. That's great. And the public got a great result from it. The public got a fantastic result from the money that was publicly funded, and we were the benefactors of that. Now you can make an additional argument and say we deserve some stake in it. We deserve. So I don't think in those terms of deserve. It's what's in the benefit of overall the country. What produces the best outcome. And I'm not convinced. That's not saying that I think it's not true. I'm saying I'm not convinced that you have substantiated any of your critiques here. That IP is the problem here. We had IP, and in the context of IP, letting government do what it does best, letting industry do what it does best, we had an amazing result. And it's on you. It's on you to provide substantiation for your point.
They never said that they deserve anything. That Americans deserve it. Capitalism created COVID. Americans were just as involved in China.
You're smarter than this, Aaron. The implication is because they use publicly funded research.
No. I'm not making that argument. I'm saying that I was expecting somebody else to bring that up. I was expecting somebody else to bring that up because that's usually what happens, because you were saying, look, the free market was used and like a market-based solution was found in this instance. It saved lives. It produced millions of vaccines using cutting-edge technology that wouldn't have had, like, this all gets a bad rap or whatever.
The government was very much invested. I'm not saying that this was all private, whatever. Like, the government was heavily invested here. The government did amazing work under Trump. Yeah, they did a great job in doing this specific thing, the warp speed stuff. But you're mad at me for not being convinced by your argument, which you haven't substantiated, where you're just like China bro, India bro.
That was somebody else. That was somebody else that I threw in there. But they did say that Trump, they have the, like, presidents have the executive authority to make it patent free. So Trump and Biden could have made it patent free.
I don't know that they could have. Would it be legal?
I mean, does the Constitution say it's illegal?
Do that? The laws that Congress passes provide for patent law, and so there is an ownership, right? Like, it wouldn't just be the government to unilaterally be able to, or the executive to unilaterally usurp people's property.
Well, this gets back to my original thing that I even like brought it up, where I said, like, didn't the Gates Foundation or one of Bill Gates's foundations was lobbying to make sure that it was patented? That doesn't mean that it was or was not illegal, but to me, like,
right?
Well, I'm explaining how it relates. I'm explaining how it relates. I'm saying that if there was money and corporate interests involved in effectively campaigning to get these pharmaceutical companies to not make it patent free, which they could also do themselves, like in the private market, right? Nothing's stopping Pfizer or Moderna from doing it. Then it's something that was considered.
I agree on that.
Well, if they were considering not doing it, and you had, if the Gates Foundation was like arguing they ought not to do that or lobbying to that effect, do not do it. Then doesn't that suggest that, like, that could be something that tipped the scales in favor of keeping it patented when they were considering not doing it?
It's possible that Bill Gates's lobbying had a causal effect on whether they kept it patented or patented.
And you're granting that to me, to be clear, because I haven't brought up the citation or whatever, because I'm saying that's where this started.
I'm saying, suppose I grant that Bill Gates had a causal role in the decision to keep it patented versus not. I don't understand how that advances at all the argument that keeping it patented had some kind of negative effect on the amount of people dead. That is the argument.
You
right?
just said they want to make money, right? That's why they patent it. You said that, right?
What I'm saying is, so you brought up, you said, these Pfizer and whatever, they could have not kept it patented. They could have made an open license or whatever.
You agreed.
And I said, yes, they could have done that. And I said, they want to make money. And so I do accept that relinquishing your patent does cut off future revenue flows. But that's not the argument, whether or not future revenue flows would be cut off. The argument is whether closing off the patent would kill people or cause more deaths potentially in third countries. So again, we just need to deal with the argument. The argument,
it's not about killing people. It's like about not saving lives or whatever, or it's the same thing.
Yeah, not saving lives. Okay, yeah, I kind of view that the same thing. So failure to save lives. I do. Somehow, and that's the argument that needs to be substantiated. That article that you showed, I'm not saying this is your argument, by the way, doesn't do that. It doesn't even start to do that. It just points to
the
a
Trump
different
admin
product and
negotiated the claims for the contracts. Wouldn't they have the power to make it patent free?
I don't know. That's also your claim to make. I don't know. I don't know whether they would have the legal authority to do that. So I'm not sure. They could have conditioned their support on making it patent free, I guess. And so in terms of their negotiation position, but again, the question is it advisable or not? And that's a separate issue. Whether or not they could have done it is separate than the argument whether the decision itself cost lives. That's you keep doing a different thing. Well,
they're questioning. They're not making a claim. I think they're just really quick. They're just. I think they're trying to say they're just as agnostic as you in this or whatever. That couldn't. They're because you say that you're agnostic on it, but I think you do lean more towards defending it being patent protected.
I'm saying that we had produced good results, and that.
So you're leaning, and it's patent protected. So you're leaning towards arguments in favor of it being that way, being okay because you're fine with the result.
I'm open with the notion that they should have opened up their patent.
You're open to changing your mind, but right now you're defending the way that the vaccine rollout happened, or no?
My position is that what occurred was remarkable and good, but that doesn't mean it couldn't have been better if they opened up the patents after. So no, I am agnostic on the position about whether or not opening up the patent after the production would have saved lives and made the process even better. I think what we had was good, but potentially it could have been better if we did what these people are suggesting. I'm agnostic on that.
You should do some research in your own time to see if
no, the other people should do research.
No,
if they have that claim.
You're so fucking triggered. Stop. I'm telling you what would be good for you is to independently research this, come to a conclusion on how you feel, and then be able to argue it anytime you're hit with it. Because I do think you're nominally and technically agnostic, okay? But I do feel like you're leaning more in favor of being fine with it, patent protected.
What you're hearing, what you're perceiving is a lot of skepticism that I have oftentimes of these people who are
I do be perceiving
totally dismissive of intellectual property and who think like, oh, this is all shit, this is all bullshit. Like, if we just open up all patents, all these drugs, everything would be better off. But I'm wanting these drugs to be invented in the first place. And yeah, you can have major public funding for shit. And that has worked in the past in America. And I even think that there's a good argument that America should be doing heavily more research. But I think that there's also a parallel track that you can run. You can have a robust public investment in research while maintaining the private system that also works well. Like it's nice to have redundancies, because sometimes the way that you do things what's the phrase, stultify? I don't know what the phrase is, but like having a particular way to do things sometimes you'll not re-examine biases or methods, and you'll be too prone to go back on rest on your laurels and that kind of thing. So I think it's nice to have multiple different systems of investigation and research really spread out. And sometimes that will cause inefficiencies for sure, but I think you need to really have a robust research system that includes both public and private, unless you can show me that the private is a total waste of time and money.
I found it. Okay, I found the article that I remembered reading. I didn't think I was gonna find it. I found it. Okay. Hold on. I'm so happy, you guys. Okay. This was August 25th, 2020. They pledged to donate rights to their COVID vaccine, then sold them to pharma. In a business driven by profit, vaccines have a problem. They're not very profitable, at least not without government subsidies. Pharma companies favor expensive medicines that must be taken repeatedly and generate revenue for years or decades. Vaccines are often given only once or twice. In many parts of the world, established vaccines cost a few dollars per dose or less. Last year, only 4 companies were making vaccines for the US market. Again, this is in 2020. Down from more than 20 in the 1970s. As recently as February 11th, Dr. Anthony Fauci, the government's top infectious disease expert, complained that no major drug company had committed to quote-unquote step up to make a coronavirus vaccine, calling the situation, quote, very difficult and frustrating. Oxford University surprised and pleased the advocates of overhauling the vaccine business in April by promising to donate the rights to its promising coronavirus vaccine to any drug maker. The idea was to provide medicine preventing or treating COVID-19 at a low cost or free of charge, the British university said. That made sense to people seeking change. The coronavirus was raging. Many agreed that traditional vaccine development, characterized by long lead times, manufacturing monopolies, and weak investment, was broken. We actually thought they were going to do that. James Love, director of Knowledge Ecology International, a nonprofit that works to expand access to medical technology, said of Oxford's pledge. Why wouldn't people agree to let everyone have access to the best vaccines possible? This is the critical point that I was thinking of. A few weeks later, Oxford, urged on by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, reversed course. It signed an exclusive vaccine deal with AstraZeneca that gave the pharmaceutical giant sole rights and no guarantee of low prices, with the less publicized potential for Oxford to eventually make millions from the deal and win plenty of prestige. Other companies working on coronavirus vaccines have followed the same line, collecting billions in government grants, hoarding patents, revealing as little as possible about their deals, and planning to charge up to $37 a dose for potentially hundreds of millions of shots. Even as governments shower money on an industry that has not made vaccines a priority in the past, critics say failure to alter the basic model means drug industry executives and their shareholder will get rich with no assurance that future vaccines will be inexpensively available to all.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I mean, the government should make sure that to the extent there's a market failure and to the extent that there's like rent seeking or any kind of market power situation that would prevent access, that they should step in. But again, that's not advancing the point that your chatter said.
No. I'm advancing my own thing because I made the claim. I said, didn't the Gates Foundation lobby or something like that? I was wrong. It doesn't seem like there was money involved as far as I can tell, but this is what I was thinking on. Urged on by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Urge could mean so many different things. They don't clarify. They don't seem to. It doesn't seem to have been financial lobbying. But again, They had pledged to donate the rights, and then they ended up selling them.
Yeah, and I think in order to have an appropriate, like, you need to take into account and like spend some time. Why did they do this? Is it because they're evil? Is it because they wanted Oxford or whatever to make money? Like what's going on here? I don't know the answer to that. It's an interesting like research thing to do, and something that I'm not like closed off to the notion these are all just greedy pharmaceuticals that want to hoard money. And in general, I assume that firms are like, trying to maximize shareholder profit, trying to maximize equity, that kind of shit. I just need to like know what the argument is and what we're trying to advance. Is the argument about people's health being compromised? Is the argument about access? Is the argument about
it's about access, I think.
Okay.
And obviously money's at the bottom of this. It should probably be like public health now. But again, I agree that there are these issues. Like the first thing that it says is that they're not profitable. They're highly effective. You only need them once or twice or whatever, and they cost so much fucking money to generate in the first place.
Which is why we need a big incentive for these companies to actually do it. One of the most profitable.
If there was no financial incentive, do you think that there would not be a vaccine generated? No, I don't think it would have been the mRNA one, but I think a vaccine would have eventually emerged, even if it didn't make money.
Yeah, I'm not here saying that the only possible way to generate a vaccine is through a profit incentive. It has proven to be a useful one at times, and again, but also public dollars can fund these researches and like directly. I'm not opposed to any of that, and that's why, for example, I'm very angry that Trump has cut the public research for a bunch of shit. So I think America needs to be more involved in research, and they need to be doing more independent research and taking stake in some of these medications, pharmacies, and that kind of shit, or pharmaceuticals. But it's an interesting dialogue. I hate the refrain from some of your chatters that like, oh, because I'm agnostic on it, that somehow that's like that I'm saying that the only thing that's able to produce medicine is capitalism, or for example, that like they've shown their case because they show like one article from India that they've produced a separate vaccine that has nothing to do with the patents on the first vaccine.
Well, they were patent free. India produced a patent free one.
But that's not establishing the point that the patents like materially affected the amount of people who died because of
they outlined both sides of this or whatever. The potential for vaccine profits was first reported by the Wall Street Journal. Pharma company officials say that only decades of industry research have made it even possible to produce a coronavirus vaccine at the present speed, which very well may be true. The federal government cannot research, development, and manufacture vaccines and other new treatments on its own, said Andrew Polony, a spokesperson for the Pharmaceutical Research and Manufacturers of America, a lobbying group. Large and early government investment, quote, is a well-accepted approach to addressing public health crises, he said. Many argue that a health crisis is not the time to worry about overpaying for vaccines or backing some candidates that won't deliver. Getting a good vaccine as quickly as possible requires spreading bets, they say. Spending some extra billions on vaccines is the right choice when human life is at stake and trillions in economic losses at risk, says Edward Skolnick, a top scientist at the Broad Institute.
The government is able to internalize those costs. The government is able to internalize these externalities and internalize these deadweight losses and all these like inefficiencies, and they're able to take them into account. A corporation is just like a machine that makes profit, so we shouldn't expect corporations to be benevolent. They're tools that the government can use, or in partnership with the government to have production and achieve good outcomes. But let's not pretend that these corporations are here to benefit society as a whole. That they have a specific purpose, and we should.
No one's pretending about that.
Be wise about that. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Well, these people know that. That's their first criticism. But yeah, the Oxford backed off of its open license pledge after the Gates Foundation urged it to find a big company partner to get its vaccine to market. We went to Oxford and said, "Hey, you're doing brilliant work," Bill Gates told reporters on June 3rd, a transcript shows. "But you really need to team up." The comments were first reported by Bloomberg. AstraZeneca, one of the UK's two major pharma companies, may have demanded an exclusive license in return for doing a deal, said somebody from the London School of Economics.
Maybe AstraZeneca required there to be patent protection for their investment. Maybe, Bill and Melinda Gates were in some negotiation that make it unviable not to do it. Like, we don't know. and we have no idea. And that's my only point is don't just assume that people say, for example, they know that these are just profit-making machines, but then they act like so outraged when like a corporation would want to maximize profits. That's given. That's a given. So like, what are we talking about here, folks?
Well, I think they're mad at the end, like the like almost inherent injustice in that, right? And the fact that like that system or whatever is going to prioritize profit over like human lives and say like saving people.
It will prioritize perhaps that outcome, but that's not the same as saying that.
I'm not saying it's the same. I'm just responding to you being like, well, what don't these people get? Because you're looking at this system like almost like value neutrally or whatever. But one, I don't think it's value neutral. I do think that does start from like an ideological position. And two, that like the externality that we're talking about is not just like, oh, some people don't get it. It's like potentially like millions and millions of people are priced out and they don't get access to a thing that should probably be a human right. But
so I mean, there's a lot of expensive drugs that people don't, where there's no access problem. So a drug can be expensive, but notwithstanding that, there can be no access problem. So they're separate things, and I know you're not saying they're not separate. And especially in the context of Corona, where these are novel vaccines that have very particular, production lines, now you could make the argument that the fact that America didn't fund the vaccine for every other country probably cost lives. That's probably true, right? Like I'm sure America could have bought and purchased more vaccines and just handed them out, and I probably would even be in favor of that.
But that's not even like, or just the people here are like, no, it just doesn't need to. The IP can be available to everyone.
But there is a kind of but that's what I mean. Like there's like this ideological commitment to blame the corporation the way that you wouldn't blame the government. Or like, why should they
literally say, I'm not making any moralistic argument about capitalism and companies being quote unquote evil. I don't give a fuck about arguments about that.
Yeah, I mean, no.
I do think you are shadowboxing.
Because you would never say like, oh, the USA, they killed a bunch of people in these other countries because they didn't actively purchase the medication for those other countries. But you would blame the, basically the corporation.
No, but I said that, right? I articulated that distinction earlier where I said I realize it's a fine line though, because where do you get into the point of like by withholding this and people are dying as a result of that does kind of feel like it's like blood on your hands or whatever. Is it like, did they personally like murder them or whatever? No, but if you deny or restrict access to life-saving medical care and intervention, then there becomes a point where it's like functionally that is contributing to like, or exacerbating a global health crisis that is within our, like that could be better managed.
Then it's an indictment both of the corporations and equally to the people, because the people would be pissed off like, oh my God, you're buying vaccines for poor countries? What the fuck? Like this is all bullshit. We should be focused on Americans. And the truth is, Americans are just as much to blame as these corporations, and because it's the same incentive, it's the same logic. If America is not actively purchasing these vaccines and spreading them across Africa, I guess in some sense they're letting the crisis get worse to the extent that they're not spending their own resources in the same way that but somehow there's this expectation that the corporation should open up their patents. But there isn't this expectation that the government should just be buying the vaccines wholesale for these countries. And,
well, that was on the table. That had been on the table as reported by this, right?
But I just noticed that there's a focus oftentimes on the corporate lack of humanity, as opposed to like the U.S. government's lack of humanity for
that's a self-report
cutting USAID and shit like that.
No. They're not trying to absolve the government of responsibilities. They're saying that they're only arguing that Biden and Trump should have made it patent-free. And there were pledges. There were pledges from Oxford, right, that they would donate the rights to this, and then that was changed.
For mRNA vaccines?
For this,
or for the AstraZeneca vaccine, different.
AstraZeneca or whatever.
AstraZeneca is not mRNA, and so
that's true.
Let's be specific about what we're talking about, and like you have to make the case.
All right, chill.
What do you mean by that? Not you, your chatters. I do have to go. It's 2:00, and I have a hard out, and otherwise I'm never going to make my morning stream. But I do.
Why are you streaming so early?
Great way to end. Because it works for my schedule. Because I also want to be able to like do things during the day, and I want to be able to get sunlight and take walks and stuff like that. And then
it makes this his full-time job. Like your schedule is like optimized around like you having a walk outside.
Oh no! Wait, walk outside. Also to release the videos. My editors say that it's important to have it release at a certain time, and so I want to plan the stream to not interfere with the release schedule. It's all thought about in advance. I also want to be able to do things like at night with family and friends and stuff.
Fucking busting your balls. You don't need to justify your whole fucking schedule. This is like This is a different version of Pisco that we're seeing because usually you're just like you're
because
so
it's late.
fucking tired. I know, but usually
You
at this
triggered
point
me.
you're like drunk and like laughing practically. But this you're like you're testy. I can tell. You're upset. You're very
I'm a bit
defensive. You're
testy.
very guarded right now.
Yeah, because you're poking. You keep poking. But
It's my
I do love
chatters. It's my fucking
this.
chatters. They're like
Yeah, fuck them. Fuck it. These commies, they're constantly doing this.
if anybody was under the impression that
trying to
that
boost
Pisco
their
is a
agenda.
communist, they just send them this VOD, okay?
Yeah, okay.
They were not
Fucking A.
communist arguments or even communist sympathetic anything coming out of you.
We'll see. Hey, I love you guys very much. This is great. I can't wait to do it again next week.
We made it
better
20 minutes into this almost 1 hour and 40-minute episode.
It's fair use. It is. So, it's perfect. We'll have better visuals. I'm working on that, and I appreciate, Aaron, your patience, and thank you again for agreeing to do this with me. I have a lot of fun doing it.
What page? I'm not like haranguing you. Like I wasn't expecting it. I'm like I've asked you how can I help or whatever, and you keep saying you're gonna tell me, and then you don't.
I know, but I was working on it. I don't want to trouble you though.
Okay. What time's your morning stream?
Wait. Let me. Do you want me to raid into you, or you're not done yet, right?
No, I'm not done. I guess I'll go for like another 45 minutes till 3 a.m. You guys.
Raid at Straighterade
on Twitch and YouTube, brother.
And on YouTube. Yeah, I'm doing both.
Thank you.
Chill on it. Anyone can cook.
Anyone can be an artist, apparently. I cannot believe I had that wrong. Damn, I've seen Ratatouille a lot.
That's the great one.
But like I've seen it like passively. It just gets like thrown on in the. It's been one of those movies for me. So.
You haven't like watched it intently?
No, I have, but like to the extent that I've like watched it intently way less times than I've like thrown it on. It's been like almost background noise. Because it's a cozy movie. It's like definitely one where I'm like I've seen the movie. I know the gist. I'll never be like I'm not gonna lose the plot or like, oh, I missed some scene or anything like that. It's not that type of movie.
How do I spell Straighterade? Wait, S-T-R-A.
I believe in you. You can do. I don't need to spell out Straighterade for you. I know you can do it. What time is your morning stream?
9:30.
You're not even gonna go to sleep right away. I bet you're gonna fucking stay up for like another 2 hours doing whatever the fuck. That's really why you're ending stream. No, I know that you're not. No, you're not. One time you were like, I'm so tired. I need to like end stream or whatever. And then like you were DMing me asking me for a link to something like 2 hours later.
I'm raiding you. This is ending.
Whatever.
You're putting me on blast.
Just a night. I'm just saying. What are you going to do after? Are you gonna watch Ratatouille?
I'm gonna sleep.
You're rewatching Ratatouille.
All right, guys. See you later. Much love. Hey, Aaron. This was great.
Good episode 5.
Yes, episode 5 or 6, 4. I think it's 4.
4.
Everyone follow Straighterade.
It is 4. It is 4. Much love. Okay. All right, everybody. Okay, if you're watching on Twitch, you should follow me or subscribe to me. You can get access to emotes and an ad-free experience. And thank you, Eddie Bombay, for subscribing. Tier 1 for 6 months in advance. Really appreciate that. Somebody just put a Pisco gif in my chat. How did you even do that? And if you're watching on YouTube, you should like the stream and subscribe to me if you haven't already. You can catch every time that I go live, which is every day. Trying to be earlier than this. And if you want to support me, you can follow the donation links pinned in my chat, my Twitch chat, or in my YouTube description box. You guys were going off with the fucking bits and the cheers. I don't know what the fucking difference is, but that I need to like disable that sound. The little noise in my ear was like driving me crazy after like it got old really fucking fast. Really fast, but okay. Let's do a little bit more of this.
Because they're going to start parsing through the science. They're going to work their way through it. The easy way to think about this is there have not been good studies. There certainly weren't good studies before the stuff was released.
Pre-licensure.
Yep. And there have never been studies on cumulative effect of vaccine. So as we go from 8 to 38 or however many we have now, that cumulative effect is completely unknown.
I'm seeing it in chat, you guys. We are moving on from the fucking patent thing. Like you're talking to somebody who is like, I am totally in favor of this stuff like not having patents on it.
Just the booster, you mean, or just over time taking different vaccines?
The fact that we have so many vaccines on the vaccine schedule that are essentially mandated, we have no idea if together they have a cumulative effect that is different than individually. Zero idea. And many of these vaccines are on the schedule for, somebody's got to explain to me, maybe they can, seems like spurious reasons. For instance, for COVID for kids is ridiculous, but okay, that's now been taken off.
Right.
Hepatitis B. I was involved in hepatitis B research in the early 80s. We were interested in it for pregnant women because in China, they had a massive problem with vertical transmission, mother to child, in unknown people who didn't know they had hepatitis B. It was a massive problem in China. That was where we were targeting the hepatitis B vaccine. Suddenly it comes over here, is we get it through and it's approved, and we're using it in healthcare providers, people that have high risk of exposure, IV drug users. All of a sudden, a child has to get it the moment they come out of the womb. The moment they get out of the womb. Why? Why are you giving that to a child?
Have that scar. Because what? This is such a bizarre argument to make. Why, like a child coming out of the womb? Why would you? We're now questioning why we vaccinate newborns and infants. They have weak immune systems and to prevent them from getting diseases. What?
On my arm because I was born in China, by the way. It's on my, you can see the indentation.
When was that mandated?
But in today's world, there is a zero probability that a mother with hepatitis B, that the delivering physician doesn't know she has hepatitis B. That child will get the hepatitis B vaccine.
Right.
Why does every child in America get that vaccine the moment they take their first breath? There's zero indication. And I brought this up to my son.
This is where it gets dicey, where it's like that, the reason why there's like a zero indication, if I even grant that, what do you want to bet that that's a fucking result? It's not something that just naturally occurs or whatever. The reason why you don't see that is because we have vaccine scheduling and mandated the way that we already do. There's no argument to change it. It's strange. Unless you're seeing some sort of like deleterious side effect or you're seeing something negative, why would you say like, oh, like there's no need to do it? Like it would be just as arbitrary to say it should be like several weeks later or whatever.
We have a new granddaughter, and he brought up with the pediatrician, and the pediatrician said she could get stuck with a needle.
Yeah, on the
playground. The child does not walk yet. Yeah. Why can't we delay it? What are we doing? If she goes into healthcare or she becomes an IV drug user, by all means, let's get it for her. But why are we doing this now? And does it have any effect with the other vaccines? The 9 other you're giving today? We have no idea. Who put that on the schedule?
Oh my God, I almost forgot she was born on China. Yeah, it's been 5 whole minutes since she brought it up.
World Health Organization. Everybody? Is that a group we trust?
Yes, I trust the WHO.
From now, correct?
Because they're
incredible. That's again more progress.
It's an amazing, stunning move from the U.S. to withdraw from the WHO. That was awesome.
Yes, I realize this is my.
Can they explain why? Probably not. All of these people are just jerking each other off.
Starting point, everybody. I realize I can trust nothing in the media anywhere.
Yeah.
No matter what. So you can't even do your own research because you have to be skeptical of everything.
Maybe nothing is real.
But you can just at least not trust what you're hearing. And now I can't even.
At least don't trust what you're hearing from reputable news sources. But listen to me, Dr. Drew, and listen to my podcast, and listen to her Take podcast.
Who the good guys and the bad guys are anymore. I can't even tell what's right and what's wrong.
I didn't even know.
And the fact it's so juvenile to even look at it like good guys and bad guys or whatever. Jesus Christ, give me a fucking break, dude.
Hold on. Okay, I want to give you a little more information, and then I'll go 1, 2, 3. All right, and Doc, please, since you're the expert here, chime in.
All right.
So I actually went to Dr. Joel Warsh, who is a pediatrician. And he has his MS in epidemiology. He wrote a book called Between a Shot and a Hard Place. And I was like, Doc, what is this 256 studies? Is Kennedy wrong? He's like, it's all nuanced, just in the verbiage, which throws people off. So for example,
I actually agree with that one part. I mean, it's good to be skeptical, right? But this whole, like, you can't trust reputable news sources or whatever, like, why not encourage people to have, like, better media literacy? Why say that you should be inherently skeptical to the point that you distrust every single thing instead of it just being like, just be critical and like when they're taking skeptical and like stretching it to like include again vaccine denial, like the efficacy of like vaccines being effective. That's not like skepticism. That is you choosing a different position.
If Kennedy was wording this accurately, he would say the following, which Dr. Drew already pointed out. There was nothing done pre-licensure of the vaccine, number 1. Number 2, he's talking about an inert placebo. This means saline. Whereas many of these placebo trials are used against what's called an active comparable, like a previous vaccine, for example.
Yeah.
Okay, so
how is that a placebo then?
It's really head-to-head rather than a placebo control.
Right. But they are in fact calling it a placebo trial.
Right.
But hence the nuance, right? The next question is, what is it being tested for? So some of these are for efficacy.
And for how long?
Yeah. Some of them are for efficacy, like, well, 10 years later, it still provided immunity. Some of them are.
Dude, it's so painful to watch these people. Maybe I am gonna agree with that chat or whatever. No, I probably did agree with you. Like, again, I don't think you need like a medical license or like expertise to be able to determine if somebody has a medical record that is problematic or they've exhibited like they've been hit with malpractice suits, like those sorts of controversies, right? Or they've made statements that are just obviously not grounded in a factual basis. That's one thing. But now we're getting into these all of these chuckle fucks trying to be like, why are these fucking doctors doing it this way? Don't they know that the placebo, blah, blah, blah. It's like, who the fuck are you to be saying how Harvard researchers and other educated people in this field should be, like, how their methodology for doing this should go? What do you know? Like, what do you know that they don't? You are not arguing this from a position of authority. You're literally, like, you think that they haven't thought about everything that you're talking about?
To see if the body, like, built antibodies.
Not did they work or not, just did the body respond.
Exactly. And very few, if any, are for long-term safety. None of these are looking at 10 years, 15 years, 20 years to look for things like autoimmune conditions, autism. And listen, this is not a hill I want to die on. I'm not suggesting.
She hates to do this, you guys.
By any means, nor do I have the expertise to suggest that this is or isn't related to autism. But the point here is, oh
my God, we're actually doing the fucking vaccines are linked to autism shit. That's awesome.
Over half the friggin' vaccines on that list are not even on the friggin' schedule. This anthrax is not on the schedule. So the point is, Kennedy is right in saying there is no pre-licensure.
Like, if for whatever reason you gave Jillian Michaels the benefit of the doubt that she knows anything about science, public health, anything related to personal fitness, that one suggestion, even if she's doing the just asking questions thing, her even being interested in hearing out that talking point when it's been thoroughly debunked for years, should discredit her immediately. There's no reason to take anything else she fucking says seriously.
Inert.
This person has 0 degrees. That's another thing. Like, if you go on her Wikipedia, she attended a college, but she's never actually, like, finished anything.
Placebo-controlled trials that are looking at long-term safety.
Not the Andrew Wakefield conspiracy theory. Isn't the funny thing that, like, I'm pretty sure the way that he obtained the data for that was in an unethical way. Didn't he, like, get blood from people he wasn't supposed to and then, like, drew spurious conclusions? I don't know. It's like, it's been years since I've looked into this. But it does have, like, a weird origin.
Period. End of story. Go.
And then he ended up, like, fleeing to the UK because he was, like, hit with tax evasion or something like that.
So what do you say to someone who wants to do the right thing by their kids, right? And they want to get their kids vaccinated with a vaccine?
No, he just asked parents, literally. There wasn't even anything, like, more than that. Jesus Christ.
That makes sense. But this is all leading to a lot of confusion.
She's actively doing the thing while saying that she isn't doing this thing. The vaccines can cause autism. I'm not saying for sure. I don't have a medical license, but...
Quite frankly, like, I'm actually very, very concerned that an increasing number of parents in this country are refusing to get their children vaccinated for the important vaccines because of all this confusion, because there is absolutely corruption in these government agencies. There's no question about that. So, like, I don't look down on or begrudge parents who are like, I don't know, I don't want to hurt my kid, I'm not going to do any of this, because it is confusing. However, there are important vaccines for them to take,
I agree
right?
with you, Doc.
It's funny.
Oh my God, no one's even like they're completely like icing Anna out of this fucking conversation, even though, again, she has ceded territory to these fucking morons who know nothing, literally Dunning-Kruger morons. There was no reason for her to concede, like, oh, I can understand or whatever, because, again, the origin of a lot of this vaccine hesitancy, skepticism, this anti-vax sentiment all came from Donald Trump, Republicans, etc.
Used to have disdain for.
And yet, when she's like, she can't even get them to say, well, shouldn't some vaccines, like, I don't know, against like fucking measles and rubella, right? Can't we at least agree these vaccines are like good? The polio vaccine, something.
People that wouldn't vaccinate their kids.
Same.
And now I'm like, understand that there's some big philosophical sweeping things to think about here.
Mm-hmm.
Centralized authority in medicine is a catastrophe. Work with your doctor, find a physician you can trust and work with, somebody who's ideally board certified in whatever the field is you're looking for, with pediatrician for kids, and work with that person and make sure that person's listened to you, your needs.
Centralized medical authority is now a bad thing. Why? Not everybody has the same amount of information, knowledge, expertise, or the ability to discern between true and untrue medical or scientific information. Of course, it should be a hierarchy of who knows the most to who knows the least. And the people that know the least should have absolutely zero say whatsoever in it.
Your values, and if they do not, if they're dismissive, new pediatrician. But you should be taking vaccines. It's not that you shouldn't. You may want to take them in a staggered fashion, so try to avoid too much exposure time.
There is no reason to have this attitude towards vaccines that like it needs to like it is vaccines that are available and on the vaccine schedule. All of the pros outweigh any of the cons. They're transparent about what the cons are and what the side effects can be about vaccine injuries or whatever, even though they say no one will tell you about this. Dude, a doctor who is administering a vaccine will not hesitate to tell you what could happen. And then they will also contextualize that and say, but it's very, very low. And all of the pros, again, outweigh the cons of not getting like a rabies vaccine.
I understand that. And there were certain ones you might want to not take, like COVID and hepatitis B. Guess what? COVID, you would have been right because it's now off the vaccine schedule. Right. So who was right 6 months ago? You were an anti-vaxxer because you weren't going to take a vaccine that's now been shown to be useless or not necessary?
Dude, see, they just give away the game there. He clearly thinks that COVID vaccines, useless. And then he's like, not necessary.
And so the whole idea of mandating healthcare and mandating what you do to your kids.
It's like, no, I'm not a fucking expert. Yeah, I defer to medical authority. I don't I don't have any reason. It's not rational for me. It's absurd, literally, to question the authority of, or like the judgment of trained physicians and epidemiologists and immunologists and people that specialize in vaccines and like infectious diseases.
Mandating what you do to your body is so pathetically opposite of how healthcare is supposed to be done. And then that's one philosophy is physician.
This is the other thing is that like, this is not just the bodily autonomy arguments obviously end up having their limitations in the context of people being vaccinated because your individual choice to not get vaccinated, to not inoculate yourself against diseases that the general population is susceptible to, that impacts everybody. That's not just you making an independent choice that is not going to have any ramifications for anybody else. You are actively becoming a public health threat. You are actively making it harder for people to have, to be free of illness.
And patient, that's your unit.
Mm-hmm.
Anything.
He backtracked because he made an absolute claim and realized he could get buried under a lawsuit. Oh, well, of course. I mean, that's what it all is with these people. It's like, it's them tiptoeing around all of this shit.
Above that, I agree.
Because they know that, again, I don't know. I go back and forth on, just how cynical some of these people are. Like the Weinstein brothers or whatever saying vaccines are not efficacious or whatever. That is pure malice to me. This shit, I don't even know.
Concerns about. The other thing is always remember, I was raised by a family practitioner. My dad was an old family practitioner and he hammered into my head.
They obviously profit from this, but I always go back and forth and do you really believe your own Kool-Aid?
Medicines are.
Because you were just supposed to sell the snake oil to other people. You didn't actually have to drink it yourself.
Dangerous. Medicines are dangerous. I didn't take an antibiotic until I was 15. I remember the day I did. He brought home some samples in a syrup bottle. He goes, all right, here we go. Your pediatrician wants to do it. We got to do it, I guess. And I just remember that day. I'd never been exposed to a medicine ever. Tylenol, nothing. And medicines are dangerous, and we've lost track of that completely.
Wait, what? Oh my God, so many fucking claims being made right now. Holy shit.
And he hammered into my head, medicines are dangerous. Medicines are dangerous. I didn't take an antibiotic until I was
Okay, why was medicines are dangerous hammered into your head?
15. I remember the day I did. He brought home some samples in a syrup bottle. He goes, all right, here.
Medicine saves lives.
Here we go. Your pediatrician wants to do it. We got to do it, I guess. And I just remember that day. I'd never been exposed to a medicine ever. Tylenol, nothing. And
the fact that this guy is double board certified, I have to assume, and I guess he is malicious because he has medical information. He was able to get a double board certification. So did you memorize answers and say things that you knew would be marked as correct during your board certification, even though you didn't personally believe them to be true? And you knew that you would leverage your authority to go on to spread misinformation and disinformation surrounding medical claims?
Medicines are dangerous, and we've lost track of that completely.
We have lost track of that.
We've somehow believed.
Why are medicines are dangerous? We've lost track of that completely.
The medicines are only.
And then Anna fucking co-signing that, dude. Anna co-signing that. Why? Why is all medicine dangerous?
going to make life better. No, there's no free lunch in nature. They have huge risk always.
Which countries are doing better? Developed countries where people have access to vaccines, over-the-counter medication, antibiotics, penicillin, etc., or developing countries where people don't get access to vaccines, die of preventable diseases, don't have access to like clean water, certainly don't have access to over-the-counter medicine, or it's exorbitant. Which country do you think has better outcomes? Do you think it's just an accident?
Ways, including vaccines, and when the risk reward is worth it, then you take that risk.
I mean, my mom is, recovering from bone marrow cancer.
Yeah. You don't have the ability to judge whether or not you should individually be taking a medicine. If a doctor tells you, take this medication, and you disagree with them, you don't go from there and say, I'm going to make the decision. You go to another doctor and you get a second opinion. That's really the protocol that you should be following. You should not take it into your own hands and, I'll decide then. I don't like the medical advice that I'm being given. So me, a layman, an untrained amateur, I'll just make the decision. No, you should go seek out another medical opinion then.
Right. And so I donated my stem cells to her. She has my bone marrow now and she's doing well. But the reason why she got bone marrow cancer is because it was a side effect of one of her medications.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I have an anecdote. Who's to say that medication is safe now? It's not like they disclose all of those side effect symptoms before you start taking the medication. So again, if you're an informed consumer, you would know all of those risks. Even if it's astronomical, yeah, they do happen. That wasn't private information to you. The only reason why you know that that's how she got, let's say that we have evidence that it's even linked. I'll grant that, right? The only reason why you know that is because of tight regulations that disclose to consumers the risks and side effects of taking these medications that are safe. They're safe to take.
The doctors are
They're like underestimating the extent to which like years and years and years that it takes to get medicines to market because they have to make sure that they're safe and they actually work.
It was like steroids for her kidney.
Oh, just steroids.
Okay, hold on. I was going to go to Lindy.
Yeah, sure. I mean, just one quick point. It's just this is the issue that you have when it's a for-profit healthcare system. They are incentivized to create lifelong medicine.
I'd like to get this guy tied to a chair and really find out why he spreads misinformation like this. Is he just dumb, profit, evil? It is just like the people that make this. I mean, in a just world, you're talking to somebody who is like not like a prison abolitionist and all the whole thing. Okay, but if I bought in, if that was my ideology, these people would be the first people to fucking send to jail, in my opinion, to lock up and throw the key away. They are like advocates for biological warfare and like mass death.
Medical patients.
That's true.
Yes. And the proper checks and balances aren't always in place.
They're also not. What do you mean? What do you mean? The proper checks and balances are not always in place. You just said earlier in this conversation that there's too much bureaucracy surrounding this. Those are the checks and balances.
You disempowered the one person that's there to protect the patient, and that's the doctor. That's it. You got to empower that unit. And we've lost it completely. Physicians have no power.
Folks, we can't have this conversation.
Why are we working from the assumption that the patient knows more or should have equal standing with their physician?
Without asking who is funding the New York Times, who is funding CNN, and I can tell you right now, it's Big Pharma, and that's why they raised hell when RFK Jr. said, "Let's."
This is such a brain dead way of like going about to make this like criticism of like the way that corporations influence media.
Ban pharma advertising on TV because that's where their bread is buttered, and we gotta follow the profit motive. And as you said, these people want lifelong patients that they can milk for the rest of our lives. And I'm just like,
yeah, the decision we make is what treatment to take. We don't identify the correct treatment. Yeah, exactly. Because you don't have the ability or the training to even do that.
What you said right now just gave me chills that medicines are dangerous. I've had firsthand experience with people just like losing.
Wow, so inspiring. You speaking entirely to feelings and saying that, yes, Lindy, your opinion is just as valid as somebody at Harvard with a PhD who has dedicated their life to understanding the stuff that you couldn't even begin to if you wanted to.
Everything, like losing their health because they opted for the wrong side of the risk reward.
These are the type of people who tell you that you shouldn't take medication because it's dangerous and then use their credentials to sell you unregulated snake oil for profit, dude, literally. And the funny thing is that, what's her name? Jillian Michaels, like she literally has put her name and like sold weight loss supplements. Fat burner. She's a critic of Ozempic, BTW, which she, again, formulated to help promote preferential loss of fat mass, encourage lipolysis, the release of fat from mature cells, inhibit activity. Like, dude.
Analysis, you know?
Give me a fucking break.
A doctor who
someone should follow the profit motive for her. Let's just keep it on CNN and the big evil corporations, okay? She's just a small bean. She's just one person.
Trust.
Yeah. Who's thinking about it, making the decision. This is why we look. You can't.
Reminds me of the family that willingly chose for their kid to not take the measles vaccine. They thought the vaccine would make her autistic. She later died of complications from the measles vaccine and measles infection. And worse, her father continued to defend his anti-vax ideology even after her passing. Thanks, RFK Jr. It's incredibly disturbing. And that doesn't surprise me that, of course, like, they doubled down on it. But it's also very sad. Thank you for the cheer, for the bit, AG Millennial. Currently working on a second baccalaureate medical degree, base degree from UT. These people are dangerous. That is the fucking understatement of the year, man.
Grok it and get the right answer. You have to.
Like, even if I granted, like, okay, let me grant it. There's a 10% chance anytime you get a vaccine that you get autism. Autism is not as bad as measles. I'll say it, okay? Like, I will engage these people on their level. Yeah, no, I'd rather be autistic than have measles. Call me crazy.
It's you see a doctor because of our judgment, not because of our knowledge. You assume the knowledge base, and you can look everything up today. So it's not knowledge; it's our judgment of applying that knowledge in a given situation.
You don't have knowledge. You don't know anything, dude. The patient doesn't know anything. You're a fucking moron. You go to people who know things. That's why you pay them.
The value base, the religion, the circumstance, the age, the feelings, the input of the family.
They act like this, like, no, I guess I shouldn't say that. They did say you should, like, talk to them or whatever, but it's like, if you have questions and hesitations, just bring them up to your fucking doctor. They will answer your questions. And then if they don't answer your questions, you have a shitty doctor, go get a second opinion. The answer is always go get more medical advice from somebody else. It's not, oh, okay, just give up and do it yourself.
Aspects of that individual, trying to make that decision on behalf of that person in that circumstance.
It's so funny to think how, like, all the Twitch Bowl discourse about, like, oh, the, like, dangerous people that are advocating for, like, self-diagnosis of shit. Dude, it paled nothing. Nothing holds a candle to this shit. Far more dangerous, and this is actually mainstream.
Can I ask you a quick question really quick? How do you find that person? We did a segment last week where we're talking about how AI is being so overused. I saw a video on X where the person is filming over their doctor's shoulder and they're checking with ChatGPT. So many people are
just like, could you imagine if these people were in your family, dude? I'm getting like mad just watching this. Could you imagine, like, if this is like your mom, your sister, your brother, your uncle that has a thing that's treatable or preventable, and the reason why they're skeptical to take medicine or to get a vaccine or to, again, take a treatment plan that, like, path that could save their life potentially or prevent, like, a bunch of pain that's unnecessary. And they're like, yeah, but I read this thing online. I saw this Facebook post. I saw this thing from Jillian Michaels. On her take, they were talking about this scary thing I'd never heard about. Now I'm more worried about it. Like, oh, I'm so glad I don't have that. I personally don't have that experience.
Either indoctrinated by the medical industry or they just don't care.
But again, like, imagine this person as, like, your family member and, like, just seeing that, like, you cannot get through to them. You literally cannot help them help themselves.
And they've used AI, and now these are starting to become some of the doctors. Do you have any tips to actually find somebody?
To be fair, no one is referencing her take in real life. You never know, because, again, the way that a lot of this, like, people can hardly even source. The ones that are, like, they claim to be, like, the most gung-ho about their conspiracy theories and shit, they have a hard time even sourcing where it came from. All they remember is, like, oh, like, I saw this clip. I saw this thing on this platform. They don't always remember, like, the specific person that said it, usually.
Who's good, who you can work with.
It's really a mess right now.
It really is. Like, I've struggled to find a good
medicine and AI. Holy fuck, dude. I don't even want to get into the fact, like, I was thinking about this the other day because I, like, had to go to a minute clinic. Like, how many people just are skipping the minute clinic and they're asking ChatGPT for medical information? That's the world we live in now.
GP.
You usually can. Most of them are concierge, unfortunately, now.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, she said GP, and I was like, oh my God, are they getting into, like, using AI as a fucking doctor? Are we really going to argue that you can trust AI summaries of medical information, but medicine is dangerous and you can't trust an actual doctor that is assessing your specific needs directly to you?
Yeah, but you get what you pay for in this day and world. But you have to really use your own sensibility and judgment about that. The not caring, particularly post-COVID, has been out of
I have some very smart relatives, but they fell down Joe Rogan rabbit holes, which made them anti-vax. It just like, it fucking boils my blood.
Control.
Yeah, I also want to know, when my doctor prescribes me something, are they getting a kickback?
No, that's impossible.
I just like, what?
And the other thing is, like, all of these people have been vaccinated. The only reason why they're alive at this table is because of vaccines. They're only having this conversation about how stupid, how medicine is dangerous, how it doesn't work, you shouldn't take it, how vaccines are dangerous, like they have more like cons and pros. The only reason why you're even alive to utter that phrase is because of vaccines and people that know far more than you.
They don't get it.
They're not.
They don't get kickback.
How would I get a kickback?
Let me ask this, because I was prescribed. I also want to know, when my doctor prescribes me something, are they getting a kickback?
No, that's impossible.
I just like, what
How would you get it?
They're not.
They don't get kickback.
How would I get?
Why was this? What? Why is he saying? How is it that they're this conspiracy brained? But there are regulations surrounding kickback laws because yes, it was legal in the United States and it may even still be in some states for doctors to be in cahoots with certain medical companies or like medicines or whatever, be prescribing it to patients and get kickbacks for it, and patients didn't even know about this.
Get a kickback.
Let me ask this, because I was prescribed birth control in 2018.
Speaking engagements is what she's thinking of.
So like I was prescribed birth control not because of
she always tells this story
or anything, but because I had an eating disorder, and she said it would jumpstart my period.
Yeah. So
she put me on hormonal birth control,
which is reasonable because with anorexia you can get premature ovarian failure, you can get osteoporosis.
Well, I had amenorrhea.
Yeah, you get all that stuff.
Right, and so I'm being very clear. Hopefully this helps somebody else, but it ruined my mental health. And I went to her, and she's like, "Oh, it's maybe," she implied that I was imagining it, and that I should just see how.
Don't ever.
No.
When a doctor says you're imagining something,
that's crazy.
Change immediately.
Right, but I feel like I wasted 5 years of my life, and I'm just wondering, why was she so insistent on this drug? I'm very curious.
There's
to alleviate the symptoms that you reported to her. It's not a fucking mystery.
Zero probability that she makes any money from it. There is every probability that she wants to move on to
if this is what she means in the context of like, did she get a kickback for like telling you should take birth control?
Patient right now.
Yeah.
And she just has to keep going, move. And she has confidence. She was trained.
Did I get a welcome, Kid Not Kin Raiders? We're going over her take, and I'm increasingly getting frustrated because these people are making insane, fucking dangerous claims about you should not be getting vaccinated. It's dangerous. Like you can't take medicine. It's dangerous.
The training we get, you have to understand, the training we get is a little bit culty. We are trained from on high, and we do it over and over and over and over again. That's thus saith the Lord. And we are trained not to question our superiors, the people in the academic infrastructure. And if you step back and think and take a minute, it takes time, and we don't have time.
So my life.
The fuck, I rated the wrong Straighterade. Shut up, kid.
Which is collateral damage for her schedule, basically.
It's a little, to say it that bluntly, I don't want to go that hard on it.
It was very difficult.
I blame the system.
Yeah, the system has problems, big time.
She should have gone. I mean, did she refer you to anybody else?
No, I went to her repeatedly saying that
you can always refer it out. If you don't have time, get somebody else involved.
I had one more thing I would love to ask you, Doc, just while we're on this topic.
Before you ask, though, because it's going to change the topic, and I want to just add.
Dr. Drew went to school 40 plus years ago. Well, you can be a physician that has typically that works for you. That you're like an experienced doctor or whatever, but don't they require that most physicians have to continually update their knowledge and take, I don't know if you attend in-services or conferences, but you don't just, your medical training and education doesn't just end because you've started practicing, right?
More to
Is this like The View? Yes, it's The View, but more annoying. It explicitly tries to be like a knockoff, like Timu with The View, but even more conservative than The View.
Lindy is saying, because right now there's this trend happening.
Dr. Drew also said COVID wasn't really a thing to worry about. Yep. I mean, he's still saying it now. He said, the COVID vaccine doesn't work. I mean, it's not necessary. He totally just told on himself right there.
Oregon just banned it. I want to just add more to what Lindy is saying, because right now there's this trend happening. Oregon just banned it, which is great. But we need a nationwide policy that prevents private equity firms from buying up.
Yeah, that's going to go bad.
They're buying public hospitals, nonprofit hospitals. And when they do that, they introduce a profit motive into those hospitals. And they ensure that it's as efficient as possible so they can maximize profits.
I mean, this is bad, but I agree with Anna that this is not good, but not for the reason, not in service of the point that she's making, which is stupid.
So doctors don't get to spend enough time with their patients, and it just kind of becomes like a factory.
I
move
can
them
tell
out.
you stories that would blow your mind if we have time. Because I've worked in a for-profit hospital, and the problem again wasn't the for-profit hospital; it was the insurance companies.
Yep, that's the fourth pillar of this kind of catastrophic quartet.
Blame the system. I mean, that's a human respect to hierarchy issue. I guess on some level it's the system, but hardly the medical system. specifically. Well, there's a difference between like, dude, like even even anarchists or whatever that get into this, when they say like they're opposed to it's not like opposed to all hierarchies. It's supposed to be all unjust hierarchies, and these would be the types of hierarchies that are justified, like intellectual hierarchies, people that know more when it comes to like medical training. There should be a hierarchy there.
Doesn't get a ton of attention.
Did we finish?
Sorry about that, Amy.
No.
I just wanted to say, so I was having this vaccine debate about the COVID vax like a year ago.
Sure, that was definitely not fucking AIDS.
2 years ago. And so many of the people that I was debating were saying that the vaccine injury report on the government's website, that is not seen as a credible source to make an argument.
Also, the COVID vaccine, according to these people, does not work, sure, compared to what? Vitamin C, hydroxychloroquine, the sun. I mean, they try to argue that the potential getting COVID is still less dangerous than getting the vaccine, which is not the case. It's not true.
Significantly underreported.
So what can we do then? What systems could we put in place to act? Because there were hundreds of thousands of those, and they weren't deemed as credible reports.
I know. Listen, that virus has been a catastrophe. But I get overwhelmed trying to answer that question.
I'm sorry.
Because I've seen a lot of vaccine injury, a lot. We are just beginning to be able to say those words out loud without losing our license.
Again, I wish. I fucking wish.
It's becoming very difficult to.
He said license. I thought he was going to say losing our social media platforms. I don't think you should lose your license for talking about injuries related to vaccines. Obviously, you should. It would be fucking nice though if social media. It's like the one area where I'm like, this is not fucking free speech.
Sort out who's a vaccine injury, who's a post-COVID, who's both, because everybody's had both, most people. You can certainly look at the nucleocapsid antibodies, and if somebody only has spike, that's not a post-COVID, that's a post-vaccine. And there are growing groups of those. I interviewed a number of these doctors, McCullough, Jordan, Vaughn, longcovid.com. All these people have huge populations now of post-vaccine injured. They will come up with some published data. We'll begin to understand.
I almost accidentally pinned a chat that says "Good night, princess."
That. But VAERS, let me just give you an example of VAERS.
Are you a kid raider?
So James, I'm blanking on people's names right now, but there was a study group that had.
Yet at the same time, Dr. Drew got COVID and suffers from long-term COVID damage, complains about it all the time. Dude, no, he doesn't. Damn, if only there was something that could help prevent the spread of COVID. Oh my God. I guess this would only be on like these like rags, right? This is Dr. Oz. If I put Drew. COVID-19 felt like leukemia, Dr. Drew says. Dr. Drew, a media personality and addiction medicine specialist, once criticized COVID-19. He has now changed his tune. Not really. This article is definitely out of date. Dr. Drew Pinsky, a media personality, recently explained what it felt like. And he talks about this. I mean, did you ever have leukemia, dude?
Included a rheumatologist whose child had a child.
Rezi, thank you for the raid. We're watching her take, and these fucking Dunning-Kruger morons spread medical disinformation about vaccines.
Just died of a vaccine accident. He reported it to VAERS. He followed it up to VAERS. He got Dr. Marks on the phone and said, "I've been reporting this death." And Mark goes, "I guess it slipped through the cracks. You know, normally a death doesn't slip through the cracks. What are you going to do?" It's like, this should have been a holy shit moment. A child's death didn't even get acknowledged by us. I can tell you, the elderly patients don't get a lot of vaccine reaction. My patients wanted the vaccine. They took it. They took the boosters. One had a reaction. She was 99 years old. She had a life-threatening reaction. She didn't want to go to the hospital, so I had to manage the whole thing at home. Thank God I got her through it. She died at nearly 101.
Wow, you're such a hero, dude. Okay, Drew Pinsky. What's his... American media personality, internist, and addiction medicine specialist. Hosted all these things. After graduating from Polytechnic School in 1976, Pinsky studied biology at Amherst College, graduating in 1980 with a Bachelor of Arts. He then attended the University of Southern California's Keck School of Medicine. My brain is so broken that, like, Keck School of Medicine, ha ha ha. Graduating in 1984 with a Doctor of Medicine degree, he served his residency in internal medicine at USC County Hospital and became chief resident at Huntington Memorial Hospital in Pasadena, later moved into private practice. So you're going to be anything about, like, controversies? Yep. You just know these fucking people, of course. Controversies, COVID-19, LA County Homeless Commission, I'm sure that ends well. Wellbutrin. Between February and March 2020, Pinsky made a series of statements concerning the COVID-19 outbreak where he downplayed the seriousness of the pandemic, stating that it was not as bad as the flu, not true, suggested that it was a press-induced panic. Pinsky apologized in April 2020, after he got fucking sick, and he urged people to follow the advice of Anthony Fauci. He's retracted all of that. This really should be updated to reflect what his current views are. Raised concerns about homelessness. I'm sure he and Anna will have a lot to agree on if they ever get to that. And then, Wellbutrin. Pinsky has received criticism from several sources for alleged conflict of interest with his promotion of the drug Wellbutrin. That's why he was like, no, they're not getting kickbacks. No, that's not happening or whatever, because was that just like a massive self-report? According to an October 2011 government complaint against GlaxoSmithKline, Pinsky was the recipient of in 1999 of 2 payments totaling $275,000 from Glaxo Wellcome, a company that would later merge into GlaxoSmithKline to promote the company's drug Wellbutrin. Among other events, Pinsky made a 1999 appearance on the radio program David Essel Alive, discussing the sexual side effects of common SSRI medications, and mentioned Wellbutrin as an example of depression medications that lack these side effects. Holy shit. Shameless, dude. He's been doing this for fucking decades. A transcript of this appearance and the invoice of the payment to Pinsky were later presented publicly as evidence during the criminal and civil actions against GlaxoSmithKline in 2012. In response to an inquiry from the Wall Street Journal about the case and specific physicians, including Pinsky, the company declined to comment on their financial relationship with specific doctors, but acknowledged that during the period from January 1999 to December 2003, there were some occasions on which certain GSK sales representatives, of which he was one, speakers and consultants promoted its antidepressant Wellbutrin to physicians for uses which were not FDA approved in violation of federal law. Pinsky himself was not mentioned in the statement and was never charged with wrongdoing by any court or medical ethics board, but he obviously should have been. When asked about the topic, Pinsky stated, "In the late 90s, I was hired to participate in a 2-year initiative discussing intimacy and depression, which was funded by an educational grant by Glaxo Wellcome. Services for the non-branded campaign included town hall meetings, writings, and multimedia activities in conjunction with the patient advocacy group in the National Depressive and Manic Depressive Addiction, or NDMDA. My comments were consistent with my clinical experience." Dude, just no wonder he feels fucking emboldened to go on these platforms or whatever, because he's like never actually been held accountable in the court of law or had his license like threatened to be suspended for an obvious conflict of interest. And also explains again why he was defensive over the charge of doctors receiving kickbacks.
Wow. But when she was 99, about to turn 100, she had this reaction. I reported it to VAERS. Thank you for your report. Here's your report number. We will follow up with you. I followed up again. I followed up again. To this day, no follow-up from VAERS. Wow. It was a life-threatening, severe reaction that went down as insignificant.
Can I put a button on this? And Doc, correct me if I get anything wrong here, obviously. But to answer your one question, Anna, that I forgot. So in 1986, Reagan gave the pharma companies blanket immunity on vaccines. So there are no downstream consequences. After that...
If they're on the schedule. Yeah, if they're on the vaccine schedule.
Oh, wow. After that, we went from 3 routine injections by age 1 in 1986 to 25 routine injections by age 1 in 2025.
I didn't know Reagan did that. That's terrible.
True. Not all doctors have the same specializations. The fact is, giving his input is pretty wild. Like, you wouldn't go to a nose and throat surgeon for your foot issues. Yeah, them commenting, that's the other thing. They're like leaning on the fact that he's double board certified or whatever. But it's like that if you're at the point that you're being like double board certified, did you specialize in any of the things that you're currently talking about now, presenting yourself as an authority?
He did a lot of things, huh? I'm just starting to learn more about all the amnesty he gave that created Reagan.
Laws of unintended effects.
Yes.
Laws of unintended effects.
With that said, it's what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? What I've taken away from it, speaking with doctors like yourself, is you educate yourself so that when you go speak to a doctor, you can ask the right...
Yeah, he's an addiction medicine specialist and likes to promote Wellbutrin, apparently, to the tune of $275,000 times 2.
Questions, and you'll know right away if they're full of baloney. I interviewed...
Went on frenemies with Trisha and Ethan and mediated a therapy session with them. So that's where he belongs, frankly.
Dr. Arthur Agatstein, who's a cardiologist that created the calcium score. If I go to a doctor and they just take my blood work and make a determination...
I don't know him from anything else. If anybody has ever seen the movie New York Minute, it's like the first movie that the Olsen twins did when they were like adults. And he's in it. He plays their dad, I think. That's the only thing that I know him from. But I knew that he also did like reality TV shows.
That I need statins without doing a calcium score. I'm like, oh, you have no idea what you're doing. Thanks for playing. So the more you educate yourself, the better able you are to find that right doctor to work with you and explain things to you. And I would also...
Please tell me that people in the comments are like I'm conservative, but I started occasionally watching TYT a few years ago just to hear Anna's takes. I'm not surprised at her journey because I could always tell that she was reasonable enough, even though I thought she was wrong about a lot of stuff. Became a fan of her. She's my favorite lefty. They're all like, I love this show. It's amazing. He says, work with your doctor. I just wanted to see if it was like full of anti-vaxxers. He says, work with your doctor, find one you trust. Problem is, in my city, we haven't found even one pediatrician willing to talk about these vax issues or advise against the full schedule. Gee, what do you think the reason for that is? Why do you think that every doctor that you speak to doesn't want to entertain your fucking bullshit?
Also suggest that there's a huge amount, as mentioned, of nuance here. And utilizing that doctor, you can say, do I need Hep B? Well, no, but maybe you want whooping cough. Like, you can play out the cost-benefit analysis more effectively, but you have to educate yourself by listening to people like Dr. Drew, for example, and then you can find the...
It's insane that she thinks that. I mean, it's not insane that she thinks it's totally consistent with everything that Jillian Michaels fucking says, but no one should listen to this man for anything ever.
Right professional that will work with you. Thoughts on my conclusions, Doc?
100%. That summarizes it. I only have two things that sort of flew out of this conversation for me. One is when we saw Dr. Paul Offit this morning saying the fact that it's off the schedule for pregnant women is going to result in lawsuits against the federal government. I thought to myself, oh my God, he doesn't even know how the practice of medicine works. It would not be against the government. It'd be against the providers and the insurance company. The federal government have nothing to... So he has no idea he has no idea about clinical medicine. I just realized that he revealed himself this morning. Right. So say what you will about whether it should or shouldn't be on the schedule. It's a controversy. We'll get it sorted out. But the other thing, and I think this is a bigger topic for me that I'll bring up a few times today, you mentioned the word hysteria. We have become hysterical in this country.
Yes.
Hysteria and the world. The whole
Because of people like him. Yes, correct. True.
world is
There is hysteria over vaccines when there wasn't before Donald Trump.
hysterical.
Yes.
And I think hysteria...
Shit. There's a fire alarm going off in my building. I don't know if you guys can hear it. Hold on. Okay, that's going off. I have to evacuate. It's probably just a drill. I'm gonna do the BRB screen. And I'm not gonna end stream unless I have to. But I will be back. I don't know when. I'm gonna play music. Bye. Perfect timing. And that concludes the fire safety portion of our stream. Never a dull moment here on the Straighterade stream. I cannot believe I still have this many viewers. I'm not gonna lie. After that, I woke up to this not being Resi. Oh, this is Straighterade, and you not only woke up to that, you missed the extended break that I took because the fire alarm went off in my place. I do not know why. There was no fucking fire. That was a waste of time. Did you die? No, I did not, in fact, die. The deportation stream, the self-deportation stream is also going to be happening at a later date. Postponed for now, though. Okay. All right. Let's get back into this. My reward for surviving a fire is more her take.
It is the enemy right now.
Those that are subscribed can use the "this is fine" emote in chat. It's very appropriate right now.
I have some deep thoughts about it. We'll get into it. But if you feel yourself becoming hysterical or the media is making you hysterical, please avoid that because it will have you make some bad decisions that you will not like yourself, the decision you made afterwards.
Dr. Drew, you bring up a really good point because you said the doctor had no idea what he was talking about. A lot of times people don't, but they're suddenly
they're experts. The people that learned how to say the word hydroxychloroquine the next day had an opinion about whether it should be used.
It's because their
That's
political
crazy.
tribe told them to say
Oh my God. The audacity of these people to be like, these people paint themselves as experts and authorities when they don't know shit. Dude, you just said you don't give a fuck about anyone having expertise, anyone having authority. You basically think there should be no barrier to entry for anybody making any medical decisions or judgment. So what the fuck do you care?
And so they adopt the entire menu
and the dogma of big pharma trickling
And the
down
media,
into,
the media.
Well, what about hydroxychloroquine? Was that proven to work against COVID?
The media that Dr. Drew and co here are apparently excluded from influencing, that they don't have their own incentives or anything like that. No. You can't trust CNN, but you can trust their podcast, her take, TYT, totally fine.
Fan of ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. I use Paxlovid when I need a pharmaceutical agent.
But it wasn't there in the beginning, Doc.
It wasn't. However, I would go to the mat to protect my peers for them to use that if that's what they think is in the best interest of the patient. At very minimum, that doctor is going to follow up and see that patient again and not say to them, come back to the hospital when you're blue, which is what we told patients. Jeez. That was the most disgusting chapter in medical history in this country, as far as I'm concerned. But hydroxychloroquine, I happened to be doing my rheumatology board reviews right at the time all this controversy was breaking out around hydroxychloroquine. I thought, I've been prescribing this stuff for years. I've never seen a single side effect. All my mild lupus patients had it and stuff. And I was using it at one point for travel. And I was on my rheumatology question. It's a series of questions I answer. And one of the questions was, should you maintain hydroxychloroquine?
I just noticed my dono goal. Why does it say 45.19398? Like, why did it do this?
Chloroquine when a woman is pregnant, a lupus patient? The answer was yes, because it's completely inert. And I thought, oh my God, that is the only medicine I'm aware of that's recommended to be continued during pregnancy because it is so benign.
Interesting.
So
okay. And last but not least, I think your other question is, how do you know? Well, if we get off Kennedy's back and let him do the studies that he wants to do, non-conflicted, we may have more answers.
Get off, RFK Jr.'s back. What is he again? Let's see. Robert. I'm not typing. That's awesome. RFK Jr. Let's see. So, initials, RFK Jr., American politician, environmental lawyer, author, conspiracy theorist, and anti-vaccine activist. What study again is he going to be doing? What are we talking about here? Jillian? He's kind of missing like a bunch of letters after his name to be able to do any of that shit, but okay.
And if you want to hang your hat on somebody, Bhattacharya. Just lay your flag down, put your flag right there, and then see what comes around him, and watch that. So.
Bhattacharya runs the NIH.
Yes,
just for anybody who is unsure. Yes. All right, moving on. Speaking of hysteria,
moving on
to Medicaid and food stamps.
Moving on after 40 minutes of just a bullet train of like all of the. I shouldn't say that. They didn't hit too many anti-vax, except for Jillian hitting the, this shit causes autism or whatever. It was mostly just, stupid skepticism of, medical expertise and authority and saying that your feelings should guide your medical decisions and treatment plans or whatever. So I shouldn't say that they were hitting all of the, the greatest hits. Just the most important one. What is this woman's name again? This is Jillian Michaels.
Amps have freaked everybody out, right?
Jillian spelled with, I think it might be spelled with the G.
Right now, but apparently this cuts both ways. Cheesy pun intended. Now, can you pull up that clip of Bessington Warren, please? Take a look.
You don't want to answer the question.
No, Senator, I am answering.
No, you're not.
And what I want is for Medicaid to be used for mothers and children as it was meant, not for 1.4 million illegal aliens, not for able-bodied people.
You don't want to answer the.
Okay, Lindy. Go ahead.
Well, okay, this situation has been explosive, to say the least, because Democrats are accusing Republicans of throwing millions of Americans off of Medicaid and Medicare, and which is just not true, because work requirements is not depriving people of care. Work requirements is ensuring that, as Besant said, it goes to people who.
Oh my God. Okay, so we're literally just going to repeat like Republican like talking points verbatim. We're not cutting Medicare or Medicaid or any of that. Like that's not what's happening. We're just instituting stupid red tape and work requirements that are obviously going to have the effect of throwing people off of these services, and then we will point to that as a victory and say, look, the economy is improving because people like that need Medicare and Medicaid recipients, the amount is dropping. When it's like, well, no shit, because if you institute if you make it really, really hard for people to use the program, less people use the program. Congrats.
Actually need it, not people who are able-bodied and able to work a job.
Nancy Mace's Ben Riley. IDK, if you got that reference, what reference is that?
Choose not to. And honestly, 80 hours a month is not, asking for too much. And there's something to be said. Work requirements is something that Democrats embraced during the era of Clinton, but suddenly it's a bad idea and a bogeyman because
the shitty Democrats, the third wave type corporate centrist Dems embrace that shit. Yes, this is a bipartisan issue, Lindy. Thank you for underscoring that. Correct. True.
Trump wants to do it. And Mike Johnson, not just Besant, but Mike Johnson also is hammering away at the fact that...
That's the thing. You saw bipartisan support for it 30 fucking years ago. We want to take a look at polling now for how Americans and Democrats feel about this broadly right now.
Democrats is dangling the prospect of Medicaid, the prospect of driver's licenses, the prospect of social, all these benefits in the eyes of legal aliens, and thus attracting them to these blue heavy states like California, like New York.
And Jillian Michaels, a fitness celebrity, she was like the host of The Biggest Loser. She's like a fitness influencer turned like centrist grifter.
And then they blame Republicans for saying, "Are you doing this?" This goes to a topic we're going to discuss later. Are you doing this just to juice up the population figures for the upcoming census? I don't think it's much of a, it's not a stretch when they constantly shove these benefits.
It's just great replacement shit. And the thing is that the states that, like Medicare and all of this is regulated by the states. So to the extent that states allow certain recipients within their state to be people that are not completely that are undocumented or people that are just permanent residents instead of like naturalized U.S. citizens, the state already takes a hit, like a 10%, they incur like a tax penalty or something like that, but they are allowed to decide if they want to have to provide the ability for residents in their state to get access to the service even if they're not an American citizen.
Down the throats of these illegal aliens, and it's basically saying it's shoving out a welcome mat and saying, "Come here."
Least of all that, what about the $10,000 prepaid card that they
there
got?
You go.
Oh, wait, stay on point.
No,
though.
sorry.
Wait, what? 10,000, not 100,000. $10,000 paid card for immigrants. There's no program or general concept of $10,000 paid card given to immigrants in the context. What are they talking about? Prepaid card. City to end the prepaid card. The government gave $3,500 debit cards to immigrants while only giving $750 to Hurricane Helene victims. No, this isn't true. If your time is short, during an October 2nd speech, Vice President Kamala Harris said the Federal Emergency Management Agency is providing $750 in immediate aid to people affected by Hurricane Helene. In the same speech, she also said that FEMA is providing tens of thousands more dollars for home repairs and hotel costs. A New York City program gives prepaid debit cards to migrant families sheltering in city hotels to spend on food and baby supplies for 4 weeks. The amount of money varies by family size, but it is much less than $3,500 per person. For example, a family of 4 with 2 10-year-olds would receive $1,267 for 28 days. Wow, living large. This fucking meme, $758 each, $3,500 debit cards, free cell phone, free food, free housing. Yeah, what a luxury it is to be detained in a nice gulag, am I right?
I'm just saying, but she is correct. It makes sense.
Fucking $10,000. She claimed $10,000 though.
Least of all that, what about the $10,000 prepaid card that they?
Why didn't you get a fucking $10,000 prepaid card then? You're a fucking immigrant.
There you go.
They arrive
Oh,
in
wait,
the
stay on point,
No,
though.
sorry, I'm just saying.
A lot of these are
Absolutely, she is
interconnected.
correct. It makes sense. Why it's connected is because the incentives have been intentionally contrived to bring in these type of people. The right incentives in this country do not exist to make sure that we have the right immigration process and policies.
But wait, hold on. Stay on the cuts to Medicaid and food stamps right now. I agree with you, and we're gonna get into that in another show. But right now, people are outraged. I can't remember how many hundreds of thousands of people are going to lose health care.
Very true. They do have fire alarms
Because of this. And no one really understands why they're losing health care, or at least the people that I end up in arguments with don't understand it. And I'm just trying to explain it beyond the fact of really understanding for myself whether it's considered good or bad.
But these are work requirements. It's a choice that they make.
I'm not suggesting you're wrong, but Doc, what becomes of this?
She's so non-confrontational and passive-aggressive. It's so fucking annoying. Just be direct.
Then, do you think? Who gets hurt by it?
All I know is I now start to present myself as a time traveler. I come from the past. I travel into the future to deliver messages in the present. Whenever I give public lectures now,
God, I don't know. It's so weird. Has anybody ever seen the movie Sound of My Voice? So Britt Marling in it, and she claims at the beginning that she's like from the future, and pretty much refuses to elaborate. But there's like a cult surrounding her, and like Dr. Drew here is like reminding me of that movie.
I'm always thinking that in my head because I have very strong opinions about addiction treatment and thing based on.
She says she's like born. She was like born in like in the future, but then she like wakes up, and she's traveled back in time, and she like woke up in like a bathtub.
Decades of experience that have been sidelines. So I'm here from the past to tell you about how things should work. But that's But I'm going to say some words that I did not expect to say in 1996.
Clinton was right.
I miss Bill Clinton. I really miss Bill Clinton.
I saw you react when I brought it up.
I really miss Bill Clinton because
No way. Neoliberal embraces neoliberal politician. Longs for him to return.
he had a massive reworking of the welfare system based on this principle.
Yeah.
That you just have to do. Work is good. It's important. People need it. And we've set up a system that denies the reality of the human experience, including incentives and what people need in order to be healthy and good and engage in the world and be a part of the society. It's okay to ask people to do something.
The idea that that Medicare and Medicaid recipients aren't employed is fucking stupid.
Something
Exactly.
to get there.
Okay,
to get
no,
their
it's not
privileges.
just work requirements. They can go to school.
Yes.
They can do community
it is-
service.
Because weren't there already work requirements? The whole thing is that they're increasing the amount of work. Like now it has to be like 80 hours per week or something like that.
Okay, are we going to litigate undocumented, though, or are we going to talk about cuts to these two programs? Because they are two separate...
I'm just saying that asking people to work, asking people to go to school or volunteer in their communities, it's not an imposition. It also just helps bolster their sense of humanity and dignity. It's good for the community. It's good for them.
for them.
And by the way, I love what you brought up about the time traveling, because literally they said this. Democrats wanted this even during the era of Obama. Now it's like, just like with so many other issues like tariffs and whatnot, they are staunchly against it because Trump has adopted.
Am I wrong with the 80 hours thing? Hold on. I have a big, beautiful bill. Wow, I botched that. New Medicare work requirements. Five ways Trump's mega bill will limit healthcare access. The tax and spending legislation the House voted to send to President Donald Trump's desk on Thursday, enacting much of his domestic agenda, cuts federal health spending by about $1 trillion over a decade in ways that will jeopardize the physical and financial health of tens of millions of Americans. The bill, passed in both the House and the Senate without a single Democratic vote, is expected to reverse many of the health coverage gains of the Biden and Obama administrations. Their policies made it easier for millions of people to get access to healthcare and reduce the U.S. uninsured rates to record lows. The Republicans say the trade-off was far higher costs borne by taxpayers and increased fraud. There's no evidence for the fraud. Under the legislation Trump is expected to sign on Friday, Independence Day, reductions in federal support for Medicaid and the ACA marketplaces will cause nearly 12 million more people to be without insurance by 2034, the Congressional Budget Office estimates. That, in turn, is expected to undermine the finances of hospitals, nursing homes, and community health centers, which will have to absorb more of the cost of treating uninsured people. Some may reduce services and employees or close altogether. Here are 5 ways the GOP's plan will affect healthcare access. 1. Many people will have to work to stay on Medicaid. The deepest cuts to healthcare spending come from a proposed Medicaid work requirement, which is expected to end coverage for millions of enrollees who do not meet new employment or reporting standards. In 40 states and Washington, D.C., all of which have expanded Medicaid under the ACA, some Medicaid enrollees will have to regularly file paperwork proving that they are working, volunteering, or attending school at least 80 hours a month. That's what it was, 80 hours a month. Or they qualify for an exemption, such as caring for a young child. The new requirement will start as early as January 2027. The bill's requirement doesn't apply to people in the 10 largely GOP-led states that have not expanded Medicaid to non-disabled adults.
Based on studies of Medicare, or I'm sorry.
So if they're too sick to work and need Medicaid, just cut it, then what? Just die? Sacrifice yourself to the economy.
Medicaid recipients at this current moment, no one who's on Medicaid, with the exception of undocumented immigrants, we can talk about that later, but no one who's currently on Medicaid, who gets Medicaid, qualifies for Medicaid, would be kicked off of the system under this policy. However, I think it's really important, like, look.
You're not kicked off, but they're making it difficult on purpose to get access to it so less people use the service. It's literally just the classic Republican move of like, damn, don't you just hate the damn like big government always in your business or whatever? The government sucks, right? So they run the government poorly, and then they point to how they poorly ran the government and say, see, this is why government can't do anything for you. Guess we have to cut it all.
Sometimes we get into like conspiracies, right?
For sure.
And so I want you to think about what's actually happening behind the scenes, like what the motivating factors are of that particular focus on cutting Medicaid. Right now, that big, beautiful bill, think about what it does, right?
Jillian's like thinking. She's like, I want you to think. And like Jillian is literally like about to pull a muscle, trying to like get a thought through her head.
Right now, that big, beautiful bill, think about what it does, right? It has major tax cuts. It extends the tax breaks for working class Americans, yes.
The 2017 tax cuts.
Yes, the 2017 tax cuts. But it also disproportionately benefits wealthy political donors who want additional tax cuts. They want to save more money by not having to pay the federal government their taxes. So right now, with a $37 trillion debt that we're dealing with, and the fact that we're paying $1 trillion a year just to service that debt, Republicans are like, oh my God, I want to do this favor for my donors. I mean, that's what they paid me for in my campaign. So what can we cut? And they're hyper-focused on things like SNAP. Those are the food
I wanted
stamps.
to get to that one.
That, and also Medicaid. And honestly, those cuts are not in any way, shape, or form going to even come close to paying for the tax cuts. And I just think it's messed up because, look, I'll give you some numbers. I'll give you some specific numbers. If Republicans think this isn't going to hurt them politically.
Thing with work requirements, the income requirements are so low that if people work that much in states with higher minimum wage, they'll probably be disqualified on that anyways. Yep.
Politically, they've got another thing coming because at this current moment, there are 80 million children, senior citizens, people with disabilities, parents and adults without dependents relying on Medicaid, okay? When it comes to Republicans, more than 60 House Republicans represent districts with higher than average Medicaid enrollment. I think that there is this defamatory claim.
And of course, they're the ones that fucking cut it.
Americans, low-income Americans who need these programs, where people think that they're like bums who don't want to work. There have been studies into this. The majority of them do work. Those who, and those who don't work.
They not get cut? That's where I get confused.
Okay, I'll answer that question. So I don't have a problem with the work requirements. And in fact, the way that provision is written, it's not
I fucking do.
Extreme. However, what ends up happening is think about the number of elderly people or people who might get discouraged by the process of proving that you're working, right? You have to set up a whole bureaucracy in order to do the checks to make sure this.
Why is it really that difficult?
Yeah, they've done this before. They've literally done the same policy before. And it ended up kicking a ton of Americans off of Medicaid because, look, for us, it might seem super simple to like, oh, whatever, I'll log into whatever this thing.
Why is she only acting like it's only going to affect elderly people? This is going to kick people off of these programs like across the board.
Is I'll report and I'll provide evidence that I'm working, but there are a lot of people who don't have.
You're fucking serious. Is coming from a progressive. Remember, Anna is unaligned. She's a free thinker.
Either the capability or even the computer and technology to do that. It becomes an obstacle that ends up kicking people off of the system.
So why are you in favor of work requirements then? You realize that it literally is just a pointless bureaucratic red tape hurdle that exists to create to make these services that should be readily like easy to access for the people that need them, to just turn it into this Kafka-esque nightmare.
That is similar rhetoric to saying that the people who don't have voter ID because they don't know where the local DMV is.
Yeah, I know. That sounds super.
Like I was like, am I crazy? I thought I was about to eat my words about like, I was like, dude, because I said most people on these programs, like the idea that like, they're not working is like fucking stupid, but no, they are working.
Patronizing and ridiculous. And I would agree that it applies to, Medicaid and this policy that they're trying to pursue, except
you're getting access to Medicaid and you have like a roof over your head. How is that not proof enough that you're clearly fucking working or you're getting some income somewhere, somehow.
Already happened. And it showed that a lot of Americans who do, in fact, qualify for Medicaid ended up getting kicked off the rolls as a result of that policy. I do not like the idea of my fellow Americans who need the social safety net getting kicked off the system just because these wealthy donors want these tax breaks and they're looking for savings. By the way, one other thing. I have to add one other thing. Right now in the Senate, where they're debating the big, beautiful bill, you want to know what Senate Republicans specifically are focusing on cutting out of the bill entirely? No tax on tips, no tax on overtime. It will be catastrophic.
So why would it be fucking catastrophic? It barely applied to anyone in the first place. It was a shitty substitute and virtue signal that affects like less than 2% of like American employees for one, and then for two, it's obviously to shift the conversation away from increasing the minimum wage in favor of this other policy that doesn't actually replace that.
Look, guys, whatever you think about the social safety net, I just really need you to think about the motivations for why these provisions exist in the bill. That's all I'm saying.
So you're saying it's simply at the end of the day they're doing this to balance the budget or to give an illusion that the balance is the budget is going to be balanced.
Exactly.
In reality, it's not really going to yield any results, and this is all just a guise to push through the big beautiful bill.
Well, yes,
that's your position essentially.
There will always be some levels of abuse at some point. You can't stop that. It's okay. One, the extent to which there is fraud, it doesn't actually come from individual recipients of these programs. It usually tends to be from the companies themselves that work with that treat patients that are Medicare and Medicaid recipients, for one. For two, the amount of bureaucracy and the amount that it costs to set that up to make sure and verify that there is no fraud, waste, abuse, etc., that always ends up being more expensive than if you just ate the fucking cost on the scant amount of fraud that occurs. That's not like that's a mystery or secret knowledge. They know that, and they do that in spite of it because they know most people don't realize that.
After this one, go
the
ahead.
counter argument is that asking people to file the proper paperwork is not too much.
Asmongold, the most brain-rotted MAGA dick writer, said his mom barely lived off food stamps. These conservative tards need to suffer the consequences of the social safety net cuts. He's a ladder puller.
Imposition, just like when you want to vote, it's not too big of an imposition to, present your passport. Exactly. Go to the DMV, find a way to.
The party of small government, BTW, coming up with reasons to justify unnecessary regulations in the name of it's not that hard. You're not even asking the question of, shouldn't I just have the liberty to do this unimpeded? You shouldn't be thinking of ways to make it more difficult.
Prove that you
especially when there's literally no evidence of widespread voter fraud.
Actually a citizen. And also, how do you give tax cuts to people who don't pay taxes, the 40% who actually don't? So it's not too much to ask for integrity in the system to ensure that everyone who's actually on the program deserves to be on the program. I actually don't think it's
deserves to be on the program. Do you deserve to go to the doctor? Asks Lindy, who should be the judge and arbiter of if you deserve to go, to be healthy.
It's the essence of what America used to be.
What have you done to earn, your teeth not rotting out of your fucking head lately? What have you done?
Personal responsibility, because right now we have a humongous welfare state and just simply unsustainable.
We do have a humongous welfare state that overwhelmingly benefits pharmaceutical companies that Medicare is unable to negotiate with.
I'm consistent on that.
I know.
This is a good way to attack this, though. To the extent that we have a welfare state, it's because we're subsidizing massive corporations. It's not because we're you think that the poorest people in this country are the first to get access to to this fucking welfare state? Give me a break.
But if we're going to have a talk about our government resources getting wasted, which, by the way, there is a lot of waste, there is a lot of abuse, the fact that our Medicare system cannot negotiate pharmaceutical drug prices, that
pisses me off so much that so many people are going to die because of money. It's literally fake. And we structured our society around having it to the point that human life only matters if you have enough money. The thing that's fucking annoying is that that is obviously the motivation for all of these people in one way or another. But they can't say that because it sounds despotic and evil. So instead, it's about making sure that the poors aren't lazy, right?
Is an injustice. And if we had changed that, that would save far more.
Was this filmed before or after Anna says she hates Lindy? LOL. It's hard for me to tell, if they filmed them week to week or if they pre-recorded a lot of them. Because sometimes they get to stuff that just seems this seemed more current events. This was 4 days ago. But there was an episode that they did live and I'm this seemed or that premiered live, but it didn't seem like it was done live.
Money.
Those are the pharmacy benefit managers in the middle that work for the big insurance
But nothing's being done about that.
There was an executive order on that.
I know, but you can't do it through executive order.
I understand, but it's starting. It's moving that way.
Unfortunately, you need Congress, and Congress.
I understand that you said that you can't, but what if we did? What if they did? even though I don't have proof of that.
Has no interest in
for
legislating.
Medicare and Medicaid.
Yeah.
It is specifically for that. The one concern that I took away from that, and this is from Brigham Bueller, Doc, who I'm sure you're familiar with through the MAGA channels, is that
I'm sure you're all familiar with the MAGA channels, right? Brigham Bueller.
Insurance companies can then turn around and say, okay, well, who's got the lowest cost for, let's say, insulin? Oh, all right, in that country, it's $10. We're going to make it $20. Now we're meeting the lowest cost America.
So they're going to
Enjoy.
increase prices for
so
everybody.
It's only, but anyway, we are working on it. There was an executive order to start to deal with it. I would ask you this, because on one hand, I agree with the girls. I'm like, you should have to work. It's free.
And by the way, let's remember what work is. It's 80 hours per month. That's what they're asking.
I know. But on the other hand, you're giving me the data saying, yeah, but it didn't work. Right. And vulnerable people are exposed.
When was that?
Will Jillian actually get off the fence this time? Let's see.
This happened, I think it was under a previous Republican administration. I don't remember the exact dates, but it was also challenged in the courts, and the courts threw it out. So there is going to be legal challenges in regard to this policy. And again, there's a false assumption that people who are qualified for Medicaid at this current moment are just lazy bums who aren't working. When again, multiple studies show the majority of them are working. Those who don't work are taking care of elderly parents.
Right?
Hold on, are taking care of elderly parents, or they're going to school, meaning that even under this provision, under the big beautiful bill, they wouldn't.
This is another thing that, like, you shouldn't be surprised that you actually see this. This kind of ethos surrounding, like, you need to earn it, and unlike not being sympathetic to people that don't work because they're taking care of, like, an elderly, like, family member or whatever. Like, it just seems this is like a really, really gross cultural norm in the United States. Like, it's less, you see it primarily in white families, honestly. Non-white families less so, because non-white families are more likely to live in, like, intergenerational households. But it is really gross that the majority of, like, a lot of people in America, when their families get old, they just dump them in nursing homes, and that's it. That's, like, where they're going to be. They're quarantined. They, like, visit them or whatever, but they just dump them there. That is not the case in, like, a lot of other countries. A lot of other countries and, like, cultures, people actually stay connected to their family. So, of course, this same fucking culture, that is the norm and default for where we, like, put the burdensome elderly people in their life. That's literally how it's understood. Of course, this is their fucking demonic view on, like, how these people should be taken care of, because they don't even, like, have the personal motivation or impetus or the cultural norms to say that, like, yeah, you shouldn't fucking drop your like, elderly family members off at nursing homes if you have the ability to avoid it.
Right. Okay. Everyone who's getting Medicaid right now qualifies for Medicaid. It is
for the most part.
For the most part. I'm sure there's, like, a few isolated incidents of fraud, right? There's definitely a lot of fraud in our Medicare system with these, like, adult daycare centers that end up charging. Like, focus on that. But focusing on.
My partner has trouble working because he's my caregiver. I mean, it's the type of thing that a lot of people, they don't even, like, think about it, because most people are not, like, planning, like, how they're going to take care of their parents in the United States. It's just, like, the default that, like, I guess they'll come live with me, or maybe they'll die before that needs to happen, or I'll dump them in a nursing home or something. But until you have, like, you're in the situation where you're like, I have somebody to take, like, an elderly person in my life that I need to take care of. They don't have the ability to take care of themselves, and I don't have the money to put them in to, like, a nursing home or anything like that. Then you shoulder the burden. But how are you supposed to work? Because that's a full-time job. Elderly people, like, as far as being able to help themselves, they're like kids. They're like toddlers.
The most vulnerable Americans who need help.
Oz is on that. He's on the Medicare fraud. But so I'm the only one here that uses these systems. So both I'm a Medicare patient and I've been
He knows everything. Resident expert, Dr. Drew, even though his only specialty is in addiction medicine.
For many, many, many years. Medi-Cal is Medicaid, just in California.
Yep.
It's a horrible system. It doesn't work. Providers can't use it because it's just impossible. You don't get paid for anything, essentially. Anybody that needs Medicare gets it. And if you can navigate the Medicare system, you can navigate the Medicaid system, trust me. So the Medicare is insufferable online. I can barely find my way through it. And for elderly patient, it is a legitimate problem. They don't know how to do an email.
Right.
So, but they do it. We figured out there are armies of people ready to help them. Same thing with Medicaid.
Isn't that what navigators are for?
There are armies of people ready to do it. So they get through the system. They find a way. See, when you say elderly, you're talking about Medicare, Medicaid, two systems. Both.
Right. No, I know
they get the Medicare automatically.
Right.
And also, it's complicated. This gets a little bogged down because many of the people who aren't working and on Medicaid are really mentally ill. It's like seriously.
Yes, exactly.
And and they may be on disability also. So there's all
I didn't
kinds
consider
of,
that component at all.
Able-bodied would also include.
Of course you didn't. No shit. You didn't need to say that out loud. Everybody fucking knows that your analysis, Jillian Michael, is not based or attached to anything grounded in reality. Thank you for that, though.
Taking into account psychiatric capabilities, mental health.
Yeah, exactly.
No
No one's asking.
It gets in the weeds. It gets very complicated. It really.
I mean,
does.
I'm sure it could. I could.
Not really. Medicaid, the way to remember is like Medicaid aid to the poor, Medicare, like elderly people.
Completely agree with you, Anna. We do need to be able to provide some safety net. My issue, and especially coming from Australia, where there's private health, but it is largely socialized healthcare system. And we're getting to the part now, and I've seen people come at me for saying this before, but just fact check, do your research, especially outside.
There's an expectation from a lot of other cultures to move back in with your parents when they reach old age so you can take care of them because you love them. That is true, and not here. I'm just like, I don't know if that's ever going to change.
The major cities, people are dying, waiting for ambulances now.
But it definitely is a big indictment of American society that that's the case.
Like, people are literally not getting the care that they need because they become so reliant on the government. The budget is not balanced, and they don't have the same resources to throw towards it. Yes.
Oh, yeah,
Could we?
Dude, I've literally debated her about this, where she was talking about how terrible her experience was with the like healthcare system. Hold on. Is it this one? I put healthcare. Yeah. Fucking Dave Rubin.
American maniacs at this point.
Your response, Aaron.
I would say that our friends Laura and Amy here are the perfect example of what I was talking about earlier, how our political labels don't exactly define or capture the nuances of what we personally believe. Like when Amy started talking about healthcare, when she compared the American healthcare system to the Australian healthcare system, which is much more socialized and has easier access and low costs, if not any costs, because there's no cost at the point of service, she was saying, I miss it so much, especially as somebody who doesn't have private insurance. Because like Pixie was talking about earlier, healthcare is an inelastic good. If you are having a heart attack and you need emergency medical services, you will pay anything. I don't want to watch myself. I want to watch where like she talks about like why it was fine. Hold on. Oh, here. Okay, I just gonna get to that. How young and healthy to a private tax and in America. And actually, I will watch myself because at this point, they really say something so fucking stupid. They literally start to argue against the concept of insurance itself. Healthcare is an inelastic good. If you are having a heart attack and you need emergency medical services, you will pay anything and get into any amount of medical debt in order to have that issue resolved. So private insurance is a perfect example of a market failure because private insurance companies are motivated not by healthcare outcomes, but by profit, by money. And now she's here in America, and private insurance companies are very expensive, and how is that any different than that effectively amounts to a private tax, right? Like,
what do you
no matter how young and healthy you are,
state healthcare
no matter how young and healthy you are, you will have to see a doctor again at some point. What do you think? What? And so young people usually don't get health insurance. It's like, yes, I understand it exists within the framework of capitalism, dude. They think, oh, I'm never going to get sick. I'm not going to need it. But at some point you will. And I don't think people should be having to get into like crippling medical debt. And like we lose money on like some of these programs just to contend with basic health issues and keep up to date with staying healthy.
I agree, but like, did you not realize the point of what I was saying? Like, the point of what I was saying is even though these things are good in general, like, yeah, trust me, I would rather have not spent several $1,000s when I had an ear infection recently over the course of like a 3-week period. However, I would much rather operate under the system that America has here, but we have a constitution where our freedoms are protected, than be in Australia. In fact, right now I'm literally trying to create a plan to get my closest friends and family out of Australia because I'm so terrified of the direction that it's heading. And a lot of the reasons why people claim Australia to be such a good place is because of the policies that we're talking about here. That individually could be a good thing. However, the intentions that are behind it and the agenda that is pushed out behind. So literally saying, yeah, my experience to get a fucking ear infection treated in the United States in the hellhole that is our healthcare, quote unquote, the health insurance system and like marketplace that you have to fucking navigate. Yeah, thousands of dollars. But I would rather have it because constitutional freedoms in Australia is like not as good and I'm trying to get my family out of there. What? Behind a lot of these things is
Australian refugee.
Negative, and that for me outweighs any positives that could ever come from these more socialized systems.
You know, there's another issue when you socialize all these these things, you put us all together in something, and we shouldn't all actually be together in something, because first off, you have a constant system of jealousy, because some are providing, right? Some are creating and some are taking. So now you're going to have, you know, sort of a class war.
Yes, constant. The wealthy people are like, I'm always saying I'm so jealous of Medicaid recipients.
Fair version of it, but think about it sort of simply like this.
Your life is definitely like looking up. If you qualify for Medicaid, you're just so fucking lucky, man.
So if you have socialized healthcare. Now, first off, there's always going to be private healthcare too, because the rich people and the people that can afford it are going to still get the best care, and they're going to figure out other ways to pay for
it.
It
doesn't have to be that way.
And basically, every good doctor will figure out how to get out of the system. So you will have a system with lesser care in general. But then, let's say we're all in this system together, or basically the bulk of us are in this system.
We're like presupposing that you could never ever remove have a non-profit healthcare system or whatever. Like there will always be a private market. What?
Together. Well, if you're young and healthy and you eat right and you exercise and all of those things, and then your neighbor is fat and eats fast food all the time and never exercises and has diabetes and a bunch of other comorbidities and everything else, should you pay less or more than they pay? And you can see how over time it will create all of these resentments between people because, oh, I do everything right. And then what you end up doing is what we largely do in America, which is you.
Okay, again, you have just argued against the concept of insurance. Do you want to have to subsidize all of these people? What do you think? What do you think insurance is, dude? That's a pool of money that healthy people are paying into, and the people that incur the most costs from that system and draw upon it from the most, you're subsidizing them. You're just doing it in a private marketplace. That's the only difference. Again, they will always start to argue against the very idea of how insurance works. It's a risk pool, dude. It's just a matter, is it going to be private? Is it going to be public?
Which
is why I said earlier in this, it's like a private tax. That's it.
Of the good people. Oh, you take care of yourself? Well, you still have to pay in as much as the person who doesn't, even though they're a drain on the system and you're not a drain on the system. Oh, you have a good...
But welcome to insurance, yes. The healthiest people end up subsidizing the least healthy people that are also on that insurance plan, correct?
Job, and you pay more into the system and you don't use the system, well, that guy doesn't really have a good job and doesn't really do...
When you're young and in your 20s, you're far less likely, if you have insurance, which is rare, but if you have insurance, yes, you are subsidizing the fat people, the most ill, the most unhealthy people. Yes, correct.
Anything and plays video games.
Everybody's costs are kept down because everybody pays into it.
Watches porn all day, but he's gonna.
If you want everybody to have to pay for everything a la carte, this is how you end up with it already is exorbitant, but you end up with exorbitant costs when you don't qualify for any sort of subsidies.
More of the bulk of the benefits of the system. So the more we centralize the ability, the more we centralize the system that we're all part of, the more we actually have working against each other rather than figuring out what works for you, your family, etc.
I want to just get into the money side of things.
There is no family in this country that needs to be paying thousands and thousands of dollars every year for their kid to see, just get checkups and for them to get a physical. That's not about healthcare needs or whatever. They always try to frame it this is about the market being able to address what your specific patient needs are. No, it's not about that. That's not how anybody navigates the healthcare system. People go to, when you get sick, what do? Do you start comparing all of the prices in the area of oh, how much is it going to cost if I go here? You just end up going to the closest place. You try to hope that it's the cheapest place, and wherever is open. Or if you need to go to the ER, you just go to the fucking ER. It's not like any other product in the marketplace where you have time to make the decision before you buy. You weigh the cost. You none of that happens with healthcare. None of it. It just ends up being again about health insurance, not healthcare.
We end up in that same position if we bring in all of these people.
Let's apply this to the road tax. Why do my taxes go to repairing roads for car users if I don't have a car? I mean, again, you start arguing against not only the concept of insurance itself, but just taxation in general. That is how taxation works.
Provide so much socialized care without proper checks and balances.
Listen, the way insurances operate now and the way socialized medicine
I do like to price shop when I'm headed to the ER. Who amongst us?
operates, they want, not like they desire it, but they want you to die waiting for care rather than delivering the care.
Yeah. What? Can you explain, can you elaborate on that just a little bit? Because I got destroyed in the comments for saying this previously in one of our shows.
So let me give you two.
Also, just on a side note or whatever. That's me. Amy, what was this hairstyle, girl? What were we doing here?
Really want to get into the weeds on this?
A glow up has occurred.
I do want to get to.
I think that's a
few of
really
the other ones,
good
but
point,
let's do
though.
it. Let's do it.
let's
If you've got the time,
So
Doc.
I got two stories. One was I ran a very large drug treatment center for a long time, and early in the days of the HMOs when they were getting going, there was a high quality physician that set up one and was working on it, and we.
I think it's also worthy to attack the argument of being deciding to be unhealthy. Nobody works that way. Deciding to get fat or to not exercise is fundamentally not understanding human psychology. To all of these people, and I mean most of them are like relatively thin, they see it as like it's a choice. So they think that fat people, again, like just choose to be fat, or like they're not aware like that they're fat and lazy and stuff like that. They don't factor in like socioeconomic status or background or like any of the reasons that contribute to obesity, food deserts, that kind of shit.
We were seeing his patients, and they were mandating that these are alcoholics. They were mandating discharge at 3 days. They were relapsing. Finally, I called this guy. I go, look, my staff is demoralized. We want to help these people. You name your price. I will care for the patient across our services. We'll do outpatient services. We'll do all kinds. And he goes, no, I just want a 3-day detox. I go, what do you mean? You think they're not going to go out and relapse again after 3 days? He goes, oh no, they may relapse, but if they relapse 3 times, then they're no longer my concern.
And these are Medicaid recipients?
This is a HMO.
Okay.
And he literally said these words, I'll never forget it. I'm an insurance agency now, not a social agency, so I can't tell you whether that's good or bad. I just was like, it was the most unbelievable moment for me. So that was one moment.
Insurance agencies, though, are behind.
Now here's this. So now let me give you another one. This is a little more involved. So,
Same thing.
So as time went on, all the insurances started mandating people leave the hospital before they were ready. Some review doctor in Chicago would be reviewing the case, and they'd go, "You patient, get them out. You don't have to meet the criteria. What criteria? Our criteria. Okay." I sit with the patient. I go, "You're going to come into some real expense here. You're an addict in trouble. I don't want you to have to incur that. Let's figure out some place where we can put you and get some care for you." I'm not ready. I'm in withdrawal. I'm suicidal. I don't want to go. I go, your insurance company's not going to pay after today. I'm going to call my insurance company. Call the insurance company. The insurance company goes, oh, Mrs. Smith, if Dr. Pinsky would just tell us what you need, of course we provide that. They don't tell the patient.
Sociology as an academic discipline is fundamentally contradictory with conservative ideology. No, it's much easier to think that you have like this radical amount of self-control over your life, and that you're like you have all of this this ability to just be completely divorced from. Dude, Kamala Harris and the whole Harris campaign has like ruined the phrase like the context in which you live and what came before you.
To meet our
like that idea or whatever. Like there's no like describing that without me thinking about like all the coconut memes and shit.
Criteria. I explain the criteria thing. The patient leaves. Let's say they go home and commit suicide. The insurance company then goes, we don't practice medicine. There's Dr. Pinsky's order right there.
Wow.
He discharged the patient. We don't practice medicine.
You're talking about
So I've been in situations like that. I made a complaint to the California Insurance Commissioner. Next thing I know, I'm getting called in by the hospital administration, freaking out because the insurance company is going to decertify the entire hospital if I don't shut up.
Wow.
Can I strongly recommend everybody watch an interview with Brigham Bueller?
I mean, that's a good argument against like insurance regulations or whatever. Not really sure how the like what was the point of that anecdote?
He explains the evils of big insurance, so much so that when doctors order preventative tests, they will whip up the DOJ to go investigate that doctor for healthcare fraud.
Why is everyone just eating up the story? Because they're like all fascinated by this man.
It is insidious. And what I was telling you briefly earlier is that it is
like even Anna is not really like giving him any substantial pushback at any point. And when she tried to, he like totally didn't listen.
These same exact
like she was talking about like, oh, like I'm debunking how you're saying that like there's a bunch of like waste, fraud, and abuse that's present like among recipients of Medicare and Medicaid, and he was like, yeah, but like that might be true, but there is just double speak. He didn't give a fuck.
Insurance companies, Medicaid, that is United Healthcare, Blue Cross, same
Well,
thing.
United actually is one of the biggest providers of Medicare Advantage. And there have been a lot of issues with that where they do not authorize.
Yep.
But like, that is the type of situation in which it's publicly funded but privately run. And so they look to basically deny authorizations, whatever, to increase the amount of federal money they can put in their pockets.
Exactly.
Like, that's a huge problem.
You slightly bring this,
you nailed it.
Can we bring this slightly back to the original topic of SNAP cuts and Medicaid cuts, in that we got to remember why we're here in the first place, and that's just
and like this is not even relegated just to like the like health insurance or healthcare or anything like that. There's so many instances of industries where, like, one example, we had it was like flood insurance or water insurance, something like that, childhood home that I was living in. We had some issues with like pipes bursting or something like that. I don't know. Contact insurance, and they sent out a crew to address the leak. And the first thing that they did was they set up these fans for like, they were like, oh, we can dry it out using these fans. Because it was like wood that had gotten like that had rotted from these water pipes bursting. And our insurance apparently could pay up to like, would pay them to try this more conservative way of trying to address the problem, but they could stop at any point if they felt like it wasn't going to work. But they would pay up to like 10 days of that. So naturally, what they said was like, oh, we're going to do the fans for at least a week, maybe 10 days or whatever. But what are they doing? They knew that it wasn't going to dry it out or whatever. And then we ended up calling a different company and they were like, with the water problem that you had, they never should have even gone the route of like trying to address it using the fans. It was never going to dry out.
Albatross of national.
And like that obviously happens in like, and like they just did, and it, like the noise was so bad. It was like driving my family crazy that at some point we just decided to like unplug it. We were like, it's not getting, because they were coming every day to like test the moisture levels or something like that. It wasn't moving like fast enough. It's like, okay, if this is the pace that it's like drying out by day 10, it's like barely going to make a dent into like drying these walls or whatever. And he was like, just keep them running. But they got really pissed when we like unplugged them. They were like, they're supposed to be running like all day. And it's like, yeah, well, it's not working. So if this is what your plan is, we're going to go with another company. And so we did. But they were just upset because it's like, yeah, you want 10, you know that we will take your word that this takes 10 days or whatever, because you can get 10 days of insurance money by going with this plan that you know they subsidize.
Debt. It is, we are suffocating under this tremendous burden. We pay upwards of $1 trillion each year just to service our interest, which is just astounding and breathtaking. Like how much longer can we remain on this trajectory?
Not much.
Exactly. And I just want to say, just because you say that fraud on Medicaid isn't substantial doesn't mean that we don't go after it. And I agree that the Big Beautiful Bill has a lot of issues. Like they cut even. So I'm against cuts to.
If it's, why would you go after a problem that literally does not exist? Why?
Credits.
And she's like not stupid. Again, like she used to be like a Democratic operative. She knows the answers to all of these points. She's just pretending like she doesn't.
We should have. I think we should cut subsidies to companies like ExxonMobil. I don't think that should happen anymore. But just because there are bigger cuts elsewhere, doesn't that mean that we should also just jettison cuts to
in
Medicaid?
2017, I do have a problem with it because I think what they're prioritizing here in terms of cuts says everything you need to know about our congressional lawmakers and what they prioritize, right? So I find it hilarious. They're like, oh my God, we're in so much debt when the yearly defense budget gets passed with increased defense spending with no debate at all. Like, you want to have a talk about what's contributing to our debt? The
Pentagon
Medicaid
spending,
system
defense
is like
spending,
far down that list compared to how much we spend on defense and other things. The lack of revenue that we're going to bring in as a result of the major tax cuts to the rich. I remember in 2017, Trump said,
I hate Lindy. Many people are saying this. Lindy is easily the most insufferable in the panel. Sometimes Jillian, just a little bit more, but like, Lindy is consistently the worst.
I want to simplify the tax system. So I'm going to do these corporate tax breaks, right? The corporate tax rate was 35%. He's like, I'm going to lower it to 21%. However, I'm going to close the loopholes, the corporate tax loopholes. He didn't do that. And that created a situation in which companies as profitable as Amazon were able to get away with paying zero in federal taxes.
It's terrible, but our system is binary. It's not like, we're not comparing ourselves to God. We're comparing ourselves against literally the Democratic Party. And because it's not, you know what I mean? It's not the ideal. We can't have the ideal or the Republicans. It's basically the Republican plan or the Democratic plan. But I do want to say that let me give you the alternative. The alternative is somebody like Joe Biden, who
shouldn't be the Lindy.
But it's just,
dude, yes, that would be good.
It's reality, though.
Anyone would be preferable to Trump.
I'm just describing reality. Let me tell you what the Democrats did under the Biden administration. They withheld SNAP benefits, food stamps, by the way, for people who aren't clear.
This is fair.
They withheld food stamps from schools and public school students who don't have much. They withheld that from schools who refuse to allow biological males in girls' bathrooms. Okay, and I sent you that. I sent Nat that link. Or
did you see that? I didn't know that. I didn't see that.
I mean, I appreciate you pointing out that hypocrisy.
What?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And the fact.
Okay, let's see. Not that I have an issue with this. It's like, yeah. Did you know that if you don't desegregate your school, the federal government has the authority to not actually give you federal funds if you don't do that? Same shit here, dude. These are protected classes of people. Yes, if you try to treat queer students any differently than they're supposed to be treated, we're going to not fund your school. The Heritage Foundation, right wing. Biden admin holds school lunches hostage to racial transgender agenda. Surely this will be supported by evidence. So it was penned in June 2022. There's been plenty of sturm and drag over the upcoming Title IX rule change from the Department of Education. One that will expand the prohibition against sex discrimination under Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972 to gender identity discrimination. And the sturm und drang, what is this? What does this mean? Is well warranted. Such a change, anticipated for release this month, will, among other things, open up every single sex restroom, locker room, housing accommodation, sports team, or admission program to the opposite sex if those individuals simply claim to be female. Okay, got it. So again, you are not going to get access to these things if you are not treating all students equally, correct? They're not holding anything hostage.
Because like everyone's running around being outraged, but yet their own team pulled this. But you know, the part that's so frustrating,
like they're not holding it hostage any more than, again, they hold any other funds when you don't comply with federal policies and guidelines.
It's something that we were all talking about before the show started. Is like you said this about Trump. You were like, listen, some stuff's good, some stuff's bad, some stuff is like, I don't know. I mean, and they're all kind of like that, and they're incentivized similarly.
Wow, how insightful, Jillian. Some things are good, some things are bad. Sometimes it's hard to tell. Awesome.
He proposes
Sturm und Drang, storm and stress. Got it. I've never heard that phrase before.
Things that I think could be good. So when you're talking about closing the corporate tax loophole, I'm all for it, but you have to deliver. I'm in favor of the car loan interest rate deduction, because that's going to help working people. The question is that on the chopping block in the Senate right now? Because what they're eyeing in terms of cutting, provision-wise, are all the different provisions that help working class Americans. So you do that in addition to cuts to the social...
How funny, how convenient. Wonder why she's not like hammering this point over and over and over again, that their real agenda is just tax cuts for the wealthy and an upward transfer of wealth.
Safety net, you're going to make a lot of enemies, number one. So if you're thinking political strategy, Republicans better wisen up. But the thing is, we have so much corruption baked into our political system. And so there's this like tug of war between constituents and corporate donors.
It's also bigger than corruption right now because we have to look at the macroeconomic situation right now. We are in the era of terror.
Again, we're talking about like, this is exclusively a thing that was passed by Republicans. Not a single Democratic vote supported it. Why are we doing like this is a problem on both sides or whatever in the context of like this specific bill just being passed? When you had, again, Democrats are captured by those same corporate interests. Why did they vote against this?
And we're still in that 90-day period, and Trump is feeling nervous. He's here. He's getting called up by his big donors, these corporations. I'm just explaining what's happening here. These walls, like people like Jamie Dimon calling him up saying, stop the terror.
Democrats are not great, but no one is doing more to not tax wealthy companies, individuals in the Republican Party. Yep.
Right now, so he's already under pressure to cave to these corporate interests. It's going to be impossible for him to close any corporate loop. This is not a prescriptive statement. I'm just explaining.
No, he's not going to close corporate loopholes. That was never a priority. Let's keep it real.
They put out the MAGA report. It's like, environmental toxins points right back to Big Ag, and Big Ag went bananas. All of a sudden, it's like, well, you can keep your illegal workers.
I was like, Big Ag, I guess Big Agriculture,
and don't worry about like your chemicals, glyphosate. We're going to take that off of this bill in Texas that was going to get banned on, and all of a sudden, concessions, and just to speak on something that I understand uniquely with regard to things like SNAP, we spend $500 billion, I think, over the course of a decade on these GMO crops. That's our money.
If there's anything that Jillian knows uniquely, it's misinfo surrounding GMOs. Very cool.
Our subsidy dollars to Big Ag, and then we spent 40% of Coca-Cola's income comes from our money, our subsidy dollars via SNAP and the Women and Children program. And so if you took these, what ends up being trillions, and maybe redistribute it to the people in a different way, the system is just, where are we met out here? Give me something hopeful.
The House passed the rescission bill. The House passed the rescission bill. It's going to the Senate.
She means what cuts they make.
Yeah, all of the cuts, that would be...
Surprise, spoiler, from the future, it passed.
Something that could substantially help to balance the budget. It's a little white pill.
The good news I'm taking away is we're not Australia.
Okay. That's the good news.
I had another ray of hope, kind of.
All right. Last ray of hope, and then we'll move on.
So right now,
and thanks for the input. They're acting like Australia is like a third world country.
Is trying to ensure that all the SNAP benefits don't go to soda and candy and junk food. I actually think that's a really welcome development.
Yes.
But thank you, Dr. Drew. But Democrats are up in arms saying, this is like patronizing.
Racist.
This is, exactly.
Ableist.
No, it's not true. Again, like the example that I always go to is there was actually somebody that tried to like institute this sort of like food stamp reform in Texas. Where did they find opposition? From corporate, like they talked about like fucking Coca-Cola. Yeah, it was like like sugar lobbies and Coca-Cola and Pepsi and like fucking Frito-Lay, Red Bull all came out to lobby and say to the government, you should be able to get these foods using food stamps. I know you're trying to encourage healthier options or people like that are the recipients of like SNAP benefits to make healthier choices. But guess what? There's no such thing as an objectively healthy food. So what's to say there's, really a significant nutritional difference between your kid eating an apple after school and they got that from SNAP benefits versus eating like Takis? So it's not Democrats that are not interested in proposing these things. It's just like, no matter where it comes from, you're going to find opposition from those same like food industries.
It shouldn't matter. If it's patronizing, they shouldn't need that encouragement. So it shouldn't bother.
Dude, that's such a fucking good point. Holy shit. I should have said that to Pisco. Like you're not going to get them on the anti-vax shit, right? But remember how they treated Michelle Obama? All of these people lost their mind when she was talking about doing healthier lunches in elementary schools, like middle schools and high schools across America. Now these same people, less than 20 years later, are all like, what? I'm for make America healthy again. Not through school lunches, though.
Bother them at all.
Exactly,
not like that.
Exactly. But also, we have such a. We haven't even talked about the obesity epidemic in this country.
But it's all
and the chronic,
tied, though.
Right.
That's what's. I think it's
the food
80%
pyramid
of the people on SNAP are on Medicaid by design, and there is a vast divergence with the people that are on SNAP in the same demographic with those that aren't. Who's on Medicaid? Obviously, the ultra-processed foods that it subsidizes. Makes people sicker.
Right, and we all end
Common
up paying
sense
for it because if
dictates that.
someone ends up in the emergency room and isn't on insurance, who foots the bill? We do. So we are all in this together, folks. And I know it's sometimes easy to forget that in this era.
Damn, it's almost like if the government had a direct stake in the health of their citizens because we had like a single payer or Medicare for all system, then they would be more likely to encourage and incentivize Americans to eat and drink healthier and have a healthier lifestyle, because the more unhealthy the population is, the more expensive it will be to support everybody on this healthcare system that's public. It's almost like Europe and other countries have already realized this because they've already nationalized their healthcare.
Of extreme division, we all end up footing the bill for everybody. We are one team.
I would argue that.
Isn't it so crazy? Like, again, like somebody said, fucking sociology is just like anathema and like literally incompatible. Understanding like human behavior and psychology is just completely incompatible with conservatism because it requires that you like bury your head in the sand about how people can predictably act in predictable circumstances.
That's one of the important steps forward lately. Is I feel as though
we're all in this together. Sounds like communist talk to me. It's just a High School Musical reference. Come on.
What was Musk's organization called again? The
Doge.
The
Department of Government Efficiency.
Doge got people thinking about what do I want my taxpayer dollars to be used on. I mean, we didn't think that way for the last 20 years. And we now people go, oh.
Yeah, there's been a lack of conversation in this country about like about again where are my tax dollars going? That's definitely not brought up in literally every single election run ever. If you could ever like name a single position or like election that's not going to at some point bring up taxes.
Now, somebody said
major election from like a municipal to a state level to a federal level.
40% don't even pay taxes, but even there began to realize that this could be done more sanely than it had been done. In particular, all the corruption and USAID and all the kind of grift and everything. People are like, they're outraged with how our
the food pyramid is a joke, and it's not healthy to like load up on carbs, and it's just ridiculous. So I know that corruption exists. There's no question about it.
Extreme corporate capture.
Definitely. But to your point, Lindy, I agree. I mean, the most expensive healthcare system to have in this country is one in which people who don't have healthcare have no choice but to wait until they end up in the emergency room, and that ends up costing a lot more. So we want to make sure
Again, that's complicated too, because people on Medicare only use the emergency room for their health care.
Well, that's a problem.
So it's like
Medicare or Medicaid?
Medicaid, I beg your pardon. It's a big old mess. The thing about MAGA, one thing that bothers about MAGA is they really aren't talking about the healthcare system. They're talking about helping people get in a condition where they don't need the healthcare system.
Prevention. That's just one issue with MAGA. Not that they're anti-vax, no. Just that they're like not talking about this facet of the healthcare system.
We really haven't even scratched the surface on the healthcare system yet.
I agree.
All right, moving on. I got another happy one. Okay. Surely we've all been made aware of bioweapons caused through gain-of-function research, COVID being an arguable perfect example. That said, China has been buying up, follow me here, we're going to connect the dots. China has been buying up U.S. farmland at an accelerating pace. As of 2021, Chinese entities owned over 384,000 acres of American agricultural land, a number that's only growing. Now, some of these purchases have occurred alarmingly close to U.S. military bases, which raises bipartisan concern in Congress and triggers multiple state-level bans, but not in California. Sorry, sidebar. Now, add this. In 2024, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, along with the FBI and the CDC, intercepted a shipment from China at Detroit Metro Airport containing a genetically engineered fungal bioweapon, I can't even pronounce it, Bovaria bassiana, that was concealed inside mislabeled containers. Now, this fungus, while naturally occurring,
How did they get on this? How did they find it?
had been modified in a Chinese lab to evade detection.
Okay, I get this. We're not doing the Chinese like fungus lab memes or whatever the fuck. If you're watching on Twitch and you have not followed me already, so you know when I go live, you should do so already. And if you're not subscribed to me, you should also do that. That way you can get access to an ad-free experience as well as really cute emotes. If you're watching in YouTube chat, you should like the stream and subscribe to me if you aren't already so you can catch when I go live. If you want to support me, you can follow the donation links in my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description box. And I'm at Straighterade or Straighterade_ on everything. I've been going for like 7 hours. But where are we gonna go next, you guys? What's my go-to chip brand? You seem like a Dorito girl. Well, I'm vegan, and there actually is it the sweet spicy chili ones are like are vegan, but I just like I'm boring and I like Ruffles, like just plain salty potato chips. Perfect. I just read sorry that you're retarded. It's so annoying how these people complain chemical or biological names. The food pyramid's not in use anymore. It's my plate. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. She was like, the food pyramid is terrible or whatever. And like the whole, like you need 6 to 11 servings or whatever. One, people misunderstand what even constitutes a serving. It's much smaller than they think. But of course, typical American thinks a serving is like huge. It's way smaller than they think. But yeah, the my plate thing has been around for a while, no? What's the best vegan protein? I really like tempeh and tofu. Tofu more because it's easier. And there's also this stuff called TVP, textured vegetable protein. That is really easy to like stick in pasta sauce and turn into like a vegan meat sauce. You're vegan? How long have you been doing that? For like 10 years. Literally. Over 10 years. Okay. I will be back later today. I will probably finish the rest of this, unfortunately, and get into other memes. Beans are good too because they're cheap. Legumes. And then who the fuck knows what else I'll get up to. But yeah, okay. Now we're rating. We're going to Redolent, who is watching Hassan on meeting his uncle Sammy Cedar. You guys have fun. We ready? Serving and peanut butter is about 2 tablespoons. Peanut butter is a fat. It's not a good protein. All right, I'm gonna go get some sleep, you guys, for once. Okay, enjoy. Bye.